Multiverse, HSDXD, damn, I'm too overpowered. C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh. A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Orario. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh. A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Orario. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh. A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Orario. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. "Hello, Master." Sora flinched. "Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened." Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh. A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Orario. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bell Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Are really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh! A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Orario. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh. A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Orario. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh. A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Orario. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh. A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Orario. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh! A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Oreo. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh. A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Orario. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh. A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Orario. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh. A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Orario. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh. A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Oreo. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared, C16H Chapter 1, Encounter in the First Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully crossed time and space into a new world. A young man lay beneath the shade of a tall tree, the grass swaying gently in the wind. His eyes remained closed, as if he were simply enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap. Huh? What's that sound? Sora stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion in his gaze. But in just a few seconds, his mind snapped awake. Where am I? This wasn't his room. It wasn't even his world. Even if someone kidnapped him, why would they bring him here? He wasn't rich, wasn't famous, just an ordinary guy. He had spent years in his previous life hiding his differences, blending into the crowd. He had no special abilities, no cheat skills, nothing that would make him stand out. And yet, somehow, he had still been pulled into another world. Hello, Master. Sora flinched. Master. Your long-awaited golden finger has finally awakened. Golden finger. The voice ringing in his mind was the same one he had heard earlier. A system? His system. That's right. After years of accumulating energy, I finally gathered enough to transport you here. The voice belonged to a cheerful girl, but her explanation made Sora frown. So, why did it take so long? Well, the previous world had almost no magic, so gathering enough energy was super difficult. It took forever to get enough power for just one jump. Sora sat up, rubbing his temples. So, where am I? Master doesn't know what kind of system I am. Her voice sounded teasing, almost playful. But Sora wasn't in the mood. How would I know? You literally just started talking to me. Oh. Hey, I totally forgot. A sigh escaped him. Great. I got stuck with an airhead system. W8. I'll send you all the information now. Get ready. Before he could even react. Whoosh. A surge of knowledge flooded his brain. Familia. Gods. Dungeons. Adventurers. Orario. Danmachi. Sora gasped, clutching his head. It felt like his mind had just been stuffed with an entire library's worth of information. All done. Now you get it, right? His face darkened. You threw me into one of the most dangerous fantasy worlds. Gods walked this world. The dungeon loomed beneath it. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and adventurers barely survived its depths. He had no combat training. No magic. No skills. Just a system with an airhead for an AI. Don't worry, Master. You don't have to enter the dungeon. What? Yep. You don't need to be like Bel Cranel and fight your way up from nothing. Sora blinked. That meant, he didn't have to start as an adventurer. Instead, you can create your own familia. Sora's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. So, I don't have to join a god's familia. I can be a god instead. Exactly. Master is now a newly ascended deity. You get to form your own familia and gather believers. A god. Him. Sora took a deep breath. Alright. What do I need to do first? You need to choose your initial reward. A glowing screen appeared before him. Initial rewards. Keycap 1, a small town, 5,000 people, near Orario. Keycap 2, 100 believers in Orario, 1 fanatic among them. Keycap 3, proof of divinity, prevents suspicion from other gods. Keycap 4, 100,000 Valis, Orario's currency. Keycap 5, more options available. Sora's eyes scanned the list. His brain kicked into high gear. Dozens of choices. But only 2 picks. His gaze landed on the third reward, proof of divinity. Wait. Are you telling me that without this, other gods will suspect me? Maybe. So basically, I have to pick this one. Yes. Sora sighed. That left him with one real choice left. He scrolled down, looking at the other rewards, until one caught his eye. Option number 35, summon believers from the two-dimensional world, choose male or female followers. Bonus effects applied. His heart skipped a beat. Summon anime characters as his believers. No ugly NPCs. No weaklings. No trash mobs. Only iconic characters. I'm choosing this one. Master, are you sure? This is a gambler's choice. Sora grinned. I've got god-tier luck. Really? Absolutely. Then, summoning process is starting now. A bright glow surrounded him. Whoosh! A golden light formed before his eyes, swirling, twisting, pulling something, or someone, through time and space. Come forth, my first believer. A flash of white. A silhouette taking shape. And then. She appeared. Chapter 2, Chapter 1, Sensei, I need to use the bathroom. Rias Gremory, Akino Himejima. Koho Academy. It's been 2 months since I arrived in this world, but my gold finger still hasn't shown up. Am I really a Wonio-Faken transmigrator? How am I supposed to survive in such a dangerous world without any cheat? Ugh. In a quiet classroom, a teacher lectured with a serious expression. Kenji, our protagonist, sat at his desk, glancing at the red-haired girl on his left and the black-haired beauty in front of him. He muttered to himself, feeling both helpless and frustrated. 2 months ago, Kenji woke up and found himself in the world of Highschool DXD. He had become a third-year student at Koho Academy, in Koho Town, and, by some stroke of fate, was in the same class as Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima. Rias sat right next to him, separated only by a narrow aisle. Akino sat, his chair to screech against the floor. The entire classroom fell silent. Dozens of students turned their heads toward him, including Rias and Akino. The two beauties stared at him with amused curiosity. Meanwhile, the teacher at the front of the class froze mid-lecture. His expression darkened as he snapped the chalk in his hand. "Kenji-kun, do you have a question?" The teacher's voice was calm, but there was an unmistakable edge to it. Kenji gulped. "Sensei, my stomach hurts. I think I ate something bad this morning." Kuo Academy, formerly an all-girls school, had only recently become co-ed. Even now, the ratio of girls to boys was ridiculously high. Kenji's class was a prime example. Aside from himself, every other student was a girl, and a beautiful one at that. Being the only guy in a room full of gorgeous women was already nerve-wracking enough. Now, with all of them staring at him, Kenji's face flushed red. But he had no choice. He needed to figure out what his gold finger could do as soon as possible. So, mustering up his best, Oscar-winning, performance, he clutched his stomach and grimaced in pain. His voice trembled with just the right amount of distress. The teacher sighed. "If that's the case, Kenji-kun, you may go." Kenji immediately bowed. "Thank you, sensei." Then, he bolted out of the classroom. Behind him, some of the girls giggled at his frantic escape. Others covered their mouths, suppressing their laughter. But Rias and Akino? They simply watched him with thoughtful expressions. They weren't fooled. As high-ranking devils, they could instantly tell that Kenji's stomachache was a complete lie. Still, they didn't press the matter. They simply assumed he had something important to deal with. In the bathroom, Kenji leaned against the sink, his hands shaking with excitement. "System. Tell me what you can do." The mechanical voice answered instantly. The Super Golden Egg system has two main functions. First function, dimensional travel. Once a month, the system will randomly select a world for Kenji to travel to. Unused travel opportunities do not stack. If Kenji doesn't use it this month, he still only gets one chance next month. World difficulty will always be balanced to ensure Kenji can survive. Second function, the Golden Egg system. Throughout the world, golden eggs will appear on certain important characters. By meeting specific conditions, Kenji can obtain these eggs. Each egg contains randomized rewards, ranging from weapons and skills to even summoning powerful characters. Kenji's lips curled into a smirk. This was huge. For the past 2 months, he had been terrified of stepping into the supernatural world. Now, he finally had a way to fight back. Kenji took a deep breath, splashed cold water on his face, and calmed himself down. After a moment, he left the bathroom and headed back to class. Back in the classroom, Kenji stepped inside. The moment he did, his eyes widened in shock. Hovering above Rias and Akino's heads, visible only to him, were 2 glowing golden eggs. The eggs pulsed with a dazzling, golden light. Kenji clenched his fists. Just as I thought. Since Rias and Akino are major characters in the Highschool DXD World, they both have golden eggs. He expected this. But seeing it with his own eyes still made his heart race. Still, there was one thing he didn't understand. System, why do the golden eggs above Rias and Akino have 3 stars? His gaze flickered toward the activation conditions hovering beneath each egg. Then his expression froze. What the hell do these conditions even mean? Chapter 3, Chapter 2, Confession. Kenji returned to his seat, but his eyes immediately locked onto something strange. Hovering above Rias and Akino's heads, 2 golden eggs radiated a dazzling glow. His heartbeat quickened. So, the system really works like this. But then, Kenji noticed something else, Each golden egg had 3 shining stars. Wait, there are levels to this. The more stars, the better the reward. His gaze flickered to the text floating beneath the eggs. Activation conditions. For Akino's golden egg, he had to place his hand on her head for 1 full second. For Riasa's golden egg, he had to confess to her. Kenji nearly fell out of his chair. Confess? Are you kidding me? His mind raced. Akino and Rias weren't just any girls. They were high-class devils. Even in this world filled with supernatural beings, they were considered monsters in terms of power. If he touched Akino's head out of nowhere, what were the chances she'd electrocute him on the spot? And Rias? A direct confession. That was a death wish. But then, he thought about what lay ahead. Sooner or later, he would get caught in the supernatural chaos of this world. If he didn't gain power, he would become nothing more than cannon fodder. Kenji clenched his fists. Screw it. Fortune favors the bold. He steeled his nerves and reached out his hand, toward Akino's head. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained thunder breathing and a Nichiren blade. The moment his fingertips brushed against Akino's head, a surge of power flooded his body. In an instant, years of training in thunder breathing techniques filled his mind. His body felt stronger, faster, sharper, as if he had spent a lifetime mastering the art. And within his system inventory, a golden Nichiren blade gleamed in the void. Kenji couldn't help but grin. I did it. Kenji-kun. A sweet, yet dangerous voice called his name. Kenji's smile froze. Only now did he realize, his hand was still on Akino's head. Akino slowly turned around, her purple eyes half-lidded with amusement. A small smile graced her lips, but there was an unmistakable edge to it. Era, did you enjoy yourself? Kenji's soul nearly left his body. Behind him, whispers and gasps spread through the classroom. Did he just touch Akeno-senpai's head? What kind of godly luck does he have? I can't believe this. Even I haven't gotten that close to her. Meanwhile, Rias, sitting next to them, watched with interest. Kenji hurriedly pulled his hand away. Himejima-san. I swear, it wasn't on purpose. Akino tilted her head, still smiling. Oh. If that's the case, I'll let you off this time. But then, she leaned in slightly, whispering close to his ear. But if it happens again, I might have to punish you. Kenji felt a chill run down his spine. His instincts screamed at him, Akino was terrifying. After school. The final bell rang. As soon as classes ended, Rias and Akino left together, heading toward the old school building, their usual meeting place. Kenji, however, trailed behind them. His eyes remained fixed on the golden egg above Rias's head. He had already claimed Akino's reward. Now, all that remained was Rias's egg. I just have to confess, right? Kenji took a deep breath and followed them. Unfortunately, Rias and Akino noticed him instantly. Without even turning around, Rias spoke. Kenji-kun, why are you following us? The two of them stopped in their tracks, standing beneath a tree. Kenji froze. Rias turned to face him, her usual warmth replaced with a sharp gaze. Akino, standing beside her, smiled, but there was something cold in her expression as well. Kenji gulped. They had completely seen through him. There was no point in lying anymore. Kenji stepped out from behind the tree. And then, he took a deep breath and said it. Rias Gremory, I like you. Please go out with me. Ding. Mission complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Excalibur, Sword of Promised Victory. In his system inventory, a legendary golden sword materialized. Kenji's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, it actually worked. But before he could even process his joy, Rias stared at him, momentarily stunned. Then, her expression darkened. I see. Kenji's excitement instantly vanished. Why did she suddenly seem upset? Before he could ask, Akino suddenly giggled. Era, how sad. I thought Kenji-kun liked me more, considering what he did to me today. She pouted playfully, but there was an underlying sharpness in her words. Kenji's face turned red. That was an accident. Ria sighed. She looked at Kenji, her usual confident demeanor returning. Thank you for your confession, Kenji-kun. But I'm afraid we're not compatible. Kenji felt a pang in his chest, even though he already expected this outcome. Of course, Rias would reject him. She was a noble devil from the House of Gremory, and on top of that, she already had an arranged marriage looming over her head. From her perspective, Kenji was just an ordinary human. Strength and status dictated everything in this world. And right now, Kenji had neither. Rias smiled, but there was a trace of apology in her expression. I hope you understand. Kenji lowered his gaze. He clenched his fists, but instead of feeling frustrated, he felt determined. Determined to survive in this cruel, dangerous and almost hentai-world. Support and read advanced chapters on patreon.com/zxxxxy. Every 100 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 4, Chapter 3, An Unexpected Reward. Rias's rejection was polite. Kenji, however, didn't care at all. His mind was entirely focused on Excalibur, sword of promised victory, resting inside his system's inventory. A triumphant smile crept onto his face. After all, his confession had never been about romance, it was just a means to an end. He looked back at Rias with a relaxed expression. I see. Then, I'll take my leave, Riasan. I hope we can still be friends. He spoke with ease, not a single trace of disappointment in his voice. Then, without another word, he turned around and walked away, his steps light and eager. At this moment, all he wanted was to return home and inspect his new legendary weapon. Watching him leave, Akino and Rias exchanged confused glances. Neither of them had ever seen someone get rejected, and then look happier than before. Akino placed a hand on her chin, her lips curving into an amused smile. Era. That was unexpected. Rias narrowed her eyes slightly. Something strange about him. Both girls had the same thought, Kenji wasn't normal. Nightfall. By the time Kenji finally reached home, the sky was already dark. But that didn't dampen his mood. He was still thrilled about getting Excalibur. Just as he was about to enter his apartment. Crack. Crunch. Kenji froze. A faint, eerie sound echoed from a dark alley nearby. It was the unmistakable sound of something being chewed apart, bones being crushed under sharp teeth. His enhanced senses, thanks to thunder breathing, made the noise painfully clear. His grip on reality hardened. This world was filled with monsters. Slowly, he turned his head. Deep within the shadows. A figure moved. Oh. A grotesque voice rang out. A late-night snack. How wonderful. You came right to me. Kenji's pupils shrank. Standing in the alley, a grotesque creature loomed in the darkness. It had the upper body of a woman, but its lower half was that of a massive spider. Its mouth dripped with blood. Fragments of bone clung to its lips. It had just finished eating someone. Kenji instinctively felt fear. But then, he clenched his fists. He wasn't the same powerless human from before. He had thunder breathing. He had Excalibur. And more importantly, he wasn't going to run. Kenji exhaled slowly, calming his nerves. Then, he reached into his system inventory. In a flash, a golden European-style broadsword appeared in his grip. The moment his hand wrapped around the hilt of the Nicaran blade, his eyes sharpened, his battle instincts igniting like a roaring flame. a stray devil? Kenji muttered, taking a step forward. His stance shifted into a swordsman's posture. His breathing slowed, then deepened. A fine mist of white steam escaped from his lips. Perfect. I needed something to test my strength. Thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap and flash. The Spider-Woman's grin twisted into anger. How dare a human talk back to me? With a sharp screech, she lunged forward, fangs bared, claws outstretched. But Kenji disappeared. A bolt of golden lightning flashed through the alley. In the blink of an eye, Kenji reappeared behind the stray devil. His blade was already sheathed. Schlick. A thin red line appeared on the creature's neck. Her body froze mid-motion. Her eyes widened in confusion. Huh. She tried to move, but her body no longer obeyed. Her severed head slowly toppled off her shoulders, landing with a sickening thud onto the pavement. Her lips moved, as if trying to form a final thought. But before she could finish, darkness consumed her. Kenji stood still, his heart pounding. Then. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a 1-star golden egg. Opening. You have obtained, Rias Gremmaris Original, underwear. Kenji froze. He stared at the cloth strip in his hand. Still warm. Steam rose from it in the night air. For a full 3 seconds, his mind went blank. Then. System. What the hell? Kenji's scream echoed into the night. Meanwhile. At a luxurious old mansion in Kuo Town. Rias Gremmaris had just stepped out of the bathroom, a towel wrapped around her. She walked over to the window, only to pause. Her face darkened. Huh? Where did my underwear go? A cold breeze blew through the open window. Rias frowned. Weird. Did the wind take it? Elsewhere. Less than 15 minutes after Kenji left, a blonde swordsman arrived at the alley. He stood over the stray devil's corpse, his eyes narrowing. Dead? The young man crouched, inspecting the wound. It was clean, the work of a swordsman. A faint trace of lightning energy still lingered in the air. His expression grew serious. This man, Kiba Yuto, Rias Gremmaris' trusted knight, had seen many things. But this was new. After a moment, he stood up, sighing. Then, without a word, he turned and left. He needed to report this to Rias. The Occult Research Club. Back at Kuo Academy's old school building, a grand hall glowed under candlelight. Rias sat on a sofa, freshly dressed. Across from her, Kiba stood at attention. Akino sat nearby, sipping tea. Beside her, Kaneko Tuju nibbled on a snack. The room was silent, until Kiba spoke. I found a stray devil's corpse in the alley. Rias's eyes flickered with interest. Did you handle it? Kiba shook his head. No. Someone else did. The air grew heavy. Rias's gaze sharpened. Who? Kiba hesitated. Unknown. But the technique. It was a swordsman. He paused, considering his words carefully. The attack carried traces of thunder. Rias's eyes widened slightly. Akino's smile faded. Kaneko paused mid-bite. The room fell into a heavy silence. Finally, Rias spoke. Find out who it was. A slow, knowing smile crossed her lips. I have a feeling we'll be meeting them soon. Chapter 5, Chapter 4, Walking on Two Boats. Kenji finally made it home. The moment he stepped inside, he wasted no time, he summoned Excalibur from his system inventory. A golden light filled the room as the legendary holy sword appeared in his grasp. His eyes sparkled. So this is Excalibur. He gave it a few practice swings. The weight was perfect. The power thrumming inside the blade was overwhelming. But then, his excitement faded. Because no matter how much he tried, he couldn't activate its true power. The legendary holy light of Excalibur remained dormant. Kenji scowled. Damn it. I can only use it as a normal sword. The system responded. Excalibur requires magical energy to activate its full potential. Kenji clicked his tongue in frustration. He had a powerful body, thanks to thunder breathing, but no magic, no demonic power, no divine energy. Without that, Excalibur's ultimate attack was out of reach. TCH, whatever. I'll figure something out later. Even in its dormant state, Excalibur was still one of the strongest weapons against devils and fallen angels. With that thought, Kenji sighed and collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. For the first time since coming to this world, he had killed. Even though it was a stray devil, it was still the first time he had taken a life. Oddly enough, he didn't feel sick or guilty. Just, tired. As his eyes slowly shut, he muttered. I need to get stronger. And then, he fell into deep sleep. The next morning, Kenji's alarm blared, snapping him awake. He groaned, rubbing his eyes. Damn, I slept like a rock. After a quick shower and a simple breakfast, he grabbed his bag and left his apartment, heading toward Ko Academy. But today, he had a mission. Last night, he realized something. If Rias and Aquino had golden eggs, then other major characters in Ko Academy must have them too. That meant, Kiba, Kaneko, and even Issei could be carrying golden eggs. So today, Kenji had a small goal: find as many golden egg carriers as possible. And get stronger. At the school gates. As Kenji approached the entrance of Ko Academy, he spotted Rias and Aquino. Standing beside them was a petite girl with white hair and golden eyes. Kaneko Tuju. Kenji's eyes narrowed slightly. Hovering above Kaneko's head. A glowing, 2-star golden egg. Bingo. But before he could react, Aquino turned toward him, her violet eyes glimmering mischievously. Then, she smirked. Oh my. Kenji-kun. She tilted her head, feigning innocence. Are you trying to date both me and Rias at the same time? Kenji froze mid-step. Huh. Rias blinked, looking mildly amused. Kaneko simply stared at him, expressionless. Kenji felt his soul leave his body. What? What kind of misunderstanding is this? Support and read advanced 20+ chapters on patreon.com/zxxxxy. Chapter 6, Chapter 5, A Terrifying Intuition. Aquino spoke loudly on purpose, her voice carrying across the schoolyard. Kenji-kun, are you trying to date both me and Rias at the same time? The surrounding students froze mid-step. Then, chaos erupted. That bastard. Why him? Why not me? Unforgivable. Both boys and girls turned toward Kenji with glaring eyes full of resentment. If looks could kill, he would have been blasted into dust on the spot. Kenji felt his scalp tingle. Damn it, Aquino. Why do you have to make it sound so bad? He forced a strained smile. Akena-san, if I remember correctly, I haven't done anything to you or Riasen, have I? His tone was polite, but inside, he was panicking. Aquino, however, giggled playfully, placing a hand on her cheek. Era Kenji-kun, did you forget what happened yesterday? She wiped an imaginary tear from the corner of her eye, pretending to be heartbroken. After everything you did to me and Rias, and now you're acting like nothing happened. Kenji felt his soul leaving his body. The students around him exploded. Scum. Pervert. Die, normie. Kenji immediately turned around and ran. I am not dealing with this today. As he fled, he caught a glimpse of Kaneko. Or rather, the 2-star golden egg hovering above her head. Kenji's eyes flashed with determination. I need to get that egg, but right now, I need to survive. Meanwhile, Rias watched Kenji run away, amused. She glanced at Akino. You're more interested in him than I expected. Akino simply smiled. Oh. Did I give myself away? Rias narrowed her eyes slightly. You usually only tease people you're familiar with. Why him? Akino's gaze drifted toward where Kenji had disappeared. Because he's different. Rias tilted her head. Different how? Akino's smile softened. Rias, think about it. The stray devil from last night died exactly along the route Kenji took home. Rias's expression shifted. You think he was the one who killed it? Akino nodded slowly. The timing matches up too well, doesn't it? Rias frowned. But Kenji was tested when he entered Ko Academy. He's just an ordinary human. Akino chuckled. Then maybe he isn't so ordinary anymore. Rias's eyes darkened slightly. If he's a sacred gear user, we need to confirm it. Kaneko, who had been silently listening, finally spoke. If you want to know, let's test him. Rias and Akino turned toward her. Kaneko stared at them blankly. If he has power, I'll know. Rias smirked. Good idea. She turned and started walking toward the school building. Let's go. It's time to see what Kenji is hiding. Akino followed, giggling. Poor Kenjikan. He has no idea what's coming. Kaneko simply nodded. If he's weak, I'll just punch him. Back in the classroom. Kenji had barely recovered from Akino's earlier stunt when he noticed Rias and Akino staring at him. Their smiles were unreadable. Kenji felt a chill down his spine. Why do I feel like something bad is about to happen? Then the school bell rang, and class began. For the next few hours, Kenji struggled to focus. He wanted to start hunting for more golden eggs, but he couldn't just skip class and attract attention. Finally, lunch break arrived. Kenji stood up immediately, ready to start his egg hunt. But before he could even take a step, Rias suddenly appeared in front of him. She smiled sweetly. Kenjikan, we need to talk. Akino stood beside her, giggling. It won't take long. Kenji's instincts screamed at him. He glanced at Akino, then at Rias, then back again. They weren't giving him a choice. He sighed. I don't suppose I can refuse, can I? Rias's smile didn't change. No. Kenji forced a smile. Figured. A quiet clearing. Rias, Akino, and Kenji walked away from the school toward a secluded spot in the woods. It was the same place Kenji had confessed to Rias yesterday. Kenji felt his nerves tighten. The moment they stopped, Rias and Akino turned to face him. Kenji exhaled slowly. All right. What do you two want from me? Chapter 7, Chapter 6, Be My Man. Kenji's gaze flickered between Rias and Akino, his expression guarded. So, why did you bring me all the way out here? He had a bad feeling about this. Rias and Akino simply smiled. But before Kenji could push for an answer, a blade of black steel flashed toward him at blinding speed. Kenji's instincts screamed danger. Without hesitation, he leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike. Shing! A sharp gust of wind tore through the space where he had stood just moments ago. Kenji's expression darkened. In an instant, he reached into his system inventory. A golden European-style broadsword materialized in his grip. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, lightning crackled across his skin. He slid into a low thunder-breathing stance, eyes sharp and focused. And then, he finally saw his attacker. Standing where Kenji had just been. Kiba Yuto. The blonde swordsman held his demonic black blade, his stance perfectly balanced. Impressive reaction time, Kenji-kun. Riasa's eyes glimmered with interest. That sword of yours, it appeared out of nowhere. I take it that's your sacred gear. Kenji's grip on his katana tightened. You set this up, didn't you? Rias didn't deny it. She simply smiled. I wanted to see your strength for myself. Kenji's mind raced. He had only obtained his powers yesterday. There was no way they could have known, so why did Rias suspect him? Had they connected him to the stray devil's death? He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Did I get too cocky last night? Unfortunately, he didn't have time to think. Rias raised her hand slightly, a silent signal. Kiba moved. The blonde swordsman lunged forward, his blade a blur of motion. Kenji reacted instantly. Thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap and flash. His muscles tensed. A burst of electricity erupted from his feet, propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning. Shing! The two clashed midair, their blades colliding in a shower of sparks. Kiba's eyes widened slightly. Fast. Kenji didn't stop. As soon as their blades met, he twisted mid-strike, vanishing and reappearing to Kiba's side in an instant. Kiba barely had time to react. He raised his sword defensively, but Kenji was already gone again. Thunder breathing. Sixfold. Kenji's movements accelerated. His body blurred, vanishing and reappearing in multiple locations at once. Kiba's heartbeat spiked. He's fast, too fast. He had fought many swordsmen before. But Kenji's speed wasn't just natural reflexes. It was pure, inhuman lightning speed. For the first time in a long while, Kiba felt pressure. He had no choice. He drove his hand into the ground, activating his sword birth ability. Shing! 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 A dozen gigantic demonic swords erupted from the earth, forming an unbreakable barrier around him. Kiba exhaled in relief. That should buy me some. Shing! A single sword slash ripped through the magic swords in an instant. Kenji stood right in front of him, his blade pressed against Kiba's throat. Silence. Kiba froze. Kenji breathed steadily, his eyes unreadable. Then, he sheathed his blade. That's my win. Kiba exhaled slowly, then chuckled. That was incredible, Kenji-kun. I lost. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a 2-star golden egg. Opening. You have acquired a small amount of magic power. A warm surge of energy flowed into Kenji's body, settling deep within his abdomen. For the first time since coming to this world, he felt magic coursing through his veins. Kenji grinned. Now I can finally use Excalibur's true power. But before he could celebrate. Clap. 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 A slow applause filled the clearing. Kenji turned. Rias approached, her crimson hair flowing behind her. Her gaze locked onto him, filled with curiosity. That was exquisite. The finest swordsmanship I've ever seen. Kenji exhaled. Thanks. Now if we're done. He turned to leave. But then. Rias's voice stopped him cold. Kenji-kun. Be mine. Kenji's brain short-circuited. Huh. Akino giggled. Oh my, that's quite the bold confession, Rias. Kiba simply smirked, unfazed. Kenji slowly turned back. Could you repeat that? Rias stepped closer, her expression completely serious. Join me, Kenji-kun. Become one of my servants. As she spoke, she unfurled her black wings. A devil's wings. Kenji's breath hitched. For the first time, Rias was revealing her true nature to him. You've already seen what lurks in the shadows of this world. Her gaze was firm, unwavering. You know the truth now. Humans are weak. Alone, you'll be nothing but prey. She extended her hand toward him. But under me, you will have power. I will give you a place to belong. Kenji stared at her hand. His mind raced. This was an opportunity. Rias wasn't just any devil, she was a high-class noble of the Gremory family. Under her, he would gain protection, influence, and resources. But Kenji slowly looked at his own hand. The faint golden light of Excalibur shimmered in his palm. He already had power. And with the system, he could grow even stronger, on his own terms. Kenji closed his eyes briefly. Then, he took a deep breath and answered. No. The clearing fell silent. Akino's eyebrows rose in mild surprise. Kiba's smirk widened. Rias's eyes slightly widened, just for a moment. Then, she smiled. I see. Her crimson hair fluttered in the breeze as she folded her arms. That's your choice, for now. Kenji turned away. But as he walked off, he could still feel her gaze burning into his back. And for some reason, he knew this wasn't over. Chapter 8, Chapter 7, Want to play a game? Kenji sighed, shaking his head. Sorry, Ryasen. But I'd rather stay human. His voice was firm. I still have things to do, so I'll head back first. See you in class. Without waiting for a response, Kenji turned and walked away, leaving Rias and Akino standing in the clearing. Akino chuckled softly. Era. Looks like your charm didn't work this time, Rias. Rias didn't seem bothered at all. In fact, her lips curled into a smile. Interesting. I won't give up. He will be mine. Her blue eyes followed Kenji's retreating figure, burning with determination. Kenji returned to the school building, exhaling deeply. All right. Back to business. With all distractions out of the way, he focused on his real goal, finding golden eggs. For the next few hours, he searched every corner of Kuo Academy. And the results? 1 3-star golden egg. 1 2-star golden egg. Several 1-star golden eggs. The 3-star egg? It was floating above Issei Hayadu's head. And the condition to open it? Kill Issei. Kenji blinked. Yeah, not happening. As for the 2-star egg? It was on Kaneko. The requirement? Play video games with her. Kenji sighed in relief. Finally, something normal. The 1-star eggs were scattered among background characters, most of them didn't even need a requirement, just a simple touch. He opened all the ones he could find, but the rewards were questionable. Toothpaste. A bag of rice. A few yen bills. A video game console with 2 controllers. Kenji stared at it. Then, he smirked. Perfect. Later that night, Kenji sat in his living room. In his hands was a small flyer covered in magic symbols. It was a devil's summoning circle. Earlier that day, after discovering Kaneko's golden egg condition, Kenji went to Rias and requested one. Rias had seemed curious about why he wanted it, but ultimately, she didn't refuse. Now, it was time to summon Kaneko. Kenji placed the flyer on the table and poured a small amount of magic energy into it. The symbols glowed, expanding into a large hexagram-shaped magic circle. Within seconds, a small, white-haired girl appeared in the middle of the glowing formation. Kaneko Tuju. She stared at Kenji with her usual blank expression. Kenji-senpai. The president already informed me. Why did you summon me? Then, she narrowed her golden eyes. If it's for something perverted, I refuse. Kenji choked on air. What? No. I would never. Kaneko stared at him suspiciously. Kenji sighed, rubbing his temples. I just wanted to play video games. That's all. He reached over and grabbed the game controllers, holding them up. Kaniko's ears twitched slightly. Her eyes flickered to the console, then to the game discs. They were brand new, recently released titles. Kenji noticed the way her fingers twitched. She wanted to play. Kenji smirked. Well? Interested? A brief pause. Then, Kaniko nodded. Fine. 2 hours later. The room was silent, except for the sound of button mashing. On the screen, 2 characters were locked in a fierce battle. Kenji focused, gritting his teeth. TCH. She's good. He was a decent player, but Kaniko was relentless. She dodged every attack with perfect timing, countered with precision, and KO. Kenji's character dropped to the ground, defeated. Kaniko blinked. I win. Kenji groaned, dropping his controller. Ugh. I got destroyed. Kaniko, still expressionless, slowly took a sip from her drink. You played well, senpai. Kenji sighed in defeat. Yeah. Then. Ding. Golden egg condition met. Congratulations. You have obtained a 2-star golden egg. Opening. You have received, strength enhancement. A wave of power surged through Kenji's body. His muscles tightened, his reflexes sharpened, his physical abilities grew stronger. Kenji clenched his fist, feeling the raw power coursing through his veins. Damn. That was worth it. Kaniko glanced at him, tilting her head slightly. Something wrong? Kenji shook his head. Nah. Just, feeling good. Kenji stretched, glancing at the clock. It's getting late. Thanks for playing with me, Kaniko. It was fun. Kaniko nodded. It was, enjoyable. Kenji smirked. As a devil, do you get rewards for fulfilling requests? Kaniko blinked. Yes. Kenji grinned. Alright. Since you helped me out, you deserve a reward. He paused, thinking. So. What do you want? Just don't ask for my soul, alright? Kaniko stared at him for a moment. Then, her lips parted slightly. Chapter 9, Chapter 8, The New World. Kaniko blinked at Kenji's offer of a reward. No need, Kenji-senpai. Playing games itself was the reward. Her voice was calm, but there was the faintest hint of satisfaction in her tone. Without saying anything else, she simply turned and left, disappearing into the night. Kenji leaned back on his couch, exhaling. That went well. Over the next several days, Kenji settled into a routine, attending classes at Kuo Academy during the day, then spending his nights hunting stray devils. His reasons were simple. 1. Stray devils sometimes carried golden eggs. Even if most of them were just 1 star, they were still useful. 2. Fighting gave him experience. He needed as much real combat training as possible. His growth was steady, but he was hungry for more. One evening, after finishing another hunt, Kenji sat down in his apartment and called out. System, show my status. A screen appeared before him. Status panel. Name, Kenji. Physique, peak of a low-class devil. Energy, mid-class devil level. Abilities, thunder breathing, reinforcement magic, fire release, fireball jutsu. Items, Nichiren blade, Excalibur, dormant, Riases, original underwear, various game discs. Overall rating, near high-class devil level, a strong ant in the grand scheme of things. Kenji frowned. An ant, huh? Even after all his training, he was still weak compared to the real powerhouses of this world. But he wasn't discouraged, he just needed more opportunities. And that's when he remembered. System, I should have a world travel option this month, right? The system responded. Yes. The host can now travel to a random world. Then. Additionally, time in the DXD world will remain frozen while the host is away. No matter how long you spend in the new world, you will return at the exact moment you left. Kenji's eyes gleamed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The moment he gave the command, a swirling black vortex appeared in front of him. A powerful suction force dragged him in, and the next thing he knew, he was falling. Kenji landed hard on his feet, the impact sending a small shockwave around him. The air smelled different. The sky was clear and bright, but the buildings around him were ancient, towering structures with spire-like roofs. The street was bustling with people, but something was off. Not everyone here was human. Kenji's golden eyes scanned his surroundings. He saw orcs, elves, catgirls, dwarves, and even goblins, all mingling with humans. A fantasy world. Then, his gaze locked onto a massive tower piercing the sky. Something about it felt familiar. Kenji's eyes narrowed. Wait a second. Then, as if fate itself confirmed his suspicion, a loud, gruff voice spoke from behind him. Hey, kid. First time in Orario? Kenji turned. A burly orc vendor stood behind a fruit stall, arms crossed. His fanged grin was friendly, but his eyes were sharp. Kenji didn't hesitate. Yeah. First time here. Mind telling me where I am? The orc chuckled. New adventurer, huh? Well, you're in Orario, the Labyrinth City. Kenji's heart pounded. Orario. That meant he was in the world of, is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? Kenji's lips curled into a grin. This, just got interesting. Kenji continued speaking with the orc, absorbing as much information as he could. I bet you're looking to join a familia, huh? The orc said. Kenji nodded. Yeah. Any recommendations? The orc smirked. If you want real power, there are only two choices, the Loki Familia and the Freya Familia. Kenji already knew this. In this world, Familia were the key to gaining strength. Without one, you couldn't gain the blessing of the gods, and you couldn't level up. Thanks, old man. Kenji nodded and walked off, lost in thought. I need to pick the right Familia, and I need to start hunting monsters. After all, where there were monsters, there were golden eggs. Kenji clenched his fist. His journey in this world had just begun. And he was going to get stronger than ever before. Chapter 10, Chapter 9, The Blue Ribbon Goddess. Kenji walked down the bustling streets of Orario, his mind focused. His first objective was to join a familia, not for loyalty, but for the blessing of the gods. Without it, he couldn't level up, no matter how many monsters he killed. As he neared the Adventurers Guild, he overheard a voice. A girl's voice. Damn it, Hephaestus. Kicking my friend out is one thing, but threatening to kick me out too. I need to find someone, anyone. If I don't get a familia member soon, I'll be homeless. Kenji blinked. A small figure walked toward him, looking around in a panic. A petite girl, barely 5 feet tall, with black twin tails tied by a blue ribbon. Kenji's eyes widened slightly. Wait, isn't that? Before Kenji could react. Bam! The girl slammed into him, bouncing backward and falling onto the pavement. Ow! Kenji winced. You okay? He offered his hand, pulling her up. The girl rubbed her sore backside, pouting. Then, her deep blue eyes locked onto him. You said you were heading to the Adventurers Guild. Her demeanor instantly changed. She grabbed his hands, her eyes shining with desperation. Are you new here? Are you looking for a familia? Kenji blinked. Yeah. Her entire face lit up. Yes. You're a gift from the heavens. She took a deep breath, then suddenly bowed. Join my familia. Kenji froze. He stared at her. The blue ribbon, the twin tails, the childlike height. Everything clicked. Hestia? She perked up. Oh. You know me? Kenji exhaled. Of all the gods in Orario, he had stumbled right into her. Kenji thought about it. In this world, familia were a big deal. A strong familia meant resources, protection, and allies. A weak familia meant, well, struggling just to survive. Hestia's familia was one of the weakest, or rather, it didn't even exist yet. But she wasn't a bad choice. Her blessing would still let him level up. And unlike other gods, she wouldn't try to control him. Kenji shrugged. Sure. I'll join. Hestia froze. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open. Really? Kenji smirked. Yeah. Why not? For a moment, she looked like she couldn't believe it. Then. Yes. She jumped in excitement, grabbing his hands again. You're my first child. I'm finally not alone. Kenji chuckled. Nice to meet you, Lady Hestia. She puffed out her cheeks. No need for lady. You can just call me Hestia. She paused. Then, her eyes gleamed mischievously. Actually, since you're my first familia member, I'll give you a special privilege. Kenji raised an eyebrow. Oh. She pointed at him dramatically. You may call me Hestia-sama. Kenji deadpanned. I think I'll just stick to Hestia. Hestia pouted. TCH, worth a shot. Then, she grabbed his wrist. All right. No time to waste. Let's do the ritual. Before Kenji could respond, she yanked him forward. Hey. Slow down. No. If I slow down, you might run away. Kenji sighed. You think I'd ditch you already? Hestia narrowed her eyes. You're suspiciously cooperative. Kenji smirked. Let's just say I have my reasons. She huffed. Well, whatever. We're doing this now. Kenji let himself be dragged through the streets, already preparing himself for what was to come. He was officially part of the Hestia Familia now. And with that, his journey in Orario had truly begun. Chapter 10, The Gift of the Gods. Kenji stood before a massive wooden door, its surface carved with intricate symbols. This was the home of Hephaestus, the goddess of blacksmithing. Kenji exhaled. This is where Hestia's friend lives. Before he could think further. My dear friend. I'm back. Hestia marched up to the door, knocking loudly. A few seconds later, the door creaked open, revealing a tall woman with long crimson hair and an eye patch over one eye. Her sharp gaze landed on Hestia immediately. Hestia. Her voice was calm but firm. Didn't I tell you to go out and find your own familia? She crossed her arms. I won't let you mooch off me forever. You're a goddess. Act like one. Kenji blinked. Wow. She's blunt. Hestia pouted. But that's why I'm here. She grabbed Kenji's arm, pulling him forward. Look. I found a super cute child for my familia. She grinned proudly, as if expecting Hephaestus to praise her. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow, then turned her gaze to Kenji. She examined him silently. Kenji remained calm, offering a polite smile. Hestia continued, hugging his arm tightly. This is Kenji. I met him on the street, and he agreed to join my familia. Her grip tightened slightly, as if afraid he might suddenly run away. Kenji sighed. I'm not going to run, you know. Hestia ignored him. Hephaestus studied him carefully, then spoke. Kenji, you're making a risky choice. She adjusted her eye patch slightly. Hestia's familia is, well, non-existent. If you were to join a stronger familia, you'd have access to better resources, stronger allies, and a much safer future. Hestia flinched. Wait, Hephaestus. Don't say it like that. But Hephaestus wasn't done. Her sharp gaze met Kenji's. If you join her, you'll be walking a difficult path. Are you sure about this? Kenji chuckled. Yeah. I know what I'm getting into. He glanced at Hestia, who looked up at him with wide, hopeful eyes. I don't mind a little struggle. Then, he smirked. Besides, I think we'll get along just fine. Hestia's eyes shimmered with emotion. Kenji. Hephaestus watched him for a moment, then sighed. I see. In that case, I won't say any more. A small smile formed on her lips. Hestia, you finally found someone who believes in you. Hestia beamed. Of course. My Familia is going to be the best in all of Orario. Kenji chuckled. Well, we've got a long way to go, but sure. After getting Hephaestus's approval, Hestia dragged Kenji to her temporary room. The moment they entered. Take off your shirt. Kenji froze. Excuse me. Hestia crossed her arms. Take it off. I need to put the fauna on your back. Kenji knew this was part of the process, but still. Can you not say it so bluntly? Hestia tilted her head. Why? Feeling embarrassed? She smirked. I mean, if it's you, I wouldn't mind, you know. Kenji's eye twitched. Not funny. Resigning himself, he removed his shirt and lay down on the bed. A faint sweet scent lingered on the sheets. This must be where she sleeps. Hestia sat beside him, her playful expression vanishing. For the first time since he met her, she looked serious. She bit her finger, drawing a single drop of divine blood. The moment the blood touched Kenji's back, heat surged through his body. It wasn't painful, but it felt like something deep inside him was changing. His vision blurred for a moment, and then a faint glow appeared on his back, forming the symbol of the Hestia Familia. Hestia studied it carefully, her fingers tracing the markings. Chapter 11, Are You My Master? Hestia pressed the parchment onto Kenji's back, rubbing her divine blood into the freshly inscribed fauna. Then, she smiled brightly. All right. It's official. Kenji, from today onward, you're my Familia's first member. Kenji sat up, taking the parchment from her hands. His stats were exactly what he expected, all zeros. Name, Kenji. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Kenji wasn't surprised. Everyone started at the bottom. But for him, this was just the beginning. As Hestia cheered excitedly, Kenji was already thinking ahead. Tomorrow, I hit the dungeon. Then. Ding! A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Hidden mission completed, become Hestia's Familia. Reward, 4-star golden egg. Kenji froze. Inside his system's inventory, a golden egg with 4 stars engraved on it shimmered with dazzling light. Kenji's heart pounded. This was the highest-rated reward he had ever received. A hidden mission. The system explained. Some special characters in each world hold hidden objectives. If the host completes them, rare rewards will be granted. Kenji smirked. So just joining Hestia's Familia gave me this? He gripped his fists. Then let's see what's inside. But before he could open it. Ahahaha. Kenji, you look so happy. Are you that excited to be my Familia? Kenji snapped out of his thoughts, only to find Hestia suddenly hugging him from behind, rubbing her face against his back. Ugh, Hestia. Get off. Nope. Let me enjoy this moment. Kenji sighed, gently pushing her away. Hestia, where am I sleeping tonight? Hestia blinked. Then, her eyes gleamed mischievously. Oh. You can sleep with me. Kenji's brain short-circuited. Huh. Hestia grinned. It's your privilege as my first Familia member. Don't worry, I'll even share my blanket. Kenji sighed. No thanks. Before Hestia could whine, a knock on the door interrupted them. Hestia. Is it done? The door opened, revealing Hephaestus. Her one uncovered eye landed on Kenji, then back to Hestia. I've prepared a room for him. Kenji immediately stood up. Thank you. Before Hestia could complain, Hephaestus dragged Kenji away. As he walked down the hallway, Kenji smirked. Your friendship with Hestia runs deep, huh? Hephaestus chuckled. She's an idiot. Fully bound to Kenji. Her power depended on his own, but even at her current state, she was stronger than most high-class demons. And that was without using her noble phantasms or mystic eyes. A terrifying trump card. Ryder, didn't I tell you already? Kenji looked at her seriously. You don't have to call me master. Just use my name. Medusa smiled knowingly. And miss out on teasing you? Never. Kenji sighed again. He knew arguing with her playful personality was useless. So he dropped it and continued walking. His next destination, the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers Guild. As Kenji entered, a young half-elf woman in formal attire greeted him. She wore rimless glasses, her long brown hair neatly tied. Welcome, adventurer. Her tone was calm, yet professional. My name is Ina Tool. I'm a guild receptionist. How can I assist you? Kenji stepped forward. I'd like to register as an adventurer. Also, I want to exchange these magic crystals for Valis. He gestured to two large sacks filled with crystals. Ina blinked in surprise. She quickly regained her composure. Understood. Please fill out this form with your basic details. She slid a document and pen across the counter. And just call me Ina. Kenji nodded and began writing. The form only required simple information. Name. Familia. Level. Nothing private like skill attributes or development abilities. Kenji quickly filled it out and slid it back. Here you go, Ina. Then, he lifted both heavy sacks onto the counter. The wood creaked under the weight. Ina's eyes widened. Are all these magic crystals yours? Kenji nodded. Ina checked the form again. Her eyes stopped at one detail. Level 1. Ina's shock doubled. Wait. You're level 1. Chapter 17, The Pure Goddess. Sir Kenji, after deducting the 5% handling fee, your total exchange amount is 4.12 million Valis. Ina's voice was calm, but her eyes couldn't hide the shock. A rookie adventurer, still at level 1, bringing in this much money in a single day? It was unbelievable. Still, Ina was professional. She swiftly processed the transaction, then lifted a heavy pouch filled with gold coins and placed it on the counter. Here you go. T/N, currency in Danmachi. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. 1 copper coin equals 1 Valis. The purchasing power of Valis was similar to yen. Although 412 gold coins seemed like a fortune to normal citizens, it was merely pocket change for top adventurers. Armor, potions, weapons, everything an adventurer needed was ridiculously expensive. For a level 1 adventurer, though, this was an insane amount. Ina smiled. You're quite impressive, Kenji. Kenji accepted the pouch, feeling the weight of his first true earnings in this world. Thanks, Ina. With that, he turned and walked out of the guild. As Kenji headed back to Hephaestus' mansion, something caught his eye. A luxurious cake sat in the window of a high-end bakery. It was a three-tiered masterpiece, decorated with fresh cream, chocolate, and fruit. Kenji paused. Hestia. The image of the tiny goddess, worried sick about him, flashed in his mind. He sighed. She's going to scold me, huh? With a chuckle, he stepped inside the shop. Welcome, adventurer. How may I assist you? A man in a black butler uniform greeted Kenji politely. His eyes, sharp and intelligent, studied Kenji carefully. Kenji raised an eyebrow. How'd you know I was an adventurer? The butler smiled. Only adventurers return from the Tower of Babel at this hour. And your presence, it's something only a few high-level warriors possess. Kenji nodded in amusement. Smart guy. Then, he pointed to the three-tiered cake. Wrap this one up. Cake in hand, Kenji walked through the city's evening glow. By the time he reached the mansion, the sky had darkened. And at the front gate, two figures stood waiting. One tall and serious. The other small and anxious. Hestia. Even from a distance, Kenji could see the worry in her eyes. Her small hands clenched, her brows furrowed. Next to her, Hephaestus watched silently, arms crossed. Kenji smiled, lifted the cake, and was about to call out to them. But then. Kenji. Before he could react. Hestia rushed forward. She jumped straight into his chest, clinging tightly to him. Oof. Kenji barely kept his balance. His arms instinctively wrapped around her tiny frame. But then, he felt it. The trembling. Her small body shaking, muffled sobs escaping her lips. His smile faded. She was crying. Kenji sighed. With one hand, he gently stroked her soft, twin-tailed hair. With the other, he patted her back lightly. I'm fine, Hestia. I just went to the dungeon, and got you a cake. See? He lifted the box slightly. Not even a scratch on me. You know me, I treasure my life. Besides. He chuckled softly, resting his chin on her head. I promised to earn enough valis for a big Familia house, right? How could I die before that? For a moment. Hestia stayed silent. Then. She nodded weakly and pulled back, wiping her teary eyes with her sleeve. With the cake in hand, the three of them walked inside the mansion. As they passed, Hephaestus glanced at Kenji. She said nothing, but the way she nodded spoke volumes. Kenji simply nodded back. The doors closed behind them. The living room was filled with the warm glow of candlelight. On the table, the cake sat half-eaten. Hestia, happily munching on her slice, had a huge smile on her face. Ah, it's so good. She swayed happily, eyes closed in pure bliss. Kenji and Hephaestus watched with amused smiles. It was hard to believe. A goddess who had lived for millions of years could still act so innocent. Yet. That was what made Hestia special. Her genuine heart. Her pure emotions. Even gods who had lived forever could still be so human. Chapter 18, Updating Attributes. Kenji tossed a heavy pouch of gold coins onto the table. Here, Hestia. This is for you. The tiny goddess blinked in confusion. Huh? What is this? She grabbed the pouch and peeked inside. Then. So many gold coins. Her blue eyes widened, practically sparkling with excitement. Even Hephaestus, who had been standing nearby, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Hestia clutched the pouch to her chest, her mind already drifting off into fantasy. A massive, luxurious mansion. A big family hall filled with servants. Kenji and her, enjoying a carefree life in their own grand Familia estate. She giggled to herself. He, this is just the beginning. Kenji, watching her comical reaction, sighed and shook his head. Later that night, Kenji lay shirtless on his stomach, his back fully exposed. Hestia sat on top of him, straddling his waist in a rather odd position. She bit her finger lightly, letting a drop of divine blood fall onto his back. The moment it made contact, a series of ancient symbols glowed brilliantly. The gift of the gods, the sacred blessing that recorded an adventurer's growth, was being updated. At first, Hestia hummed happily as she watched the symbols shift and change. But then, her cheerful expression froze. Her smile disappeared. Her hands trembled slightly. This is impossible. She stared at the numbers, her voice barely a whisper. Kenji, still lying down, frowned slightly. Something wrong? Hestia didn't answer immediately. She quickly copied the updated stats onto a piece of paper and handed it to him. Name, Kenji. Level, 1-1, unchanged. Strength, I0C504. Endurance, I0C524. Dexterity, I0C576. Agility, I0C543. Magic, I0C511. Hestia stared at Kenji, her eyes filled with a mix of awe and disbelief. Kenji, what exactly did you do today? This level of growth is unheard of. Kenji studied the numbers on the page. It was just as he expected. The gift of the gods rewarded adventurers based on their combat experience. He had spent half the day fighting non-stop, using thunder techniques, magic, and swordsmanship to push his limits. With no one else in Ororio training like him, his growth was bound to break the norm. He sighed and smiled. I just trained a little. Hestia puffed her cheeks in frustration. That's not just a little. Kenji met her gaze seriously. Hestia. I have some secrets I can't tell you yet. But I promise, someday, I'll explain everything. Hestia pouted, crossing her arms. Humph, keeping secrets from your goddess. You're so mean, Kenji. Still, despite her words, she didn't push further. She could sense his honesty. She knew Kenji wasn't hiding anything malicious. With a dramatic sigh, she gave up. Fine, fine. But you owe me. Kenji chuckled, reaching out to ruffle her twin tails. Alright, alright. I'll make it up to you later. Hestia pouted harder. Ugh, why do you always treat me like a child? Kenji only smirked. Because you act like one. Hey. Later that night, Kenji collapsed onto his bed, feeling the weight of his strength increase. His body felt stronger, his movements sharper. His progress had been ridiculously fast. If he kept this up, he could probably reach level 2 within days. As he drifted off to sleep, he didn't notice. A shadow moved beside his bed. A tall figure, her long purple hair flowing silently in the moonlight. Medusa. Without hesitation, she slipped under his blanket. She wrapped herself around him, resting her head gently against his chest. Master's scent, so warm. With a soft smile, she closed her eyes. The next morning, Kenji woke up feeling strangely refreshed. He stretched, then sniffed the air. Weird, why does my bed smell familiar? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Must be my imagination. He quickly got up and changed into fresh clothes. Today, he wasn't going to the dungeon. Instead, he had a mission. Kenji and Hestia walked side by side through Ororio streets. Are you sure about this, Kenji? Hestia asked. You really want to buy a house for our familia? Kenji nodded firmly. We need a place of our own. Hephaestus has been kind to us, but we can't rely on her forever. Hestia looked up at him, eyes shining with gratitude. You're the best, Kenji. She grabbed his arm tightly, pressing her face against it. Kenji sighed. All right. No need for the dramatics. They soon arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Hestia tilted her head. Why are we at the guild? Kenji smiled. The guild handles property transactions for adventurers. They can find us a good house quickly. Hestia's eyes sparkled again. Kenji, you're a genius. Kenji smirked. Took you long enough to realize. As they stepped inside, the search for their familia's first home began. Chapter 19, Lilaruka. Kenji and Hestia spent the entire morning finalizing the purchase. With the help of the Adventurers Guild, they bought a 2-story villa on the outskirts of Ororio for nearly 3 million valis. Hestia spun around excitedly, her blue twintails bouncing as she surveyed the courtyard. Kenji, this is amazing. This will be the home of the Hestia Familia from now on. Her eyes sparkled as she took in the surroundings. The villa was modest but beautiful, a cozy 2-story structure with a spacious courtyard, filled with exotic plants and a small pavilion in the center. A place where they could relax, drink tea, and enjoy the breeze. Although the villa only had 7 or 8 rooms, it was more than enough for their small familia. Kenji watched Hestia with a smile. Seeing her so happy made all the effort worth it. After signing the final papers, Kenji and Hestia returned to Hephaestus' residence to collect their belongings. As they packed, Hephaestus stood at the door, smiling. But it wasn't sadness, it was happiness. She wasn't losing a friend, she was watching Hestia finally build something of her own. That night, after an exhausting day, Kenji collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. But for some reason, he felt something warm wrapping around him. A soft embrace. Something, or someone, holding on to him tightly. The next morning, Kenji yawned and stretched, stepping into the living room. And there, Hestia lay sprawled out on the couch, hugging a pillow tightly. Kenji hee hee hee. She muttered in her sleep, her expression oddly satisfied. Kenji raised an eyebrow. Did she sleep out here all night? Shaking his head, he quietly picked up a fallen blanket and covered her. Then, without a sound, he stepped out of the villa, heading toward the dungeon. As the door closed behind him, Hestia's eyes fluttered open. She stared at the door for a long time. Was it worry? Or something else? She didn't know. But after a moment, she smiled softly. Ororio was already bustling by the time Kenji reached the square in front of the dungeon entrance. Just as he was about to step forward. Adventurer-sama, do you need a supporter? A soft voice called out to him. Kenji turned his head. And there, a tiny figure, barely over his waist, stood before him. She wore a white cloak that hid most of her small frame, with only a round face and reddish-purple hair visible. Strapped to her back was a massive, army green backpack, far too big for her small body. Kenji recognized her instantly. Lilaruka Arde. A Paolum girl, a supporter who had scammed and betrayed adventurers in the past. In the end, she redeemed herself and joined the Hestia Familia. Kenji smiled slightly. Hello, my name is Kenji. I do need a supporter today. What's your name? Even though he already knew, he played along. Lily blinked in surprise. Most adventurers didn't bother being polite to supporters. They saw them as tools, pack mules to carry loot. But this man, he was different. Lily, you can call me Lily, Adventurer-sama. Her eyes flickered toward Kenji's waist. More specifically, toward the blade hanging from his belt. Kenji caught the glance immediately. She's interested in my sword. Kenji chuckled inwardly. He knew Lily's past well, her scams, her struggles. If she really tried to steal from him, then she'd learn the hard way what kind of adventurer he was. Still, he didn't expose her. Instead, he simply smiled. All right, Lily. You're my supporter today. Then, without hesitation, he turned and walked toward the dungeon entrance. Lily stared at him in shock for a moment. Then, she smiled. And quickly followed after him. The first floor of the dungeon was just as he remembered. Dimly lit stone corridors. Dark mud-like walls. The constant echoes of monsters moving in the distance. Soon, the first wave of enemies appeared. A group of small, hunched goblins crawled out of the walls, snarling as they spotted Kenji. Lily's eyes narrowed slightly. Adventurer Sama, these are goblins. They're weak alone, but in large numbers, they can be dangerous. Kenji remained silent. The goblins gathered quickly, their numbers growing fast. Lily frowned. Adventurer Sama, we should handle them quickly before. She froze. Kenji wasn't moving. He just stood there, calmly watching the goblins close in. Lily's heart pounded. Is he scared? Is he actually a rookie? The goblins snarled and rushed forward. Kenji exhaled slowly. Then, his right hand gripped the hilt of his sword. His body lowered slightly. Thunder breathing. Fifth form. Heat lightning. Zap. In a single instant, Kenji vanished. A streak of yellow lightning split through the corridor. Lily barely had time to blink before. Shing! A dozen goblins fell. Their bodies split apart, before vanishing into dust. Only their magic stones remained. Lily stood frozen. Her mouth slightly open. She had never seen anything like it. Not just the speed, but the absolute precision. Every movement was flawless. Kenji calmly straightened, sliding his sword back into its sheath. Then, without looking back, he spoke. Lily. Pick up the magic stones. Still stunned, Lily quickly snapped out of it. She hurried forward, gathering the scattered loot. And as she did, she stole a glance at Kenji. Her initial plan to deceive him was suddenly filled with hesitation. What kind of adventurer is he? Chapter 20, Running Away. Kenji stood still, his grip tightening around his blade. His right hand rested on the hilt, his left hand steadying the sheath. Then, his knees bent slightly. His eyes sharpened, locked onto the horde ahead. A faint hum of electricity crackled in the air. Then, yellow lightning erupted around his body. The intense glow reflected in Lily's wide eyes. What is this? She had seen many adventurers, but this was on another level. Then, Kenji drew his blade. A flash of golden light cut through the dungeon. Boom! Thunder roared, shaking the very walls. In an instant, a surge of electricity crashed forward, ripping through the charging goblins. The monsters barely had time to scream before they burned to ash. Their charred remains disintegrated, leaving behind glowing magic stones. The air sizzled. Smoke drifted upward, filling the corridor with the scent of scorched flesh. Kenji slowly exhaled and slid his blade back into its sheath. Then, without looking back, he spoke. Lily, your turn. Lily snapped out of her trance. Ah! Why wise? She hurried forward, grabbing the scattered magic stones. But as she worked, her hands trembled slightly. This man was too strong. If he found out about her plans, she wouldn't just fail. She would die. Her heart pounded. Her original idea, to steal his sword, vanished completely. Now, all she wanted was to stay alive. Kenji-sama, I've collected all the magic stones. Lily approached carefully, her voice polite, almost too polite. Kenji smiled slightly. He had already noticed her change in attitude. Good work. But don't push yourself. Rest for a bit before we continue. Lily's body tensed. This was too kind. Adventurers never spoke like this to supporters. She felt a mix of emotions. Part relief. And part unease. Still, she forced a grateful nod and sat down. But her guard never lowered. Not even for a second. Deeper into the dungeon. After a short rest, the two continued forward. Floor by floor. Kenji effortlessly cut through every monster that appeared. Soon. They reached the familiar 15th floor. Kenji stopped. Then, he turned to Lily. Lily, I'm not going any further. I have something to do here. He pointed toward a rocky high ground, a safe zone where Ace and her party had stayed before. Wait there until I'm done. Lily hesitated. This wasn't normal. Most adventurers pushed forward, going as deep as possible. But Kenji was choosing to stay here. She glanced toward the open plains, where minotaurs roamed. Something about this felt wrong. At that moment, Kenji's eyes flickered slightly. Without turning his head, he sent a silent message. Rider, watch over Lily. Hidden in the shadows, Medusa smirked. Oh my, how protective. Don't worry, Master. I'll make sure your little supporter stays safe. Kenji ignored her teasing and turned back to Lily. Lily nodded hesitantly. Alright, Kenji-sama. She didn't ask why. She didn't ask what he planned to do. She just silently obeyed. Carrying her heavy backpack, she moved toward the safe zone. Kenji watched her leave, making sure she was completely out of danger. Then, he activated enhancement magic. White patterns surged across his skin. His muscles tightened, power coiling like a spring. Then, boom! He stomped the ground. The shockwave echoed through the entire floor. Instantly, the dungeon responded. From every direction, monsters emerged. Minotaurs. Killer ants. Poison lizards. Dozens. Then hundreds. The ground shook under their weight. A tidal wave of death and destruction surged toward Kenji. But instead of fear, Kenji grinned. Up on the high ground, Lily watched in horror. What is he doing? Her hands clenched into fists. He's going to get himself killed. A powerful adventurer would fight smart. They wouldn't summon every monster at once. But Kenji was doing the opposite. He's insane. Her legs shook. And for the first time, she considered running away. If Kenji died, then she would be free. No one would know she had planned to steal from him. She could walk away, disappear. And never look back. But, as she watched him stand there, lightning crackling around his body, something inside her hesitated. He's strong. Too strong. Was he really going to die here? Or was he something far beyond what she had ever seen before? Lily's heart pounded. And she couldn't decide. Run. Or stay. Chapter 21, Smell. Lily's footsteps halted. She had been 1 second away from running. But then, Kenji's smile flashed through her mind. That kind yet confident expression. Her small fists clenched. Then, slowly, she turned back around. From the shadows, Medusa watched everything unfold. A small smirk formed on her lips. She stayed, she whispered to herself. For the first time, a flicker of respect appeared in her gaze. This girl, despite her past, had made a choice. Meanwhile, Kenji continued his training, using the endless swarm of monsters to push his limits. Lily, who had once feared for his life, now watched in silent amazement. He was untouchable. Her fear and worry from earlier felt almost foolish now. By the time the sun dipped lower, Kenji had wiped out every monster on the 15th floor. Then, without a word, he simply turned back toward the surface. Lily hurried after him. At the Adventurers Guild entrance, Kenji stopped. He weighed the bag of gold in his hands, heavier than yesterday's. Then, he took half and placed it in a separate pouch. Turning to Lily, he held it out to her. "This is yours." Lily's eyes widened. "Two can't." She stepped back, shaking her head. But Kenji cut her off before she could argue. "Take it. You earned it. And, you need the money, don't you?" His golden eyes locked onto hers. Lily froze. Her heart pounded. Kenji knew. He saw through her completely. "And one more thing," he added. "I'll be entering the dungeon every day from now on. I could use a long-term supporter. If you're interested, meet me at the entrance at 9 tomorrow morning." With that, Kenji placed the pouch in her hands. And walked away. Lily stood there, gripping the heavy pouch of gold. Her fingers tightened around it. The warmth of his words lingered in her chest. What was this feeling? She had never felt this before. For the first time in a long time. Someone had treated her like a person. As Kenji walked away, Medusa appeared beside him, her arms crossed. "Master, are you sure about this?" She cast a glance back toward Lily. There were quite a few people watching that girl today. Her tone darkened slightly. Kenji didn't even blink. "Yeah. I know." Medusa raised an eyebrow. "Then why let her go alone?" Kenji's expression didn't change. "Lily isn't weak. She just hasn't made up her mind yet. There are some things she needs to decide for herself before we help her." Medusa studied his face. Then sighed. "You really are troublesome, master." But there was a hint of admiration in her voice. By the time Kenji returned home, the sun had completely set. But, as he stepped into the courtyard, he suddenly froze. A figure stood in the pavilion, bathed in moonlight. Long golden hair. Sharp amber eyes. It was Ace. Before Kenji could say a word. "Ahai!" A furious voice rang out. From the house, Hestia stormed toward him, arms crossed tightly. "I knew it. You were out flirting again, weren't you?" Kenji sighed. "You're imagining things." Whack! He chopped her lightly on the head, causing her to squawk in protest. Then, ignoring her pouting, he turned to Ace. "You're here for the training, right?" Ace nodded once. Kenji smiled. "All right. Meet me at the East Gate City Wall tomorrow morning at 6. Ace stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly nodded again. Just as Ace turned to leave, Kenji suddenly called out. "Wait. You've been waiting here all day, haven't you?" Ace paused. Kenji smirked. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Stay for dinner before you go." For a brief second, Ace looked uncertain. Then, her stomach let out a small growl. Kenji chuckled. Hestia huffed. But in the end, Ace stayed. Later that night, Kenji laid back on the couch, relaxing. Hestia sat across from him, staring intently. He raised an eyebrow. Then, she suddenly leaned in close. Sniff. Sniff sniff. Kenji blinked. "What are you doing?" Hestia frowned deeply. "I knew it. You smell like another girl." Kenji's eye twitched. "You've been around another woman today, haven't you?" Her tiny hands clenched into fists. "You were together for a long time, too." Kenji sighed heavily. He had forgotten about Hestia's overpowered sense of smell. "You're imagining things," he said flatly. Hestia narrowed her eyes. Really? Then why do you reek of another girl's scent? Kenji looked away. It's your imagination. Hestia pouted but said nothing more. She didn't quite believe him. But for now. She let it go. As Kenji finally closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. Click. The sound of a key turning echoed in the silence. Then. The door creaked open. A soft light spilled in from the hallway. Kenji's eyes snapped open. Someone had entered his room. Chapter 22, A Goddess Trick. The door creaked open. Kenji, lying in bed, blinked. At the doorway stood Hestia, hugging a pillow, dressed in loose pajamas. Her blue eyes shimmered in the dim light. Hestia. Kenji sat up, confused. The petite goddess hesitated, then softly said. It's thundering outside. Her voice was small. Almost timid. Kenji glanced toward the window. Outside, rain poured. Lightning flashed, illuminating the sky. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Kenji raised an eyebrow. You're afraid of thunder? A goddess, afraid of weather? Hestia nodded quickly, gripping her pillow tighter. I see. Kenji sighed, shaking his head. Fine. Just, don't do anything weird, alright? The moment he agreed. Hestia's expression brightened instantly. Ah, I knew you were the best, Kenji. She practically skipped into the room, shutting the door behind her. Jumping onto the bed, she quickly snuggled up beside him, her body warm and soft. Kenji, still unconvinced, glanced at her. For someone scared of thunder, she looked way too happy. Did she plan this? A flicker of mischief danced in her eyes. Kenji sighed again. This goddess is dangerous. He reached over, turned off the lamp, and closed his eyes. In the darkness. A faint presence stirred. Hidden in the shadows of the room. A figure watched. A pair of deep violet eyes gleamed with resentment. Medusa. Invisible. Her arms crossed, expression unreadable. When dawn broke, Kenji stirred. Something heavy was on his chest. His body was restrained. What the? His arms were pinned, wrapped by soft limbs. His torso was pressed against warmth. Slowly, Kenji opened his eyes. And froze. Hestia was clinging to him. Like a koala wrapped around a tree. Her small hands were curled around his shoulders. Her legs were locked around his waist. Her face, peaceful, nuzzled into his neck. Kenji felt a sweat drop slide down his temple. This is bad. A very dangerous warmth spread through him. His eyes darted to her sleeping expression. Soft breaths. Rosy cheeks. Her pajamas, slightly loose. Kenji gulped. Control yourself. Control yourself. Taking a deep breath, he carefully lifted her arm. Then her leg. With painstaking effort, he untangled himself and slipped out of bed. After covering Hestia with the blanket, Kenji hurriedly left the room. If he stayed any longer. He wasn't sure he'd hold back. By the time Kenji reached the city wall, the sky had barely turned blue. A lone figure stood waiting. Ace Wallenstein. She was already here. Before him. Kenji blinked. You're early. Ace nodded silently. Her golden eyes locked onto him, focused. Determined. Kenji smiled. He understood that feeling. The hunger for strength. Let's begin. Kenji stood before Ace, arms crossed. Strengthening magic is different from normal spells. Ace listened intently, her sword gripped tightly. Kenji continued. This technique strengthens both the body and weapons by flowing magic through them. The stronger the user's body, the greater the effect. But He met her gaze. If you push beyond your limit, you'll break. Ace nodded once, absorbing his words. Then. She closed her eyes and concentrated. Kenji watched as golden light flickered around her sword. Her control was rough, but the potential was undeniable. 2 hours passed. By the end, Ace had barely managed to reinforce her blade. She was exhausted, but her eyes burned with determination. Kenji smirked. You'll get it soon. Ace suddenly lowered herself to the ground. Then. She motioned for Kenji to come closer. Kenji blinked. What? Without a word, Ace gently pulled him down. And rested his head on her lap. A lap pillow. Kenji's eyes widened. Ace? Ace's expression remained neutral, her fingers idly running through his hair. This is, thanks. Kenji's brain stopped working. What? Tiona and Tioni said this is the best way to thank you. And you believe them? Ace nodded. Kenji's lips twitched. I need to thank those two later. Still. A soft breeze blew across the city wall. Ace's fingers gently brushed through his hair. Kenji closed his eyes. For a moment. Just for a moment. He let himself relax. After 10 minutes, Kenji stood up. That was dangerous. Ace tilted her head. Kenji cleared his throat. I have to go. He turned, heading toward the dungeon entrance. Ace simply watched him go. Her fingers, where Kenji's hair had been, lingered in the air. Her golden eyes shimmered. Strength. She clenched her fist. And made a silent vow. Kenji quickened his pace, heading toward the Labyrinth City's core. As he walked, he murmured to himself. The only path forward, is getting stronger. His eyes burned with resolve. With each step. His legend continued to grow. And deep within the dungeon. Something was waiting for him. Chapter 23, A Gaze from the Shadows. T/N, check out our newest addition to the library, Multi-Crossover. Start by taking Yutaha's virginity. I can truly say that was addictive as it made me a workhorse for it, making me pump out 30+ chapter within 2 weeks. P.S. MC have a harem plus Mangekyo Sharingan. ####. Kenji strode toward the dungeon entrance, his mind focused. Then. A heat. A gaze so intense it felt like flames licking his skin. It wasn't hostile. No. It was hungry. Fascinated. Kenji's golden eyes sharpened, scanning the towering Babel Tower in the distance. The feeling vanished instantly. TCH. His fingers twitched against the hilt of his sword. But there was nothing. No lingering trace. With a quiet sigh, Kenji turned away and kept walking. At the dungeon's entrance, a small figure stood waiting. A girl, barely over his waist in height. A massive backpack nearly swallowed her entire frame. Her red-purple hair peeked from beneath her hood. Lord Kenji. Lilaruka Arde's face lit up the moment she spotted him. She took 2 small steps forward, smiling brightly. Kenji returned a small nod, stepping beside her. Without a word, they descended into the dungeon. Far above, in the tallest spire of Babel Tower. A woman collapsed onto her throne, gasping. Her pale fingers trembled against her own lips. Her body, flushed with heat. Her breath hitched. That light. That soul. A radiance she had never seen before. She shuddered, clutching her arms. I must have him. Freya, the goddess of beauty, smiled in ecstasy. 5 days later. Kenji's daily routine had become almost mechanical. Mornings were spent on the city wall, training Ace in magic reinforcement. Afternoons were for dungeon exploration with Lily. Evenings were filled with status updates and refining his skills. Lily had grown used to him. More than that, she had grown to trust him. At the dungeon entrance, Lily tilted her head. "Lord Kenji, are we heading to the 16th floor again today?" Kenji glanced at her. "Not exactly. We're going to the 17th floor today. If possible. I want to take down the big guy there." Lily's eyes widened. "The big guy? You mean Goliath?" Kenji nodded. Lily swallowed hard. The Goliath, a Titan-class dungeon boss, was at least LV4 in strength. But after spending 5 days with Kenji, she had seen his power firsthand. If anyone could do it, he could. Without another word, she followed him inside. The 17th floor was different. No twisting tunnels. No interconnected chambers. Just a vast, empty battlefield. Massive stone walls enclosed the area. And at the center, a single monster awaited. As Kenji and Lily stepped onto the floor. Crack, boom. The walls split apart. Chunks of rock and debris tumbled down. A massive hand emerged first, clawing free from the stone. Then a monstrous figure pulled itself from the earth. 6 meters tall. Thick, unbreakable hide. Burning red eyes. Goliath. It let out a thunderous roar, shaking the entire floor. Then it charged. Like a landslide of flesh and muscle, barreling straight for them. Lily staggered backward. She had never felt such crushing force before. But then Kenji's voice reached her. "Stay back." As Goliath thundered forward. A golden light ignited in Kenji's grasp. A sword unlike any other materialized. The sword of promised victory, Excalibur. Lily stared in awe. She felt it. A presence so holy, so radiant, that it made her eyes sting. Kenji lifted the legendary blade overhead. Light gathered around him, swirling like a golden storm. "This is..." Lily's voice was barely a whisper. "The radiance of the gods." Her hands trembled. For a moment, she forgot her fear. She forgot everything. All she felt was awe. The light intensified. Then Kenji swung down. Excalibur. A searing golden beam erupted forward. The very air shuddered. The floor split apart. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves roaring through the battlefield. And in an instant, Goliath was gone. Not even its magic crystal remained. The boss had been vaporized completely. The battlefield fell silent. Kenji lowered his sword. His golden light faded. Then his eye twitched. Damn. He glanced around the battlefield. There was nothing left. Even Goliath's loot, its rare magic crystal, had been destroyed. I probably shouldn't use Excalibur in the dungeon again. Lily, still frozen in shock, slowly turned to look at him. Kenji coughed awkwardly. Oops. Then. Ding. A voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have killed Goliath and obtained a 3-star treasure chest. Kenji's eyebrow lifted. Oh. He checked his system space. There. A black and gold chest shimmered, waiting. Kenji smirked. Open. The chest glowed brightly. Then vanished. A new item appeared in his inventory. Item acquired, one-time use of Longinus' true name release. A single-use card with a crimson spear emblazoned upon it. Kenji's eyes widened slightly. Longinus? Chapter 25, Chapter 24, A Hero's Gamble. Kenji walked casually, but his steps were purposeful. Ahead, Lilaruka Arde moved cautiously, her small figure blending into the shadows of an alley. Kenji didn't stop. He followed. From the moment he handed over her share of gold, he had expected this. And now, he was about to see for himself. Behind him, Medusa's amused voice echoed in his mind. "Little master, are you finally playing the hero to save the damsel in distress?" Kenji rolled his eyes. He didn't answer. Instead, he watched. And waited. Lily entered a narrow alleyway. She didn't hesitate, as if this was routine. Waiting in the darkness were several burly men, each one a member of the Soma Familia. At their center stood a large man wielding a rusted scimitar. He sneered, extending a greedy hand. "Hand it over." Lily, her small hands trembling, placed her gold pouch in his palm. The man weighed the bag, grinning. "This kid's a real fat sheep." Another laughed coldly. "As long as he keeps paying, we milk him dry." "Better not lose him, Lily," a third sneered, stepping closer. "You know what happens if you mess up." Lily flinched but said nothing. Her hands clenched into fists. Her heart pounded. She hated this. Hated them. Hated herself. She closed her eyes. "Someone, please." Then. A voice. Smooth. Playful. From behind them. "Well, well. I didn't know I was such a popular cash cow." The men froze. Lily's eyes snapped open. She turned. At the entrance of the alley, bathed in the glow of a street lamp, Kenji stood there, smiling. His hand rested on his sword. Casual. But deadly. The Soma thug stiffened. They knew him. They had been watching him for days. And now. He was here. The leader of the group, a level 3 adventurer, stepped forward. He gritted his teeth but forced a smirk. "You just made a mistake, kid. You could have kept feeding us without trouble, but now." He raised his scimitar. "We'll just rob you directly." Weapons were drawn. A dozen hostile gazes locked onto Kenji. He sighed. "Really?" His right hand tightened on his blade's hilt. Orange lightning crackled along the metal. The air hummed with energy. Then. He moved. Flash. A golden arc of lightning tore through the alley. Then, silence. 7 men froze in place. Their eyes wide. Their bodies stiff. The leader trembled. "Impossible." He barely choked out the words. "You're just a..." Thud. They all collapsed. One by one. Lily watched in horror, but also awe. In mere seconds. Kenji had ended it. Kenji stepped over the bodies without a glance. Lily kept her head low. She expected anger. Expected punishment. She had lied to him. Used him. She had betrayed his kindness. But instead. She felt a warm touch on her head. Kenji's hand. Soft. Firm. She looked up, eyes wide. "Lily." His voice was calm. "I was waiting for you to ask for help." Lily trembled. I. Kenji knelt to her level. "I already knew." Her breath hitched. "The Soma Familia? Their corruption? I knew." Lily stared. "You knew, and you still." Kenji smiled slightly. "You're stronger than you think, Lily. But even the strong need a little help sometimes." Her eyes burned. Tears fell silently down her cheeks. For the first time in years. She didn't feel alone. Kenji stood up. His back to the moonlight. "Lily," he said simply. "If you want to change." His eyes met hers. "Then start by choosing your own path." Lily clutched her chest. Her heart ached. But it wasn't pain. It was something else. Hope. Chapter 25, The Conversion Ceremony. Kenji's voice was calm. The pursuit of a better life is natural. Lily, you did nothing wrong. He smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We're companions, aren't we? His voice was firm. Lilaruka froze. Her eyes widened, shimmering with unshed tears. Then she lunged forward. Small arms wrapped tightly around Kenji's waist. A sob escaped her lips as she buried her face in his chest. All the pain. All the loneliness. They collapsed in that single moment. Kenji sighed softly, gently patting her head. It's okay. A promise. A vow. Then, he spoke once more. Lily, I officially invite you to join the Hestia Familia. Lily tensed. Then, slowly. She nodded. A new path had opened. A path she chose for herself. Kenji didn't hesitate. He turned, stepping forward. Come on, we need to make it official. Lily's eyes widened. Sir Kenji, wait. You're not really going to face them, are you? Kenji smiled confidently. Just watch. With that, he marched forward, Lily following behind with nervous steps. The destination? The Soma Familia's mansion. The large iron gates of the Soma Familia creaked as Kenji pushed them open. The courtyard was littered with adventurers, lounging carelessly. The moment Kenji and Lily stepped inside, all eyes locked onto them. A man with narrow, sinister eyes stepped forward. Sunny's Rustera. LV2. The so-called wine-keeper of the Soma Familia. His smile was sharp. Bringing outsiders into the Familia grounds, Lily Luca. His voice was low, calculating. You should know better. Lily flinched. Her breath hitched. The fear was still there. Kenji stepped forward. His eyes, cold. I want to see Soma. Sunny's narrowed his gaze. God, Soma isn't someone just anyone can meet. His grin widened. And calling a god by name? That's just rude. His hand lifted. Boys. More than a dozen armed adventurers surrounded Kenji. Swords drawn. Eyes burning with hostility. Sunny sneered. You should have left quietly. Kenji chuckled. You should have shut up. Then. He moved. Kenji's magic circuits ignited. A shockwave erupted from his body, cracking the ground beneath him. Before anyone could react, he vanished. Boom! An adventurer flew backward, crashing into a stone pillar. Crack! Another's arm twisted unnaturally, his weapon clattering to the ground. One by one, each fighter fell. Screams echoed in the courtyard. In mere seconds, the battle was over. Kenji stood alone, untouched, amidst a sea of broken warriors. Lily stared in shock. Sunny's? He was barely breathing, his face swollen beyond recognition. Kenji crouched beside him. Voice soft. Dangerous. Now. Take me to Soma. Sunny's, trembling, barely able to stand, nodded frantically. Kenji smirked. Good boy. The deepest room of the mansion smelled of fermented wine. Kenji pushed open the heavy wooden doors. Inside. A small man in a white robe sat before a massive distillery, pouring liquid from one flask to another. His eyes, dull, unfocused. He didn't react to their entrance. Or to the groaning body of Sunny's, who collapsed beside him. Soma. Kenji's voice was firm. You are Soma. The god didn't look up. Kenji scowled. I want a conversion ceremony. Silence. Then. Soma finally glanced up. His gaze drifted lazily to Lily. He blinked once. Then, with the calmest expression, he simply nodded. No anger. No sadness. No resistance. Just detached acceptance. He performed the ritual without a word. Then, as if nothing had happened, he returned to his brewing. Like Lily had never existed. Lily stood frozen. Her hands trembled. She had imagined this moment for so long. A final confrontation. A chance to be acknowledged. To be told she mattered. Instead. Nothing. Not even a goodbye. Her fingers tightened into fists. Her chest ached. Then. Kenji's warm hand rested on her shoulder. She looked up. His eyes were gentle. No words were needed. Lily took a deep breath. Then. She turned away. She walked toward the door. Without looking back. Without hesitation. She had already chosen her path. And this time. She wouldn't walk it alone. Chapter 26, A New Beginning. Kenji stopped at the threshold. His voice, calm yet sharp. Humans are weak. They are flawed. But that's why they need guidance. His gaze hardened. You never gave your familia that guidance. You abandoned them before they could even try. He turned his back to the silent god. You are the worst deity I've ever seen. A pause. For the first time, Soma flinched. Kenji walked away. Never looking back. Whether Soma would change or not was no longer his concern. The Hestia Familia residence. Kenji barely stepped inside before. You. A wailing sound filled the room. Kenji froze. A small blur launched toward him. Slam. Hestia clung to him with teary eyes, puffing her cheeks in frustration. You traitor. Kenji blinked. Hestia pointed at Lily. First ace, now this adorable little thing. You're collecting girls like magic crystals. Lily awkwardly fidgeted under Hestia's burning glare. Kenji sighed. This is Lily. She's joining our familia. Silence. She pouted. Well, fine. Then. She grabbed Lily's hands. But. You have one duty. Lily tilted her head. Hestia's expression turned serious. You must make sure no other girls steal Kenji away. Kenji facepalmed. Lily blinked. Then, with a sly smile. Of course, Lady Hestia. But, what if I steal him for myself? Hestia gasped. Kenji sighed harder. Before the two could start bickering like children, he flicked their foreheads. Enough. Lily, let's finish your conversion ceremony. The ritual was quick. The moment it was done, a new divine symbol glowed on Lily's back. She was now officially a part of the Hestia Familia. Lily stared at the mark in awe. Her chest tightened. For the first time. She had a home. Oh, right. Kenji sat up. Hestia, check my status. He laid down on the sofa. Hestia's eyes sparkled. She bit her finger, letting a drop of divine blood fall onto Kenji's back. The moment it touched his skin, the divine script appeared. Then. Hestia's eyes widened in shock. Kenji. She jumped onto his back, squeezing him tightly. You did it. Kenji blinked. You've officially ranked up. You are now LV2. A pause. Then. Hestia grinned mischievously. You're now the fastest adventurer to reach LV2 in all of Orario. Kenji chuckled. I do work hard. Hestia ignored him. Now, pick your development skill. Kenji thought for a moment. 3 options appeared. Magic Guide, enhances magic spells. Swordsman, improves swordsmanship. Abnormal resistance, reduces negative effects. Kenji didn't hesitate. Swordsman. Hestia nodded. She pressed her finger onto his back, locking in his choice. As soon as she finished, she leaned on him again, grinning. Kenji, you're so strong now. Kenji felt his eye twitch. Hestia, please get off me. A giggle. Lily, watching from the side, crossed her arms. Lady Hestia, this is inappropriate. Hestia stuck her tongue out. Kenji ignored them both. He stood up and stretched. Then. He smirked. To celebrate, let's eat out. The three left for the hostess of fertility, the most famous adventurer's tavern in Ororio. On the way. Hestia and Lily clung to each of Kenji's arms, secretly competing for his attention. Kenji sighed. Then, in his mind. System, show me my stats. Physical strength, peak mid-rank devil. Energy, peak mid-rank devil. Abilities, reinforcement magic, thunder breathing, fireball technique. Weapons, Nicaran sword, Excalibur, Longinus spear, one-time use. Companions, Medusa, rider. Overall rating, high-rank devil, with hidden potential. Kenji grinned. His strength had grown tremendously. But he wasn't satisfied yet. He needed to be stronger. For himself. For the Hestia Familia. For the battles yet to come. Welcome. A cheerful voice greeted them. A young waitress with sky-blue hair smiled warmly. Kenji stepped inside. The smell of grilled meat and ale filled the air. The night was just beginning. Chapter 27, The Price. The hostess of fertility, a lively tavern filled with adventurers from all over Ororio. Kenji, Hestia, and Lilaruka stepped inside, greeted by the warm scent of roasted meat and freshly baked bread. Welcome. A soft voice called out. A young waitress with grayish hair and bright eyes approached their table. Sir Flova. Kenji recognized her instantly, a kind-hearted girl who often helped adventurers, yet carried an air of mystery. Lady Hestia. And, two adventurers. Would you like to try our special today? Hestia beamed at the attention. Yes. One for each of us. Sir smiled and nodded before heading off, leaving Kenji to glance around the tavern. The place was packed. Loud laughter, the clinking of mugs, and the scent of fine ale filled the air. At the next table. Drink up. We made a fortune today. Ha. We'll live like kings tonight. Kenji chuckled softly. Adventurers lived by the thrill of the dungeon and the joy of a full mug at night. But his sharp eyes also caught something else. The staff of this place weren't ordinary. A tall woman behind the bar, Mia Grand, the former captain of the Freya Familia. A graceful elf waitress, moving silently between tables, Rio Lion, a level 4 adventurer. Even the catgirl waitresses had unusual presence. This wasn't just a tavern. It was a stronghold. Not long after, Sir returned with their meals. The scent of seafood pasta and freshly baked bread filled their table. Lilaruka blinked in surprise at the massive portions in front of them. Kenji smirked. As an adventurer, if you don't eat enough, you won't last long in the dungeon. Sir chuckled. It's common for newcomers to be surprised. Hestia wasted no time. She grabbed her fork and dug in happily, eyes sparkling with joy. Kenji and Lilaruka followed, savoring the delicious flavors. But then. Thud. A heavy mug slammed onto their table. Kenji's eyes narrowed. A large, drunken adventurer stood before them. A pig-faced man reeking of alcohol. His small, beady eyes locked onto Hestia and Lilaruka. Hey, kid. New around here? Kenji said nothing. The man sneered. Drinking juice? Pathetic. Want me to teach you how to drink? His eyes gleamed with something ugly as he glanced at Hestia and Lilaruka. Or better yet, how about your little friends here join us instead? Lilaruka froze. Hestia's face darkened. Kenji put down his fork. His voice was calm. Get lost. The drunkard's friends at the next table laughed. Oh ho, Captain Baemon got ignored by a rookie. The man's face twisted with anger. You little sh. He swung his fist at Kenji. Kenji moved. His right hand gripped the handle of his Nichiren blade. But before he could draw it. That's enough. A green blur appeared. Thwack. The man's fist was caught midair. Then. A swift kick. He was sent flying, crashing into the floor. Kenji raised an eyebrow. The elf waitress stood between them. Rio Lion. Her expression was unreadable. This is a place to eat, not to fight, she said coldly. Behind the bar, Mia Grand's voice boomed. Anyone who causes trouble gets thrown out. You hear me? The tavern fell silent. Even the rowdiest adventurers froze. Baemon, humiliated, scrambled back to his table. His friends whispered, shooting Kenji dirty looks. Then, they quickly paid their bill and left. The tavern returned to normal. Kenji watched the men leave. Then, he stood up. Hestia. Lilaruka. Eat without me for a bit. Hestia blinked. Lilaruka hesitated. But they nodded. Kenji walked toward the exit. Mia Grand, still behind the counter, sighed. Kid, he was just a drunk fool. Let it go. Kenji paused. His voice was calm. If he had only insulted me, I would have ignored him. But he tried to lay hands on my people. He turned his gaze to Mia. His golden eyes glowed faintly. That was his mistake. Then, without another word, he walked out. Mia and Rio exchanged glances. Mia sighed again, shaking her head. Poor bastard. Outside the tavern. The group of drunken adventurers stumbled into a narrow alleyway. Baemon cursed under his breath. Damn rookie, making me look bad. One of his friends scoffed. Forget him. The guy didn't even fight back. Baemon gritted his teeth. TCH. Next time, I'll. There won't be a next time. A voice cut through the darkness. The men froze. Kenji stepped out of the shadows. His hand rested on his sword. His eyes were sharp. Baemon's face paled. What do you want? Kenji's voice was low. I told you to leave. He took another step. A crackle of yellow lightning danced along his blade. Baemon staggered back. Hey, listen. Kenji disappeared. Then. Thunderclap. A flash of lightning. The alley exploded with sound. The adventurers screamed. When the light faded, Baemon and his men lay on the ground, unconscious. Kenji sheathed his sword. His golden eyes glowed in the darkness. I don't give second warnings. He turned. And vanished into the night. Kenji returned. Hestia and Lilaruka looked up. Kenji sat back down, picking up his fork. Hestia pouted. You didn't do anything crazy, right? Kenji smirked. Nope. Lilaruka stared at him. Then, she sighed and smiled. Seer approached. Would you like dessert? Kenji chuckled. Yeah. Why not? The night continued. But in the streets of Orario, the whispers had already begun. A new force has arrived in the city. Chapter 28, An Invitation. The blood had already dried in the alley. The fight was over, and Kenji had returned to the hostess of fertility, rejoining Hestia and Lilaruka as if nothing had happened. They finished their meal, paid, and left for home. As they walked through the dimly lit streets of Ororio, a desperate voice echoed from an alley nearby. "Lord Goddess, please let me join your familia and become an adventurer." Kenji paused. That voice. Peering into the alley, he saw a white-haired boy standing before a tall, muscular Amazon woman. His clothes were plain, his build was small, he barely looked strong enough to wield a weapon, let alone survive in the dungeon. The Amazon woman scoffed. "Kid, you're way too scrawny to be an adventurer. Come back when you're stronger," she sneered. "Or if you've got money, then we can talk." The boy flinched. His hands clenched into fists, but he didn't argue. Instead, he bowed his head and turned away, shoulders trembling with disappointment. Kenji recognized him immediately. Bel Cranel. The boy who, in another timeline, would rise to become one of Orario's strongest adventurers. The protagonist of this world. And most importantly, Kenji could see it. Floating above Bel's head, a 4-star treasure chest. Condition to unlock, recruit Bel Cranel into the Hestia Familia. Kenji smirked. Easy. As Bel stepped onto the main street, head still down, Kenji called out. "Hey, kid. Looking for a familia?" Bel froze. Slowly, he looked up, eyes wide with shock. "Why wise, I am," he stammered. Kenji crossed his arms. "My name's Kenji. Captain of the Hestia Familia," he said smoothly. Then, motioning to the two girls beside him, he added, "This is Lilaruka, our supporter, and Hestia, our goddess." Bel's jaw dropped. A goddess was standing right in front of him, and she was smiling at him. "You're looking for a familia, right?" Kenji continued. "Why not join ours?" Bel's heart nearly stopped. A familia was offering to take him in. Just like that. After days of rejections. He looked at Kenji, then at Hestia, whose bright blue eyes sparkled with warmth. You really mean it?" Bel asked, almost afraid this was a cruel joke. Hestia giggled. "Of course. Our familia may be small, but we take care of each other." Bel clenched his fists. His dream, to become a great adventurer, it was finally happening. The air was still as Bel stood frozen in disbelief before he shouted with enthusiasm. "To accept." Kenji chuckled. The kid was shouting from such excitement just because he got accepted in a familia. "Well then," he confirmed with a nod. "Welcome to the Hestia Familia." Tears welled up in Bel's eyes. He turned to Hestia, as if seeking reassurance that this wasn't just some cruel joke. Hestia, though surprised by Kenji's decision, simply smiled and nodded. If Kenji saw something special in this boy, that was good enough for her. With that, they brought Bel back to their familia's home, where Hestia performed the conversion ceremony. The divine script of her blessing burned onto Bel's back, marking him as a true member of the Hestia Familia. And at that moment, Kenji's system notification rang. Ding! 4-star treasure chest acquired. Later that night, inside his room, Kenji wasted no time. He sat on the edge of his bed, eyes locked on the glowing chest in his system space. "System, open it." A bright light erupted as the treasure chest clicked open. The moment it did, golden chains snaked out, floating ominously in the air. Kenji's eyes narrowed. "Congratulations. You have obtained the Heaven's Chain, a divine weapon specialized in restraining gods and divine beings." Kenji exhaled sharply. "First, I get a god-killing ability, and now, a divine restraint tool." He smirked. "Are you trying to turn me into a god hunter?" Just as he was processing this, a familiar weight pressed against his side. Renji. Kenji turned to see Hestia lying next to him, her usual spot ever since that thunderstorm. She looked up at him, her large blue eyes shimmering with curiosity. "What's so special about Bel?" she asked. Kenji leaned back, folding his arms. "He's got talent. More than anyone else in Orario. Hestia blinked, surprised by his certainty. If I had to guess, I'd say he has the potential to surpass even the strongest adventurers in this city, Kenji continued. Hestia pouted slightly. So you're saying I got lucky, huh? Kenji grinned, brushing a hand through her raven black hair. No, he said. I'd say Belle got lucky. With that, the two settled in for the night. Sunlight streamed through the windows as Kenji stretched, feeling well rested. Today, there was no dungeon diving, instead, he had something else planned. Belle, Lilaruka, Kenji said as they stood in the living room, we're going shopping. Belle blinked. Shopping. Lilaruka immediately narrowed her eyes. Captain, do you mean, equipment shopping? Kenji nodded. Belle stiffened. But isn't that really expensive? Kenji raised a hand. It's your welcome gift, he said casually. Every adventurer needs good gear. Consider it an investment. Both Belle and Lilaruka exchanged glances. Then. Captain, you're amazing. Belle almost teared up on the spot. Lilaruka, ever the practical one, just grinned. Guess I picked the right familia, huh? Hephaestus Familia's forge. The moment they stepped into the shop, Belle's jaw hit the floor. Swords, daggers, armor, everything gleamed under the forge's warm light. Each item had a price tag so high that Belle's legs almost gave out. At 5 million valis for a dagger, he nearly collapsed. Kenji waved him off. Relax, we're getting quality. No cheap junk. After an hour of browsing, they finalized their purchases. For Lilaruka, Kenji got a reinforced backpack made from monster hide, 100,000 valis. A light yet durable armor, 5 million valis. A repeating crossbow for ranged attacks, 3,500,000 valis. For Belle, Kenji bought a full set of lightweight armor, 8 million valis. A pair of enchanted twin blades, one long, one short, 4 million valis. In total, over 17 million valis spent. Belle nearly had a heart attack. Kenji, meanwhile, barely blinked. Kenji. Belle looked overwhelmed. Kenji placed a hand on his shoulder. Make sure you don't die, he said simply. Belle nodded fiercely. As they walked through the Familia's gates, Hestia was already waiting for them. She stood in the courtyard, arms crossed, practically bouncing on her feet. Renji, she called. I have good news. Kenji raised an eyebrow. What kind of news? Hestia's grin widened. You're going to love this. Chapter 29, The Banquet of the Gods. Kenji raised an eyebrow. Good news? Hestia beamed with excitement, practically bouncing on her heels. There's a divine banquet happening tomorrow. And this time, gods can bring their Familia members with them. Lilaruka's ears perked up. A divine banquet? Yep. Hestia puffed out her chest proudly. I'm finally a goddess with a Familia. That means I can attend without feeling embarrassed. And, Renji, I'm bringing you. Kenji chuckled, already expecting this. But before he could say anything, Lilaruka suddenly latched onto his arm. Then I'm coming too, she declared. Hestia froze, her smile twitching. Wait, what? No, just me and Kenji. Lilaruka narrowed her eyes. Why? Because someone has to stay behind to guard the Familia. Hestia sputtered. Lilaruka smirked. Belle can do that. Hestia flinched. Belle, who had been silently watching, suddenly felt targeted. Why am I being offered up like this? And just like that, Lilaruka won the argument. Under the glow of chandeliers, the grand manor radiated elegance. It was massive, a sprawling estate, easily over 100,000 square meters, with lush gardens and towering marble pillars. Inside, divine figures mingled in groups, laughter and chatter filling the air. Gods from across Orario stood together, some drinking, others scheming. And among them, Renji, open your mouth, ah. Hestia held up a delicate pastry, practically shoving it toward Kenji's mouth. Before he could react. Kenjikan, this one is better, Lilaruka intercepted, offering a perfectly cut slice of steak on a fork. Both women locked eyes, tension crackling between them. A silent war had begun. Kenji sighed, used to this by now. But before things could escalate. Oi! If it ain't the little pipsqueak Hestia. A loud, mocking voice rang through the banquet. Hestia twitched. Everyone turned as a tall, red-haired woman strode toward them with a cocky grin. Loki. Well, Loki continued, stopping in front of them. I heard you finally got a familia. Took you long enough. Then she grinned wider, leaning down with a wicked glint in her eye. But tell me, Hestia, have you gotten even shorter since last time? Silence. The room froze. The moment those words left Loki's mouth, Kenji swore he heard something snap inside Hestia. A dark aura erupted around her. You. Hestia slowly looked up. Then, she smirked. And you, Hestia countered, eyes flickering toward Loki's chest, are as flat as ever. Loki's face darkened instantly. Kenji blinked. Did she just? You little brat, Loki lunged. Hestia dodged, grabbing her by the face. Loki retaliated, grabbing Hestia's head in return. And then, before anyone could stop them, the goddess war began. Hair pulled. Insults thrown. Divine dignity gone. The other gods. They watched with interest. Ah, good old Hestia and Loki, one god mused. They never change, another chuckled. Meanwhile, Kenji rubbed his temples. Should I step in? No need, a calm voice replied. Kenji turned, his gaze landing on a familiar golden-haired knight. Ace, he greeted. Ace nodded slightly. Loki does this a lot. It's fine. Kenji chuckled. I can tell. But then. The banquet hall fell silent. A wave of intense presence swept over the room. All eyes turned toward the staircase. Descending slowly was a goddess so breathtakingly beautiful that it felt unreal. Freya. Draped in a silver dress, she exuded an otherworldly charm, her every step elegant and deliberate. Beside her stood a towering warrior clad in black armor, the strongest adventurer in Orario, Otter. Gasps echoed through the hall. Kenji's eyes narrowed. Freya. Unlike others, he wasn't captivated. But Freya. She was looking straight at him. And she smiled. Equals. Chapter 30, A God's Challenge. Kenji's gaze flickered toward the grand staircase where Freya stood, descending gracefully. She was beautiful, undeniably so, but to him, that was all she was. His interest lay elsewhere. Behind Freya stood Otter, the strongest adventurer in Orario. The sheer beast-like aura radiating from him was unmistakable. Their eyes met briefly. Kenji could tell, physically, they were evenly matched. But while Kenji studied Otter, Freya's gaze remained fixed on him. Renji, don't look at her. Suddenly, Hestia tackled him, wrapping around his head like an overprotective octopus. Her small hands clamped over his eyes, her legs squeezing his torso. Everyone who looks at her gets enchanted and devoured. No bones left, she exclaimed. Kenji let out a helpless sigh, gently peeling Hestia off his face. Hestia, I'm not that easy to charm, he said. But she's really not as beautiful as you, he cut in smoothly, smirking as he held her in his arms. And as a goddess, you're more than enough for me. Hestia froze. Her face turned red. Lilaruka gritted her teeth. Damn it. He's too smooth. Just as the moment grew tense, a soft voice cut through the air. Hestia, Loki, your relationship is as entertaining as ever. Freya had approached them. Her silver eyes shimmered with undisguised amusement as she glanced at the fuming Hestia and the smirking Loki. You again, Loki scoffed. TCH, fine, I'll let the pipsqueak off this time. She gave Kenji one last lingering glance, then turned to Ace. Come on, let's go. Ace hesitated for a second, glanced at Kenji, then silently followed Loki. The moment Loki left, Freya shifted her attention to Hestia. I heard you finally formed a familia, she said smoothly. Congratulations. Hestia's mood soured immediately. She crossed her arms and huffed. Yeah. Thanks, I guess. Freya's eyes briefly flickered toward Kenji, then to Lilaruka. Lilaruka stiffened. A cold sensation ran down her spine, as if her dungeon, he had felt it, an unseen gaze watching him from the top of Babel Tower. It was her all along. A loud clap rang through the hall. Welcome, dear gods and familia. All heads turned to the stage, where a golden-haired man in regal attire stood with open arms. Apollo. This banquet is special, Apollo announced. For the first time, gods can bring their familia members. Murmurs of approval spread through the room. But Apollo raised a hand. There is another matter I must address. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes. He snapped his fingers. 2 adventurers dragged in a stretcher. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Kenji's expression didn't change. I was wondering when this would happen. Lilaruka's eyes widened. That's... Hestia paled. On the stretcher lay Bediaman, the drunken adventurer Kenji had cut down nights ago. His entire right arm was gone, his body bandaged like a mummy. This poor, unfortunate soul, Apollo said dramatically. A devoted member of my familia, brutally attacked. His gaze locked onto Kenji. And the culprit, is none other than Kenji of the Hestia familia. A tense silence fell over the room. Some gods chuckled, already knowing where this was going. Others watched with interest, waiting to see how Hestia's familia would handle this. Kenji met Apollo's gaze directly. He already knew, this wasn't about justice. This was about war. Chapter 31, War Games. You're lying. He was the one who started it. Lilaruka's furious voice cut through the banquet hall, her small hands clenched into fists. She glared at Apollo, who stood confidently on the stage, spinning the story in his favor. But the gathered gods. They didn't care about the truth. They cared about entertainment. Apollo smiled, his golden eyes flickering with amusement. Since both sides claim different things, why don't we settle it the way gods do? A war game between our familia. The hall fell silent. Hestia's expression darkened instantly. You're joking, she said coldly. If we win, Apollo continued, ignoring her, I want the criminal, Kenji, handed over to me. A murmur spread through the crowd. Many gods smirked knowingly. They knew Apollo's obsession with beautiful things. They also knew this challenge wasn't about revenge. It was about ownership. Kenji's eyes sharpened. He could feel Apollo's predatory gaze on him. This wasn't a challenge. It was a claim. That's impossible. Hestia snapped. Our familia only has 3 people. You have an entire army. Apollo simply shrugged. War games are fair, if both parties agree. Kenji stepped forward. His voice was calm, but his presence filled the room. I accept. Kenji. Hestia spun toward him in shock. You don't have to. It's fine, he said smoothly with confidence. But I have my own conditions. Apollo's smile wavered. Oh. If I win, Kenji said, I want 2 of your familia members. And the rest of your familia, including you, must leave Orario forever. The crowd gasped. That was no small demand. Apollo's smile twitched. A tense pause. Then. Very well, Apollo said, forcing a grin. You have courage. I like that. His golden eyes glowed. Then let it be decided, war games in 3 days. 3 days later. Kenji stood alone on a vast plain. Ahead of him loomed a fortress. The Apollo Familia's base. From the ramparts, dozens of armored adventurers stood ready. Waiting. Watching. Inside a private viewing chamber within Babel Tower, the gods had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Yo, Hestia. Apollo grinned smugly as she entered the viewing area. You sure you don't want to back out? Hestia ignored him. She scanned the viewing screens, her gaze locking onto Kenji's lone figure. A hand touched her shoulder. It was Hephaestus. You trust him? The red-haired goddess asked. Hestia exhaled, her fingers clutching her skirt. I do, she whispered. He's the best child I've ever seen. Hephaestus nodded. Then let's watch history happen. The countdown started. Across Orario, citizens crowded around magical projections broadcasting the war game. Lilaruka and Bell stood among the spectators, hearts pounding. Kenji-sama. Lilaruka whispered. Kenji can win, Bell said, clenching his fists. Meanwhile, in the Loki Familia's camp, the goddess Loki sighed dramatically. That idiot, she muttered. Taking on a whole Familia alone. Tiona grinned. I dunno, Loki. I kinda like this guy's style. The countdown hit 0. Kenji moved swiftly. And the war game began. Chapter 33, It's Too Late. Loki leaned back in her seat, arms crossed, watching the magical screen with an amused smirk. So, this kid thinks he can take on an entire Familia by himself? But Ace, standing quietly behind her, kept her golden eyes locked on the battle. He can win, she said simply. Tiona grinned. Yep. Kenji's way stronger than you think, Loki. Loki raised an eyebrow, glancing at the screen again. Ha. Guess I'll find out soon enough. Kenji stood motionless a few hundred meters from Apollo Familia's war fortress. A massive castle, its walls lined with armored adventurers. He was alone. Or so it seemed. Hidden in the shadows beside him, Medusa, Ryder, awaited orders. Ryder, get them out, Kenji said, not taking his eyes off the fortress. The next attack might accidentally vaporize them. Medusa smirked, vanishing into the night. Inside the fortress, Cassandra was panicking. Daphne, we need to leave, she cried, clutching her friend's arm. The light, it's coming. If we don't run, we'll die. Daphne sighed. You and your dreams again. It's just one guy. He's only level 2. There's no way. Then, a voice whispered behind them. Premonition magic. A rare gift, Medusa purred. The two girls whipped around, eyes widening. Who? Medusa was already behind them. With a flicker of movement, she struck both their necks, knocking them unconscious before they could scream. She hoisted them over her shoulders. 2 gifts for the little master, she murmured, vanishing from the fortress. The Apollo Familia adventurers on the fortress walls were growing impatient. Why is he just standing there? One grumbled. Is he scared? Should we just rush him? Another suggested. Shut up, their captain, Hyacinthus, snapped. If we lose focus, we're dead. That guy took down Bet with 1 strike. He's not normal. But despite his warning, an uneasy tension filled the air. Something was coming. Then. Kenji smiled. He raised his right hand and pulled something from the void. A golden sword. Light gathered around him, swirling into a radiant storm. Hyacinthus' eyes widened. All mages, defense magic now. From the fortress walls, dozens of spellcasters began chanting frantically, layering protective barriers. Archers raised their bows, firing a barrage of arrows. Spearmen launched javelins. Kenji didn't move. He lifted the sword of promised victory high above his head. Exca. Golden light erupted from the blade. The very air trembled. Inside the god's viewing chamber, Freya gasped, clutching her chest. He's mine. The gods whispered among themselves. A sword that radiates divinity. The sword of the king. The sword of salvation. What in the heavens? Even Loki's playful smirk disappeared. What the hell is that sword? Kenji's voice echoed across the battlefield. Liber. A pillar of golden destruction erupted forward. The Apollo Familia fortress vanished. The battlefield shook violently. The barriers shattered instantly. The adventurers screamed. Then, silence. Dust settled. Where the castle had once stood, there was now only scorched earth. The war game was over. Chapter 32, One-Hit Kills. The gods watching the war game were speechless. Their eyes were still locked on the massive crater where the Apollo Familia fortress used to be. Only scorched earth remained. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Hashtag. Hestia blinked rapidly, her expression frozen. She hadn't known Kenji had a weapon like that. Apollo, on the other hand, looked horrified. His body trembled as he staggered back. No. Impossible. He's just a human. How does he have such power? But deep inside, Apollo already knew. He had lost. Then. Freya, who had been paralyzed in place, let out a breathless moan. Her face was flushed, and she was gripping the edge of the table as if trying to keep herself from collapsing. He's mine, she whispered, eyes burning with desire. Loki, standing in the viewing room, simply whistled. Well, damn. That wasn't a normal attack. Hashtag. Kenji let out a slow breath and lowered his sword. The golden glow faded. The battlefield was silent. No one from the Apollo Familia dared move. Most had either fainted from sheer terror or were too weak to stand. Kenji didn't even look at them. They weren't the reason he was here. Rider, he spoke calmly. Beside him, Medusa materialized from the shadows, holding two unconscious girls over her shoulder. These are the ones you wanted, Master, she said, amused. Kenji nodded, glancing at Cassandra and Daphne. Good work. Then, without another word, he turned and walked away. Tower of Babel. Outside the grand tower, Apollo was on his knees, begging. Hestia, listen. I'll give you everything. My wealth, my properties, just don't make me leave Orerio. His hands trembled as he tried to grab Hestia's dress. Have some dignity, Lilaruka muttered, crossing her arms in disgust. You lost, Hestia said flatly, stepping back. Now get out. Then. Oi, Kenji's voice cut through the air. Everyone turned as he approached, carrying Cassandra and Daphne on his shoulders. Hestia's eyes widened. Kenji. Who? Their conversion ceremony, he interrupted. His sharp gaze landed on Apollo, who flinched. You're still here. Do it now. Apollo looked like he wanted to vomit. But he knew he had no choice. With shaking hands, he reached forward, performing the conversion ceremony. Cassandra and Daphne were no longer Apollo's Familia. Now. They belonged to Hestia. A soft groan. Cassandra's eyes fluttered open. This, where? She blinked, confusion settling in. Daphne woke up a second later. But unlike Cassandra, she immediately noticed she was being carried. By Kenji. Her body tensed. Let me go, she yelled, struggling violently. Kenji sighed. Stop squirming. He casually set them both down. Daphne stumbled back, glaring. Where's the fortress? What happened? Kenji's eyes were calm. You lost, he said simply. The Apollo Familia is gone. You two belong to Hestia now. Cassandra's breath hitched. We, lost? Daphne froze. Then she looked up. And saw Apollo, standing defeated. Her fists clenched. So that's it. She whispered. She had followed the wrong god. Kenji then turned to Hestia. Let's go home. Hestia smiled brightly. Yeah. And with that, the Hestia Familia had won. Chapter 34, A God's Desperation. Cassandra was silent. She had already seen this outcome in her dreams. But knowing the future didn't make it any easier. Curse them. Apollo clenched his fists as he marched through the eastern plains. His remaining followers, what little was left of the once proud Apollo Familia, trudged behind him. They had lost everything. The wealth. The fortress. The honor. Now, he was just another exiled god. His face twisted with bitterness as he glanced back at Ororio, his heart burning with hatred. I'll return, he whispered. One day, I'll make them. A voice interrupted. Going somewhere, Lord Sun God. The group froze. A figure stood directly in their path. Kenji. He stood there calmly, one hand resting on the hilt of his katana. Apollo's heart sank. You. Apollo's voice trembled. You already won. What more do you want? The adventurers behind him stepped back instinctively. They had seen what Kenji was capable of. They knew they stood no chance. Kenji smirked. I came to send you off, he said casually. Then, his hand tightened on his sword. Apollo's breath hitched. He suddenly realized. Kenji wasn't letting him go. Kenji vanished. A yellow thunderclap exploded through the air. Before Apollo's men could even react. Blood sprayed. Bodies collapsed in silence, eyes still wide with shock. Kenji landed lightly, his blade dripping crimson. Only Apollo remained. You dare. Apollo gasped, staggering backward. He looked at the corpses of his remaining followers, then at the calm, unshaken Kenji. You think you can kill a god? His voice shook, not with anger, but fear. Kenji took a step forward. Apollo's body tensed. Stay back, he hissed. Kenji didn't stop. Enough. Apollo's divine power flared. A blinding golden light erupted, surging with the raw energy of a god. Kenji's instincts screamed. His body reacted immediately, leaping backward as a shockwave exploded outward. The ground beneath Apollo cracked. The sky split open. A massive pillar of light descended, enveloping Apollo in a divine radiance. He was being called back to heaven. In Ororio, gods and mortals turned their eyes skyward. A divine beam, someone gasped. A god broke the rules. Who? Loki narrowed her eyes. That idiot, she muttered. It's gotta be Apollo. Hestia, standing outside the Hestia Familia home, clenched her fists. Kenji. She whispered. She didn't need to see it. She knew he was responsible. Apollo hovered in the beam of light, his body slowly rising. Kenji watched him coldly. Apollo's eyes locked onto his. Kenji. I'll remember this, he spat. Kenji's response was simple. He raised his sword. And grinned. Apollo's body vanished into the heavens. The sun god was gone. Kenji exhaled. He sheathed his sword, turning away from the now lifeless battlefield. It was over. He had won. Again. Chapter 35, The Fall of a God. The heavens wept. Dark clouds swirled. A crack of thunder tore through the sky, shaking the very air. And then, red rain began to fall. A sign. A warning. A god had died. High above, Apollo floated midair, his golden radiance expanding like a second sun. "You miserable human," he roared. His voice shook the earth. The heat from his divine form distorted the air, a blazing force that could incinerate the very land below. "You dare make me return to that boring heaven? This is a trial for your arrogance. Burn in my sun." Kenji stood firm, his cloak billowing from the pressure. He watched. And waited. The sky ripped open. A second sun descended. Blazing. Roaring. Falling fast. Even without its full divine power, the destruction was absolute. Kenji could feel it. One hit. That was all it would take to turn him into nothing but dust. "Ridiculous," Kenji muttered. His fingers tightened. A golden chain erupted from thin air. The moment it appeared, Apollo's divine body froze. Chains of light wrapped around him instantly, binding his arms, his legs, his very essence. The power of the sky lock. A weapon meant to ensnare gods. Apollo's flames vanished. His sun dissipated. He struggled. Nothing. What? The realization hit him. He couldn't move. Not just that. His divine power was sealed. This is the sky lock. Apollo's eyes widened in horror. Impossible. That weapon belongs to the divine realm. How does a mortal have this? His voice was filled with disbelief. And fear. Kenji smirked. Surprised? He reached into his inventory. A single scarlet spear materialized in his hand. And Apollo's expression shattered. Apollo shook violently. "No. It can't be." His screams echoed through the heavens. That weapon. The Longinus spear. Panic flooded his voice. It was destroyed. The gods shattered it long ago. It shouldn't exist. Kenji lifted the spear, its red glow pulsating with divine authority. "Guess what?" Kenji said, grinning. "It still works." The spear hummed. Apollo's divine instinct screamed. "You can't. If you kill a god, the world will." Kenji's arm moved. The spear vanished. A crimson light pierced the sky. Apollo's words stopped. His golden body froze. And then, it crumbled. Flakes of divine light scattered like dying embers, carried away by the wind. The sun god Apollo was no more. The moment Apollo's soul vanished, the sky cried. A deep, echoing thunder. The heavens themselves mourned. Dark clouds rolled in. Lightning flashed. Red rain began to fall. Kenji lifted his face, feeling the warm drops slide down his cheek. His grip on the spear loosened. The sky lock unraveled. It was over. He pulled his cloak around him and turned away. The job was done. It was time to return. Orario shook. Mortals stared at the sky in fear. Whispers spread like wildfire. A god has fallen. Is that even possible? Within the Loki Familia, Tiona clenched her fists. Kenji, really did it, she whispered. Loki's face was unreadable. Heh, she exhaled. That kid's gonna be a real problem for us gods. Freya, standing on her balcony, felt her body tremble. Her hands clutched the railing as she stared into the distance. He's mine, she whispered, her silver eyes burning. He has to be. Meanwhile, Hestia stood inside her house, talking with Lily and Belle about them moving inside the mansion of Apollo. Chapter 36, Leap Forward. The current situation was far too chaotic for anyone to take lightly. A god had fallen, an event so unbelievable that it shook the very foundations of the world. But what happened next had nothing to do with Kenji. While many teams were out of town, he had just arrived. They had unknowingly crossed paths, yet neither side had seen the other. As Kenji stepped into the town, he removed the windbreaker that had covered most of his face and made his way straight to the Familia's quarters. The moment he entered the hall, Hestia, who had been bustling around, immediately rushed over to him. It turned out that they were moving to the Apollo Familia's former mansion the next day. Hestia and Lilaruka were busy packing up, which meant that neither of them had witnessed the strange sight of the blood rain outside. The sound of thunder rumbled through the sky, but to them, it was just another stormy night. After catching Hestia as she practically jumped onto him, Kenji glanced at Belle and Lilaruka, who were still busy packing. Without hesitation, he joined in. Even though there weren't too many belongings, some things were better packed personally. The night passed in a flurry of movement, and by the next day, the four of them had successfully moved into their new home, the former residence of Apollo Familia. As they looked around at their new surroundings, Hestia and the others couldn't hide their excitement. Even Kenji had to admit, this was impressive. The transformation of the entire manor had been completed in an absurdly short time, all thanks to the skills of a godly construction familia. Previously, the entire villa had been filled with Apollo's narcissistic influence, with statues of himself at every turn. Since many parts of the mansion didn't suit Hestia and the others, Kenji had hired a familia specializing in construction to remodel the place. Now, everything was customized to their preferences. After the initial excitement settled, they spent the rest of the day organizing the mansion. By the time they were done, night had fallen again. Moving was more exhausting than expected, even for adventurers. After dinner, Kenji suddenly turned to Hestia. "Hestia, update my status again." Hearing this, Hestia was surprised. Kenji hadn't been in the dungeon much lately, so she found his request odd. However, she didn't question it and simply nodded. They moved to his room, where Kenji removed his shirt and lay down, well practiced in the process. Hestia pricked her index finger, and a drop of crimson blood dripped onto his back. And then... This is... Her eyes widened in shock. Hestia straddled Kenji's back, staring at the status update in disbelief. Level, LV6. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Development abilities. Mysterious, I. Swordsman, C. Abnormal resistance, H. Magic, C. Luck, I. From LV2 to LV6 in one leap. It was something beyond reason. "Are you serious?" Hestia stammered. "Kenji, what in the world did you do?" There was worry in her voice, she feared he had done something reckless. "It's nothing," Kenji said casually, looking at her calm yet concerned expression. He reached up, brushing her head gently. "I just killed someone disgusting." Of course, he wasn't lying. But he also wasn't going to tell her the full truth. After all, in a city ruled by gods, the fewer people who knew he had slain one, the better. Some adventurers possessed unique abilities that could expose secrets, and that was a risk he wasn't willing to take. "I may have to leave for a while, Hestia." Kenji's voice broke the silence. Hestia, who had been pouting at his vague response earlier, suddenly froze. "Leave? What do you mean?" she asked, her expression changing. "Are you homesick? Do you want to go back for a visit?" To her, it seemed like he'd be gone for only a few days at most. But Kenji shook his head. "It's time to go home," he said solemnly. "Didn't you always want to know where I came from?" Hestia's breath hitched. Kenji continued. The truth is, I'm not from this world. At first, Hestia thought he was joking. But as she met his gaze, steady, unwavering, she realized he was serious. It was absurd. Ridiculous. Yet she could tell it was the truth. Her heart grew heavy. But don't worry, Kenji reassured her. I'll return. No matter what happens, I'll find my way back here. Hestia's fingers clenched around the fabric of his shirt. She stared at him for a long moment before finally whispering. Kenji, love me. Her voice trembled slightly. Then, without another word, she wrapped her arms around him. And pulled him down with her. New moon face. By the time Kenji woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Beside him, Hestia lay fast asleep, her face peaceful despite the dried tears at the corners of her eyes. A complicated emotion flickered through Kenji's heart. But in the end, it turned into determination. Quietly, he dressed, pulled the blanket over Hestia, and left the room. By midday, he found himself standing atop the city wall of Orario, gazing into the vast horizon. The wind was cool against his skin. Kenji took a deep breath and asked the system, if I return to my world, can I come back here? The answer came swiftly. Host, please rest assured. Any world you have traveled to can be revisited at any time. Additionally, once you leave, the time ratio between this world and your main world will be adjusted to 1 to 1000. For every 1000 days that pass in your world, only a single day will pass here. Kenji's lips curled into a relieved smile. This was good. This meant that, no matter how long he was gone, for them, it would only be a blink of an eye. And with that reassurance, his resolve was set. His journey was far from over. He would return. No matter what. Chapter 37, The Golden Egg and Power Surge. In that case, send me back. Kenji's voice was firm, his hesitation vanishing in an instant. According to the system, the next time he returned to this world, only a few days would have passed here. The moment he finished speaking, a small black void appeared beneath his feet, swallowing him whole. Back in his world. The next instant, Kenji found himself standing in his own room, inside his home in the Highschool DXD World. Everything was exactly as he left it. The clock on the wall hadn't even moved a minute. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. I'm back. It felt surreal. For this world, no time had passed at all. But for Kenji, he had lived an entirely different life in another world. His thoughts lingered on Orario for a moment before he shook them off. Right now, he needed to focus on what lay ahead. System, open my status panel. Sitting down, he prepared himself for what he was about to see. Status panel. Name, Kenji. Race, human. Energy level, peak ultimate class devil. Abilities. God's gift. Enhanced magic. Thunder breath. Fire release, great fireball technique. Equipment. Nichiren blade, sun blade. Excalibur, sword of promised victory. Enkidu, chains of heaven. Rias's original. Kenji immediately skipped this part. Game CD, why was this even here? Heroic Spirit Medusa, Rider, Sister R. Overall evaluation, Demon King candidate, if using all cards at once. Kenji let out a low whistle. His improvement was massive. The God's Gift ability had pushed him to another level, granting him multiple development abilities like swordsmanship, magic mastery, mystery, and luck. Though his energy level was still just at the peak of an upper-class devil, his overall strength had skyrocketed. He now had real power. Enough to ensure his own survival. Closing the panel, Kenji fell back onto his bed. Strength was crucial, but rest was important too. Tonight, he would relax. The next morning, after a simple breakfast of toast and milk, Kenji changed into his Kuo Academy uniform and headed for school. As he arrived at the front gate, a familiar, sultry voice called out. Kenji-kun. Turning his head, he found himself face-to-face with Rias Gremory, Akino Himejima, and Kaneko Tuju. The trio had just arrived as well. So, it's Rias, Akino, and Kaneko-kun, Kenji greeted smoothly. Then, without missing a beat, he smirked at Kaneko. Hey, Kaneko-kun. Are you free tonight? I found a new game. Want to come over and play? A deathly silence fell around them. The surrounding students froze in shock. Wait. Did he just ask Kaneko Tuju out? The Kaneko Tuju? This bastard's too bold. Before things could escalate, Akino chuckled. Oh my, Kenji-kun. You're in a good mood today. Did something good happen? Her violet eyes gleamed with interest. Kenji simply shrugged. Something like that. He wasn't wrong. Having enough power to protect himself had changed his entire outlook. He no longer felt restricted. And people like Akino, who were highly perceptive, immediately noticed. His demeanor had shifted, his confidence, his attitude. He was becoming himself. Akino's gaze flickered with intrigue. But Kenji, knowing her nature, simply smiled vaguely and said nothing more. With that, they walked into school together, under the envious glares of dozens of students. Time passed quickly. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the school day was over. As Kenji stepped outside the school gates, he stumbled upon a scene straight out of a romance anime. A young girl with long black hair and striking violet eyes, dressed in Kuo Academy's uniform, stood shyly in front of a certain perverted teenager. Her hands fidgeted. Her voice trembled. Isekai, can I talk to you alone? The girl was Amano Yuma. And the perverted teenager? Hayadu Issei. Kenji's gaze sharpened. He knew exactly what was happening. This girl wasn't really Amano Yuma, her true identity was Rainier, a fallen angel. And she was here to kill Issei. Her orders came from Azazel, Governor General of the Fallen Angels. Her mission? Monitor Issei. If he showed any sign of being a threat, eliminate him. But what Rainier didn't know was that she was just a pawn. Azazel had orchestrated this entire thing to awaken Issei's hidden potential. Kenji leaned against a nearby wall, watching. Sure enough, the naive Issei took the bait, his eyes practically sparkled as he agreed to a date on Sunday. Kenji smirked. Typical. As Issei walked away, humming happily to himself, Rainier's innocent expression melted. Her violet eyes grew cold. Murderous intent flickered beneath them. Kenji wasn't going to intervene. This was Issei's story, after all. But there was something else that caught his attention. System, Kenji murmured. What's with the golden egg on Issei's head? From the moment he saw Issei, Kenji noticed something strange. Before, Issei's golden egg had only been 3-star. Now, it had jumped to 4 stars. This was the first time Kenji had seen an egg level up like this. Host, golden eggs are not static. Their level changes based on various factors, strength, potential, fate. Kenji frowned. So because Issei's fate is about to change, his golden egg upgraded? Correct. Interesting. Very interesting. Kenji's lips curled into a grin. Things were about to get really fun. Chapter 38, The Taste of Power and Cuisine. Kenji listened to the system's explanation, now understanding the reason behind the sudden change. The golden egg that appeared above Hayadu Issei's head wasn't static, it evolved based on the strength and potential of its holder. And now, it had risen from 3 stars to 4 stars. The reason? The boosted gear, the Red Dragon Emperor's sacred gear, was on the verge of awakening. As one of the 13 Longinus, a god-slaying weapon, it was among the strongest artifacts in existence. Even though it wasn't fully awakened yet, it was powerful enough to push Issei's fate forward. Kenji smirked to himself. The pieces were moving. By the time his thoughts settled, he had already arrived home. After a simple wash-up and dinner, the sky had darkened. Meanwhile, in Kuo Academy's old school building, where the occult research club gathered, a crimson magic circle flickered beneath Kaneko Tuju's feet. Without hesitation, the small white-haired girl stepped toward it. Going on a mission, Kaneko-kun? Akino Himejima, who was pouring black tea for Rias Gremory, glanced at her curiously. Yeah, Kaneko responded with her usual flat tone. Senior Kenji asked me to play games with him. The words were spoken calmly. Yet, silence filled the room. Rias and Akino exchanged surprised glances. Kenji-kun, huh? Rias muttered, resting her chin on her hand. If they remembered correctly. This morning, Kenji had invited Kaneko jokingly. It wasn't an official request, nor did it count as a demon's contracted mission. Yet, here Kaneko was, treating it like a real assignment. You really like Kenji-kun, don't you? Akino teased, her voice dripping with amusement. Kaneko blinked, unfazed. His games are fun. And his cooking is good. Ah. So that's what this was about. Every time Kaneko visited Kenji's place, he prepared delicious food, something she had quickly grown attached to. Rias and Akino glanced at each other again, realization dawning on them. Kenji could cook. And if Kaneko, a girl who rarely showed interest in anything, was this eager, then his cooking must be something special. Rias suddenly had an idea. One that involved Kaneko, and Kenji. Back at Kenji's home. He had just finished washing up when a red magic circle appeared in the center of the living room. Kenji wasn't surprised. He recognized the signature teleportation magic instantly. Kaneko had arrived. But when the magic circle's glow faded, Kenji paused. This time, she wasn't alone. Standing beside her were Rias and Akino. Kenji raised an eyebrow. Wasn't expecting company. Kaneko, as always, wasted no time. Kenji-senpai, I'm here. She patted her stomach, a clear sign of hunger. Kenji sighed, but his smile didn't fade. He knew her too well. Meanwhile, Akino smirked. Kenji-kun, you're so biased. You invite Kaneko-kun over for food, but you don't cook for us. She pressed a finger to her lips, feigning a hurt expression. Could it be that you prefer cute little girls over mature women like us? Her words dripped with mischief. Kenji felt a headache coming on. Alright. I get it, he said, waving a hand. You're here for food too, huh? Smart boy, Rias said with a playful smile. Kenji sighed again. Fine, take a seat. I'll cook something up. We can talk after. And with that, he turned toward the kitchen, before Akino could tease him further. As Kenji disappeared into the kitchen, Akino let out a soft chuckle. Oh, he's fun. Rias smiled as well. Meanwhile, Kaneko silently stared in the direction of the kitchen, her golden eyes unblinking. She had skipped dinner on purpose, just to eat Kenji's cooking. Now, she just had to wait. Half an hour later. A rich aroma filled the house. Kenji emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray filled with steaming dishes. The moment he placed the food down, Kaneko immediately picked up her chopsticks. She didn't hesitate. Not even a second. Rias and Akino, watching from the side, felt even more curious. Just how good was Kenji's cooking? Chapter 39, A New Housemate. The moment Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima took a bite, their expressions changed. This taste. An explosion of flavor overwhelmed their senses. Every dish was rich, deep, and perfectly balanced. The textures melted in their mouths, and an addictive sensation spread through their bodies. A light blush crept onto their faces as they unconsciously picked up the pace, their chopsticks moving faster. Across from them, Kaneko Tuju ate calmly, her expression neutral, yet her movements were quick and precise. It was clear. She had done this before. Watching their reactions, Kenji smirked. This was expected. After all, his cooking wasn't just ordinary, it was a skill granted by the Golden Egg, passed down from the legendary chef Yukihira Jutra himself. A true master of the culinary arts. 10 minutes later, the three girls leaned back, breathing heavily. Their bodies were warm, a light sheen of sweat covering their skin. It was as if they had just gone through a battle. Akino exhaled slowly, her voice playful but sultry. I didn't expect Kenjikin to have this kind of skill. I think I like you even more now. Her eyes glowed with amusement, the gaze of a hunter eyeing her prey. Kenji ignored it. Are you done? He asked. Akino chuckled. For now. After an hour of casual conversation, Rias and Akino decided to leave. The night had been enjoyable, but it was getting late. However, as Kenji saw them off, Kaneko remained seated. He blinked. Not leaving. Kaneko looked at him, her golden eyes calm but firm. I'm staying. Kenji stared at her. What? Kaneko repeated, I'm living here. Kenji felt a headache coming on. This had to be Ria's idea. A way to keep an eye on him. Most likely, Ria still wanted him in her peerage, and she wasn't willing to give up yet. Using Kaneko to build an emotional connection, it was exactly the kind of tactic Rias would use. Kenji sighed. Let me guess, Rias put you up to this. Kaneko nodded. She wasn't the type to lie. Kenji rubbed his temples. Figures. Still, he wasn't against it. Having a cute girl as a housemate wasn't exactly a bad thing. Fine, Kenji said, shrugging. There's an empty room. I'll grab some blankets. No need, Kaneko interrupted. She raised her hand and summoned a magic circle. A bright flash filled the room. And suddenly, several large suitcases appeared in the center. Kenji's eyebrow twitched. You were really prepared for this, huh? Kaneko simply nodded. Kenji sighed again. With no other choice, he started helping her set up her room. 30 minutes later, everything was organized. The second-floor bedroom was now Kaneko's personal space. Kenji stretched. All right. It's late. Get some rest, we'll talk tomorrow. Kaneko gave a small nod before disappearing into her room. Kenji shook his head as he returned to his own. Just as Kenji was about to lie down, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Little master, are you sure you're not a lolicon? Kenji froze. The voice belonged to Medusa, Rider, his heroic spirit. You seem to collect a lot of small girls, she teased. Lilaruka, Hestia, now Kaneko. Kenji groaned. Rider, what the hell are you even talking about? Medusa chuckled softly. Oh. So you're saying you prefer mature women? Kenji rolled his eyes. If I had to choose, I'd go for balanced proportions. A brief silence. Then, Medusa let out a small sigh of relief. Good. That means I still have a chance. Kenji blinked. Wait, what? But Medusa didn't answer. Kenji shook his head. This woman was too confusing. Deciding to ignore it, he changed into his pajamas and collapsed onto the bed. He hadn't realized it until now. But his mind was exhausted. The battle against Apollo had taken a toll on him. Even though the sun god had been restricted by divine rules, defeating him had still been mentally draining. And since then, Kenji hadn't properly rested. Tonight, he would sleep deeply. As Kenji slept, Medusa stood beside his bed. Her violet eyes softened as she gazed at him. She had fallen for him. Despite living through the age of gods, despite all the pain she had endured, Kenji had charmed her in a way no one else ever had. His confidence. His kindness. His ability to bring people together. Slowly, she leaned down. And carefully lay beside him. Kenji didn't wake. But Medusa smiled softly. Tonight, she would be his guardian. Chapter 40, A Step Too Late. Kenji woke up the next morning feeling well rested. But the moment he opened his eyes, a chilling gaze locked onto him. His instincts screamed danger. Slowly turning his head toward the door, he saw Kaneko Tuju standing there, staring at him. Her expression was cold, but her golden eyes were filled with judgment. Kaneko-kun. Kenji's brain was still waking up, but something about her look felt off. Then, she spoke. Pervert. With that single word, she turned around and walked out, leaving Kenji frozen in place. A moment of silence. Then. A soft chuckle. Little master, it seems your little kitten misunderstood something. Kenji's body tensed. Slowly, he turned to his left. And there, lying next to him, Medusa, rider. Wearing something far too revealing. Kenji facepalmed. This is your fault, isn't it? Medusa simply smirked, stretching lazily. Oh my, you wound me, Kenji-kun. I was merely keeping watch over you. Kenji sighed. He should have known. Kaneko must have come to check on him in the morning, only to find Medusa sleeping beside him. And now, she probably thought he was some kind of degenerate. Wonderful. After getting dressed, Kenji headed to the living room, where Kaneko was silently eating breakfast. She didn't even look at him. Kenji sat down with a sigh. All right. Let's clear this up. He motioned toward Medusa, who was now sitting beside him, still smiling. This is Medusa. She's a special kind of servant. Kaneko finally glanced at him. A devil's servant? Kenji hesitated. Something like that. Technically, Medusa wasn't a devil's servant, she was a heroic spirit bound to him through the system. But explaining everything would be too much trouble. Kaneko stared at Medusa for a few seconds. Then, she nodded. Okay. Just like that, she accepted it. Kenji blinked. That's it? Kaneko took another bite of her food. As long as she's not weird. Kenji side-eyed Medusa, who was clearly holding back laughter. This girl was too straightforward. Still, at least she wasn't mad anymore. Since it was the weekend, Kenji decided to go out for once. Staying inside all day was boring. So, together with Medusa and Kaneko, he spent the afternoon exploring Kuo town. They walked through the shopping district. They visited a video game arcade. They stopped by a cafe, where Kenji paid for way too much food because of Kaneko's bottomless appetite. And, of course, he received plenty of glares from jealous men. Walking around with two beautiful girls naturally drew attention. Kenji could feel the hostility in the air. But he was used to it by now. By the time they returned home, the sun was already setting. The next morning, Kenji left home early. He had unfinished business. There was still a 4-star golden egg he needed to claim. And right now, it was in Hayadu Issei's hands. At a small park, under the warm morning light. A young girl with long black hair and violet eyes stood in front of Issei Hayadu. She wore a gothic black dress, her fingers nervously fidgeting. Issei-kun, she said softly. Can I ask you for a favor? She looked shy, almost vulnerable, like a girl about to confess her love. Issei, eyes wide with excitement, nodded eagerly. Of course, Yuma-chan. Anything for you. The girl's lips curved into a sweet smile. That's good, she whispered. Then, her expression changed. Her soft smile twisted into something sinister. The warmth in her eyes vanished, replaced by cold amusement. Then please. Her voice dropped into a murderous whisper. Die. Issei's entire body froze. Huh. A pair of black wings spread from her back, casting a dark shadow over him. She wasn't human. Before Issei could even process what was happening, a spear of light formed in her hands. And she threw it. Splurch. The spear pierced straight through his chest. His body jerked as blood exploded from the wound. His legs buckled, his vision blurred. The pain was unreal. He stumbled, falling onto the ground, his hands clutching his gaping wound. His breath became shallow. Weak. His life was slipping away. Standing above him, the girl, Rainier, sighed in boredom. "What a disappointment," she muttered. "I thought you might be special." Her wings fluttered, preparing to leave. But then, a voice cut through the silence. "Leaving so soon, Miss Fallen Angel?" Rainier froze. She turned, eyes widening. Only to see golden chains shoot out from thin air. Before she could react, they wrapped tightly around her body, suspending her midair. She struggled, but the chains wouldn't budge. They were too strong. Then, a young man stepped forward, his face cold and unreadable. Kenji. His eyes flickered toward Issei, who was still lying in a pool of his own blood. His expression darkened. "TCH, too slow." Rainier gritted her teeth. "Who the hell are you?" Kenji didn't answer. Instead, he snapped his fingers. A blazing fireball materialized above his palm. "Doesn't matter," he said flatly. "You're dying either way." Rainier's eyes widened in fear. Chapter 41, Asia Argento. A faint golden glow rose from Issei's corpse. Kenji's eyes sharpened. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a 4-star golden egg and obtained the boosted gear, one of the 13 Longinus." The system's voice echoed in Renji's mind as a powerful surge of energy flowed into his body. His right hand burned with power, a deep crimson glow enveloping it. The sensation was overwhelming, but at the same time, it felt right. This was the boosted gear. The legendary Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. One of the most powerful sacred gears in existence. Renji clenched his fist, feeling the raw strength pulsating through it. "It's not the rarest reward I could have gotten," he muttered, "but I'll take it." A grin tugged at his lips. He had gained something truly formidable. And now, he turned his gaze toward the fallen angel suspended in the air. Rainier was trapped, her body bound by the golden chains of Enkidu, the chains of heaven. She struggled, but no matter how hard she fought, the divine chains wouldn't budge. Her violet eyes flashed with desperation and rage as Renji approached. "Now then," Renji mused, arms crossed. "What should I do with you? Should I kill you? Or maybe, hand you over to the church?" His voice was mocking, filled with amusement and menace. Rainier's face paled. The moment he mentioned the church, her fear was impossible to hide. You can't," she hissed. "I am a subordinate of Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels. If you harm me, Lord Azazel will not let you go." Her voice trembled slightly. She was desperate now. But, she forced a smirk, trying to regain confidence. "Even with a sacred gear, you're still just a human compared to a fallen angel." Crack. The golden chains tightened. Rainier let out a gasp of pain. Renji's expression remained cold. "If Azazel were standing in front of me right now," he said flatly, "I might be concerned. But you?" He tilted his head, eyes sharp. "You're nothing." Rainier flinched. Renji stepped closer, his presence overpowering. "You're just a pawn," he continued. "A disposable tool that Azazel used for a test." The truth hit her like a dagger. Azazel had never cared about her. And now, she was completely alone. Her mind raced for a way out. Renji saw her hesitation. Two choices, he said. Surrender, or die. Raynair's hands shook. I will never betray Lord Azazel, she snarled. Renji sighed. Yeah, I figured. His grip tightened, and the golden chains constricted violently. Crack. Raynair's body twisted unnaturally, and in the next second, her lifeless corpse crashed to the ground. As Renji left the area, silence fell. Only the faint echoes of battle remained. But then, a crimson magic circle illuminated the ground. A tall, elegant figure stepped through, her long red hair flowing in the wind. Rias Gremory. Her sharp blue eyes scanned the area. Her gaze landed on the blood-stained ground. I was too late. She already knew. Hayadu Issei was dead. Rias had sensed the presence of a sacred gear inside him and had intended to recruit him as her servant. But before she could act, Raynair had struck first. And now, she had lost her chance. With a sigh, she glanced at the surrounding area one last time. Nothing useful remains. And so, with a single step, she vanished into the night. Several days had passed. Renji was walking through Kuo Town's commercial district, accompanied by Kaneko Tuju. Ever since she started living at his place, they had been going to and from school together. At first, it had caused a massive stir at Kuo Academy. The boys hated him. The girls admired Kaneko. It was expected, Kaneko was one of the most popular girls in school, and Renji. Well, he was practically an untouchable legend now. But he didn't care. He had more important things to think about. However, as they walked, a sudden cry caught their attention. Ah! A young girl in a white nun's outfit stumbled forward, tripping over her own feet. She was about to hit the ground. Until Renji moved. With lightning-fast reflexes, he caught her just before she could fall. The girl blinked up at him, her face red with embarrassment. Thank you. She stammered. Renji's eyes narrowed slightly. Something about her felt familiar. Are you all right? He asked. She nodded quickly, looking away. Her shyness was obvious, like she wasn't used to being close to men. A small chuckle escaped Renji's lips. No need to be so nervous, he said. It was just a reflex. He turned to leave with Kaneko. But then. Wait. Renji paused. The girl hesitated before speaking again. My name is Asia Argento, she said softly. Then, she clutched her hands together. Sir, do you know where I can find the church in this town? The moment Renji heard that name, something clicked. His eyes slightly widened in realization. Asia Argento. A holy maiden. A girl with the sacred gear Twilight Healing, also known as the Smile of the Holy Mother. She could heal any wound, even those of devils. And now, she was here. Looking up at him with innocent eyes, unaware of the dangers lurking in this town. Renji's lips curled slightly. He already had a plan forming in his mind. The church, he echoed. We do have one here, but it was abandoned a long time ago. His gaze sharpened. You're really planning to go there? Asia nodded. Yes. I was sent here by my superiors. I must go. Renji's smirk deepened. So it begins. Chapter 42, The Saint and the Dragon. Can you tell me where the church is? The Lord will surely bless you. Asia Argento's emerald eyes lit up the moment she realized Renji truly knew the church's location. Her hands clenched together in silent prayer, radiating an innocent devotion that felt almost unreal. But then. Grr. A loud growl echoed. It came from Asia's stomach. She immediately froze, her cheeks turning crimson. The embarrassment was clear. Renji smirked. It seems like you haven't eaten in a while, he noted. We were just about to head home for dinner. If you don't mind, why don't you eat with us first? The church isn't going anywhere. Asia blinked in surprise. "Ah, really? Is that okay?" she asked cautiously, her voice filled with hope. It was as if the very word food held magical power over her. "Of course," Renji said with a casual wave. "And you don't have to call me sir. My name is Renji." A brilliant smile spread across Asia's face. "That's wonderful, Mr. Renji. You are such a good person. The Lord will surely bless you." Renji felt a twinge of guilt. Asia was too pure, too trusting. It was clear she had no experience navigating deception or cruelty. From the side, Kaneko Tuju narrowed her eyes at him. "Senior pervert." Renji twitched. "Oi." Kaneko huffed, her small arms crossed. "Taking a nun home right after meeting her? Suspicious." Renji sighed. With that, the duo became a trio. The moment Renji opened the door to his home, a familiar voice greeted him. "Welcome back." It was Medusa, Rider. "I've already made dinner," she announced, stepping out of the kitchen with 2 dishes in hand. "It's not as good as yours, master, but—" She paused mid-sentence. Her gaze locked onto Asia. An eerie silence settled in. Then, Medusa sighed dramatically, placing a hand on her forehead. "I didn't realize my master's appetite was this insatiable." She shook her head in mock sorrow. First Kanekakan, and now a nun. Asia's eyes widened. Her innocent mind immediately accepted Medusa's words as truth. She turned to Renji, uncertainty in her expression. "You Mr. Renji, are you?" Renji face-bombed. "Medusa, knock it off." Smack. He lightly chopped her on the head. Medusa stuck out her tongue playfully before slipping back into her usual, graceful Onisan demeanor. Asia, however, was still staring at Renji with newfound suspicion. "Let's eat," Renji sighed. Crisis averted, barely. Dinner was surprisingly peaceful. Asia, despite her initial shyness, ate enthusiastically. It was obvious, she hadn't eaten a proper meal in a long time. Afterward, Asia tried to leave, insisting that she could find the church on her own. But Renji stopped her. "It's already late," he said. "It's dangerous to wander around at night. I'll take you in the morning." Asia hesitated. "But I don't want to impose." "You're not," Renji interrupted smoothly. Before she could argue further, Medusa gently guided her upstairs to prepare a guest room. "Come along, Asia-chan," Medusa smiled. "I'll help you settle in." Asia was too polite to refuse. As she left, Kaneko, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "Senior Renji, this nun isn't ordinary, is she?" Renji raised an eyebrow. "Oh. Noticed something, huh?" Kaneko frowned slightly, her cat-like instincts on high alert. "You're a pervert, but you're not the type to kidnap church girls off the street for no reason." Renji twitched again. "Could you stop phrasing it like that?" Kaneko ignored him. "So? What's special about her?" Renji leaned back against the couch. "Her name is Asia Argento," he explained. "And more importantly, she possesses the sacred gear known as Twilight Healing." Kaneko's golden eyes widened slightly. "A healing-type sacred gear?" Renji nodded. "Not just any healing ability. Twilight Healing can heal any wound, even those of devils. As long as she's alive, she can theoretically restore anyone to perfect health." Kaneko's mind raced. Then, she looked at Renji again, eyes filled with realization. "You're planning to bring her into Ria Senpai's peerage?" Renji smirked. Bingo. Rias had been searching for the right members to strengthen her peerage. And Asia? She was already cast out of the church, labeled a heretic for using her powers on a devil. She had nowhere to go. If she became Rias's bishop, she wouldn't have to suffer the tragic fate she did in the original timeline. Renji wasn't about to let her be betrayed and discarded again. If we play this right, he said, Asia won't have to suffer. She'll have a home, a real family. Kaneko listened quietly. Then she gave a small nod. She approved. And with that, Asia's destiny began to change. Chapter 43, The Fallen Angel Trio. The Ruined Church. The only church in this town is here. But as you can see, it's been abandoned for a long time. Renji and Asia Argento stood in front of the dilapidated church, its towering structure now worn and crumbling with time. Asia looked at it with hesitation in her eyes. Are you sure this is the place you're looking for? Renji asked. His senses were sharp. Within the church's decayed walls, he could feel three distinct auras, fallen angels. They were waiting. Asia clutched her hands together, looking at the building with uncertainty. After all, ever since she had been cast out of the church, she had nowhere to go. She had accepted an invitation from an exorcist group, believing she was being given a second chance. But she had no idea that this so-called exorcist organization was led by fallen angels. And now, she was here, completely unaware of the danger ahead. Inside the church. Deep within the church's ruins, three fallen angels gathered. A sultry woman with raven-black wings and a curvaceous body leaned lazily against a wall. Her name, Calawarna. Really now, where the hell did Rainier go? She hasn't come back yet, she muttered in annoyance. Beside her, a blonde twin-tailed girl crossed her arms, pouting. Maybe she got herself killed, Middle said, completely unbothered. The third figure, a tall man with a thick coat and a smug smirk, Danmachi, let out a chuckle. Wouldn't surprise me, he remarked. Rainier always had a bad habit of underestimating humans. There was no concern in their voices. Despite working together, their loyalty was thin. Rainier being dead? Not their problem. Calawarna shrugged. Still, we should be careful. Rainier was stronger than all of us. If she's dead, it means something dangerous is out there. Danmachi paused, his smirk fading slightly. But before they could continue, Middle's sharp eyes caught movement from the church window. She smirked. Well, the saint finally arrived. Calawarna and Danmachi turned their gazes toward the entrance. And just as Middle said, Asia was standing outside the church. And beside her, a strange human. Their expressions darkened. The fallen angel trio stepped outside, their black wings spread wide, their smirks dripping with cruel amusement. They didn't even bother hiding their presence. After all, Asia was just a helpless girl. And the human next to her? Irrelevant. Thank you, Mr. Renji, Asia said, turning to him. I think this is the right place. Renji said nothing. His sharp gaze was locked onto the three figures approaching them. Wait, he said, placing a hand in front of Asia. Asia blinked in confusion. Then she saw them. Her body tensed. Those are fallen angels. For the first time, Asia felt fear. The church she had devoted her life to was now occupied by heretics. She took a small step backward. Why are they here? What happened to the priests? Her voice trembled. Danmachi grinned, sensing her panic. You must be the little saint with twilight healing, he said mockingly. Middle scoffed. Ugh. Even from here, I can smell her disgusting faith. Calawarna smirked, her blue eyes glinting. But isn't that perfect? The more devoted they are, the more fun they are to break. Asia's breath hitched. She still didn't understand. Why were fallen angels in the church? What had happened to the priests? She still believed that this was just a misunderstanding. Why? She asked, her voice wavering. Why are fallen angels in the Holy Church? What did you do to the priests? The three laughed. Then Danmachi stepped forward, his wings twitching with amusement. You really don't get it? You've been a pawn since the beginning. Asia froze. Middle giggled. From the moment you met those exorcists, everything was planned. We led you here on purpose. Calawarna crossed her arms. And now, we're taking what we really came for, your sacred gear. Asia's blood ran cold. Why? Her voice was barely a whisper now. Danmachi grinned wider. Because you have something you shouldn't. Asia's legs felt weak. She had been lied to. Used. Betrayed. The people she had trusted were never on her side. And now, she had nowhere left to run. The fallen angels soaked in her despair, their smiles twisted in sadistic pleasure. That's the face, Middle whispered. I love it when they break. Calawarna chuckled. It's such a shame we have to kill her. I'd love to see how much she screams. Asia shook. Tears welled up in her emerald eyes. She clutched her hands together, silently praying. As if she just believed hard enough, the Lord would save her. Then a warm hand rested on her head. Asia's teary eyes widened in shock. A familiar voice broke through the tension. Don't give up, Asia. Renji stood beside her, eyes calm and unwavering. The Lord hasn't abandoned you. He smiled. And neither have I. Asia froze. She looked up at him, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. In this moment, she realized she wasn't alone anymore. And the fallen angels? They had made a huge mistake. Renji's crimson gauntlet glowed ominously as a voice echoed from within. Boost. Power surged through his arm. His eyes narrowed. Now then. Renji took a step forward, his smirk turning sharp. Who wants to die first? Chapter 44, A Saint's Resolve. Asia Argento had felt nothing but despair moments ago. But now, as she turned to Renji, his calm and confident smile gave her something she hadn't felt in a long time, hope. For the first time, she believed she might not be alone. But the moment was short-lived. Enough of this nonsense. Danmachi's gruff voice shattered the moment of peace. His black wings flared, his eyes filled with disgust. Boy, I think it's time we teach you the difference between a human and a fallen angel. The other two, Calawarna and Middle, sneered. Their twisted pleasure from Asia's suffering had vanished, replaced by the need to eliminate Renji. But Renji simply sighed. A fallen angel, huh? His red gauntlet gleamed under the morning sun. I remember the last one who talked to me like that. He smirked. I think her name was Rainier. The moment the name left his lips, the trio's expressions froze. Impossible. Middle shouted, her body tensing. You couldn't have killed Rainier. Danmachi's light spear formed instantly, his eyes now filled with caution. Who the hell are you? Renji cracked his knuckles. You could always ask her yourself. His smirk sharpened. Once I send you to hell. The fallen angels exchanged glances, then moved in sync. They knew. This human was dangerous. There was only one solution. Kill him. Without hesitation, 3 spears of light shot toward Renji and Asia. But there was a catch. Only one was aimed at Renji. The other 2. Straight for Asia. They were trying to force Renji to protect her, leaving him open. A smart tactic. Unfortunately, they had underestimated him. Just before impact, Renji vanished. Asia felt the wind shift, and suddenly, strong arms wrapped around her. By the time she realized what was happening, Renji had moved her behind him. The light spears crashed into empty ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Calawarna narrowed her eyes. Did we get them? A single sound answered her. Swing. A golden sword pierced straight through Danmachi's chest. The blade glowed with divine radiance, its power completely overwhelming his fallen nature. Danmachi's eyes widened in horror. Wah! Before he could finish, his body crumbled into ash. Gone. Destroyed. The sword of promised victory had erased him from existence. Calawarna and Middle staggered back, their faces drained of color. A holy sword? You're a holy sword user. Their confidence shattered. Middle turned to flee, but she never made it. Clank. A golden chain shot from thin air, wrapping around her body in an instant. The chains of heaven. Her wings flapped frantically, but it was useless. Calawarna tried to take flight. But the moment she leaped into the sky, the chains caught her too. The two fallen angels screamed, struggling desperately. But nothing could break these divine bindings. They were trapped. And Renji was walking toward them. Calawarna's face contorted in fear. W8. We surrender. Middle gasped, her eyes filled with panic. Why yeah. We can serve you. We'll do anything. Renji's expression didn't change. He simply raised his sword. Sorry, he said coldly. I'm not interested in trash. Swing. In one swift strike, both of their bodies were cut down. Ash scattered in the wind. The battle was over. Renji exhaled, letting the golden glow fade from his weapons. Turning back, he saw Asia standing frozen, her eyes distant. Did I scare you? Her gaze slowly lifted to meet his. But instead of fear, there was sadness. Thank you for saving me, Renji. Her voice was soft. But I don't have a home anymore. Renji's expression softened. That's not true. He gently placed his hand on her head. You can stay with me for now. Asia's eyes widened. You mean it? Renji nodded. Anne. I have an idea for a new home for you too. But in the end, it's your choice. Asia's eyes filled with tears, but this time, they weren't from sadness. They were from relief. Thank you. Thank you, Renji. She quickly wiped her eyes, smiling for the first time that day. Renji simply smirked. Come on. Let's go home. By the time they returned home, the sun was setting. The golden light bathed the house in a peaceful glow. As Renji opened the door, he froze. Standing in his living room, waiting for him, were two unexpected guests. Akino Himejima. And Rias Gremory. Akino smiled, stepping toward him with graceful elegance. Welcome back, she said in a sultry tone. She leaned slightly, bending just enough to reveal a teasing glimpse of cleavage. Renji's eyes twitched. From his height advantage, he saw everything. Everything. Medusa, who was watching from the couch, let out a small huff of annoyance. That's my line, she muttered. Chapter 45, The 12 Trials. Renji was already used to Akino Himejima's teasing, so her sultry greeting didn't faze him in the slightest. Without hesitation, he led Asia Argento into the hall. He already knew why Rias Gremory and Akino were here, it was about Asia. A sacred gear like twilight healing was rare. And for someone like Rias, who was carefully building her peerage, Asia was the perfect bishop. Rias stood from the sofa, her crimson hair flowing elegantly as she approached. You must be Asia, she said with a soft smile. What a lovely girl. Asia flinched, instinctively looking at Renji for reassurance. She wasn't used to strangers, and though Rias seemed kind, she carried an overwhelming presence. Noticing Asia's unease, Rias introduced herself with a gentle voice. I am Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory clan, one of the 72 pillars of the underworld. She didn't waste time. I would like to invite you to join my peerage. Asia froze. Her breath hitched. A devil? The word left her lips as a whisper, full of disbelief. Devils and the church were enemies. She had been raised to believe that devils were evil incarnate. And now, she was being asked to become one. She clutched her hands tightly, her faith telling her to refuse. I can't. Before she could finish, Renji placed a calm hand on her shoulder. Asia, he said steadily, not all devils are evil. His voice was gentle but firm. And not all humans are good. Asia's emerald eyes widened slightly. Rias is someone I trust, Renji continued. But in the end, the choice is yours. Follow your heart. Asia bit her lip, unsure. Rias, sensing her hesitation, offered a soft smile. Would you like to talk privately? Asia hesitated for a moment, then nodded. After a glance at Renji, she followed Rias into another room. 15 minutes later, Rias and Asia emerged. Rias was smiling confidently. And Asia? She looked down, sneaking glances at Renji, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had agreed. Renji sighed internally. I don't know what Rias told her, but it worked. Without wasting time, Rias performed the reincarnation ritual in the living room. A crimson glow enveloped Asia. And when it faded, she had officially become Rias's bishop. Before leaving, Rias handed Asia a Kuo Academy uniform. You're already registered as a second-year student, she said with a knowing smirk. Renji blinked. She had planned this far ahead. Classic Rias. And as for Asia's living situation? For whatever reason, either by Asia's request, or simply because Rias saw no need to change it, Asia continued living at Renji's house. The next morning, Renji walked to school with two girls. At his sides. To his right, Kaneko Tuju, her silver hair gleaming in the morning sun. To his left, Asia, her golden locks swaying gently as she walked. They entered the school together. And immediately, Renji felt the stares. Jealousy. Envy. Hatred. All directed at him. But honestly, he didn't care. Asia, on the other hand, was visibly nervous. Her first day at school had her fidgeting with her uniform, her fingers lightly grasping the hem of her skirt. You'll be fine, Renji reassured her. Asia nodded shyly, but the nervousness remained. As they entered the building, they split off to their separate classes. And with that, Renji's life continued as usual. At home, Medusa, Rider, waited for him. On the way to school, Kaneko and Asia accompanied him. In class, he sat between Akino and Rias, constantly getting teased by one while feeling the alluring presence of the other. It was a strangely fulfilling life. But between all of that, Renji still had another goal. Golden eggs. Over the next week, Renji opened several golden eggs scattered throughout Kuo Academy. Most of them were low tier, some useful, others not so much. But one stood out. A 3-star golden egg from Sona Citri. And what he obtained was something legendary. Name, Renji. Race, human, sacred gear user. Energy level, comparable to high-class devils. Abilities. God's gift. Enhanced magic. Thunder breath. 12 trials. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Boosted gear, red dragon emperor's gauntlet. Items. Sun blade. Excalibur, sword of promised victory. Enkidu, chains of heaven. Heroic Spirit, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. Overall rank, comparable to ultimate class devils in full power. The 12 trials. A legendary ability based on Heracles' noble phantasm from fate. Grants immunity to all attacks ranked B or lower. Allows revival up to 11 times upon fatal injury. Essentially, he had 12 lives. And with boosted gears potential, his combat ability had skyrocketed to a level few could challenge. As Renji sat in class, reviewing his status, he noticed something. Akino and Rias weren't here. That was unusual. Neither of them ever skipped school. Frowning slightly, Renji extended his senses. Asia and Kaneko had also left the main school building, heading toward the occult research club. Something was happening. And Renji intended to find out what. Chapter 46, Graphia. Renji had sensed something unusual about Rias and her peerage all day. In the morning, she had vanished with Akino, Kaneko, and Asia, leaving the school for some unknown reason. And when she finally returned in the afternoon, her expression was complicated. The usual confidence she radiated was missing. The moment she entered the classroom, her sapphire eyes flickered toward Renji, as if making an important decision. Renji met her gaze, but she quickly looked away. He didn't know what was on her mind. But he had a feeling. Something big was coming. Later that night, after dinner, Renji went through his usual routine. A quick shower. A light workout. Then straight to bed. But just as he lay down, a crimson magic circle appeared in his room. The air shimmered with red light, glowing brighter by the second. Then, the light faded. And standing before him was Rias Gremory, dressed in a sheer nightgown. Her crimson locks cascaded down her shoulders, and her face held no hesitation. Rias? Renji sat up, blinking in surprise. What are you? Don't talk, Rias interrupted, her voice firm. Just listen to me. She stepped closer. Renji frowned. There was something different about her. Perhaps, she murmured, more to herself than him, this is the only way I can escape his grasp. Renji narrowed his eyes. She wasn't making any sense. But before he could ask, Rias took another step, her fingers lightly touching his chest. And, compared to him, she whispered. I don't hate the idea of it being you. Renji understood. Riser Phoenix. The arranged marriage between Rias and that overgrown turkey from the Phoenix clan. Her family had forced this on her. And now, she was doing the only thing she could to fight back. She was staking her future on her own terms. Rias, Renji said, his voice calm but firm. You understand, right? There's no turning back from this. Rias didn't hesitate. I know. Her eyes burned with determination. I've made my choice. Renji held her gaze for a long moment. Then, with a small smirk, he pulled her closer. Then let's make sure you don't regret it. That night, Rias's moans were so loud that it made the people living in Renji's house to not be able to sleep. Sunlight streamed through the curtains. Rias lay beside him, awake but deep in thought. Her expression was unreadable, until she turned toward him and smiled. It's done, she said softly. Renji sat up, stretching. Now what? He asked. The rest is up to me, Rias said, sitting up as well. Her blue eyes met his. I'll handle everything. Renji could see the weight of her decision settling on her shoulders. She had chosen this path. Now she had to face the consequences. He reached out, brushing a strand of hair from her face. You're mine now, he said simply. And if anyone tries to take you away. His eyes darkened dangerously. I'll cut off their hands. Rias blinked, surprised by his intensity. Then she smiled. It seems, she murmured, I really did make the right choice. By the time they left for school, Rias was acting as if nothing had happened. Renji, however, was not prepared for what came next. Senpai, Kaneko said, looking directly at him. You were too loud last night. Renji froze mid-step. Asia, who was walking beside them, turned her blushing face away, looking betrayed. Her soft voice trembled. I barely slept at all. Renji felt his soul leave his body. Even Rias, who was usually composed, instinctively tightened her grip on his arm, her own face turning red. Kaniko's golden eyes sharpened, her tiny hands clenching into fists. Renji could feel the murderous aura coming from her. Are you really that much of a beast? Renji sighed. He was never going to live this down. As they arrived at the school gates, they saw Akino waiting for them. She wasn't smiling. Which meant something serious was happening. Rias, Akino said. Her voice lacked its usual playfulness. Lady Grafia is here. Rias's body stiffened. Grafia. The strongest queen of the underworld. The personal servant of Surzex Lucifer, Rias's older brother. The moment Akino spoke her name, Renji knew. This wasn't just a family visit. Something big was coming. And Renji had a feeling. He was about to be dragged into it. Chapter 47, Everyone's Surprise. So, it's come to this after all. Rias sighed at Akino's words, her expression momentarily darkening. She had expected this would happen, just not this soon. Still, she had no intention of backing down. We'll handle this, she said, regaining her composure. You go ahead. Not happening. Renji's voice cut her off immediately. She turned, only to see his calm, unwavering gaze locked onto hers. I'm coming with you, he stated. Rias hesitated but then nodded. Her fingers tightened slightly around his arm. A silent show of trust. With that, the group made their way toward the Occult Research Club's headquarters. At the front, Renji and Rias. Behind them, Akino, Kaniko, and Asia. This was a battle they would face together. The moment Renji stepped into the old school building, his gaze immediately locked onto two figures waiting inside. The first was Kiba Yuto, Rias's knight. The second. A silver-haired woman dressed in a formal maid outfit, her regal aura filling the room. Despite the elegant attire, there was nothing soft about her presence. She radiated power, unquestionable, overwhelming power. Grafia Lucifuge. The strongest queen. The moment Renji saw her, his instincts flared. She's strong. Even without using his abilities, he could feel it. Her magic energy was like a storm, barely contained beneath the surface. This wasn't just any devil. This was a peak ultimate class devil, perhaps even stronger. Someone far beyond what he could handle, at least for now. Rias's grip on his arm tightened slightly. A silent warning. But Renji had already decided. He wasn't going to back down. Lady Rias, Grafia said at last, her tone as cold and sharp as ice. Do you understand what you've done? Her silver gaze fell upon Rias, unblinking. What you've done is a disgrace to the Gremory name. The air grew heavy. Grafia's presence alone was enough to make the weaker members of the group tense instinctively. But Rias didn't falter. I know exactly what I'm doing, she answered. Her voice was steady. If the only way for our family to thrive is to sacrifice me to a political marriage. She lifted her chin. Then maybe such a family doesn't deserve to survive. A sharp silence followed. Even Grafia's gaze narrowed slightly at her words. That was when Renji finally stepped forward. And if a family can't even give freedom to their own, can it really be called a family at all? His words carried through the room, laced with an unmistakable challenge. Everyone, Grafia included, turned to look at him. Even Akino and Kaniko gave him curious glances. The tension thickened. Then, Grafia's gaze locked onto his. So, you are the one Lady Rias has chosen, she murmured. Her voice remained calm, yet there was a quiet edge beneath it. You realize that what you just said. Her magic flared instantly, filling the room with an immense crimson aura. Is a direct insult to the Grimoire family. In an instant, the entire building shook under the weight of her power. A crimson storm erupted around her, surging outward in a suffocating wave of energy. The sheer pressure forced Rias, Aquino, and the others to stagger back. Even Kiba gritted his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming force. Kaneko lowered her stance, her small frame trembling slightly under the weight of the aura. Asia, lacking any real combat ability, nearly collapsed. It was as if the air itself had become unbearably heavy. But then, Renji stepped forward and released his own power. A massive wave of energy erupted from Renji's body. Golden red light clashed against Graphia's crimson aura, pushing back the oppressive force that had been suffocating the room. The pressure instantly vanished. The moment it did, Rias, Aquino, and the others felt their bodies relax, no longer weighed down by Graphia's magic. For a second, no one spoke. Then, Rias's eyes widened in shock. Even Aquino, who always remained playful, looked at Renji with undeniable surprise. His energy. It wasn't just strong. It was on par with an ultimate-class devil. Graphia's expression remained unreadable, but her interest in Renji had visibly deepened. For the first time, she truly looked at him. And she understood. He was no ordinary human. Interesting. She murmured. You are far stronger than I expected. Renji didn't respond. He simply stared back at her, completely unfazed. In that moment, Graphia knew. He wasn't just talking big. He was ready to fight if necessary. A dangerous trait, especially for a human standing against the devil aristocracy. And yet, it was that very trait that made her acknowledge him. Graphia did not leave. She simply stood her ground, watching him carefully. Because this wasn't over. Not yet. Chapter 48, Breaking the Phoenix. Hello there. I would like to apologize cause I've mistakenly wrote Kenji as Renji for the next 40+ chapter because. Well, I'm not one to blame cause it's so easy to misspell when it's just one letter difference. And I've got a handful of FFs to translate, that's why. Please overlook it. It's just one word. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. Just as Graphia was about to release even greater power to test Renji, a golden teleportation magic circle suddenly appeared in the room. A powerful, blinding light erupted from it, forcing everyone to momentarily shield their eyes. Both Renji and Graphia withdrew their magic and turned toward the magic circle, which radiated an intense presence. As the glow faded, a blonde-haired man stepped forward, his face full of arrogance. Behind him stood 14 female devils, each with a unique charm, their expressions confident yet obedient. The man smirked as he scanned the room, his gaze lingering on Rias with unmistakable possessiveness. Riser Phoenix. A pure-blooded high-class devil from the Phoenix clan. And, according to the arranged engagement, Rias's so-called fiancé. Riser took a step forward, grinning. It seems I arrived at just the right time, Rias. I'm here to bring you home. His tone was casual, as if everything had already been decided. With complete disregard for everyone else in the room, he walked toward Rias, his hungry gaze locked onto her. And then, he reached out his hand, aiming to touch her. Snap! Before Riser's fingers could so much as brush against Rias, his wrist was caught midair. His smug grin vanished instantly. A vice-like grip had clamped down on his wrist, refusing to budge. Renji. Without hesitation, he had stepped forward and grabbed Riser's arm with an iron grip. Riser's eyes widened in shock. The moment he tried to pull away, he realized, he couldn't. No matter how hard he struggled, Renji's grip didn't move an inch. You're pushing your luck, Phoenix, Renji said, his tone cold. He pulled Rias closer to him, wrapping his other arm around her waist. Then, his voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Rias is mine. If you lay another finger on her. His grip on Riser's wrist tightened. I won't hesitate to break this hand of yours. Then, without another word, Renji shoved Riser backward. The Phoenix heir staggered, barely managing to stay on his feet. Riser's expression twisted in rage. You, filthy human. His body trembled with fury, his pride as a pure-blooded devil shattered in an instant. You dare touch me? You dare interfere with my time with my fiancée? His anger exploded outward. A torrent of flames erupted around him, the legendary Phoenix fire. The temperature in the room skyrocketed, warping the air itself. The sheer heat caused furniture to melt, distorting the very surroundings. Everyone instinctively took a step back, except for Renji. Riser glared at Rias. You dare defy me, Rias? Have you lost your mind? His voice cracked with fury, his eyes burning with both rage and disbelief. But Rias, still held in Renji's arms, was completely unfazed. Her crimson eyes hardened. Riser Phoenix, she said coldly. Address me properly. A chill ran through the room, cutting through the heat of Riser's flames. We are not close enough for you to call me by my first name. And more importantly, her voice was like ice. I am not your fiancé. She raised her chin. The engagement between us was nothing more than a sham, a decision made without my consent. I never agreed to it. Her words cut deep, and the humiliation on Riser's face was unmistakable. You. Riser's rage boiled over. How dare you? You and your Gremory family, are you toying with us? His aura flared violently, flames roaring higher. If that's the case, then even your brother, Surzex, won't be able to say anything if I kill you right here and now. The sheer audacity of his words sent a shockwave of tension through the room. Everyone froze. Then, boom! A fist collided with Riser's face. The impact sounded like an explosion. A sickening crack echoed through the air as his nose shattered, his teeth flying out. Riser's entire head snapped back violently. And then, he flew. His body crashed through the thick wall of the clubroom. He was sent flying outside, smashing through multiple trees before finally skidding across the ground. A trail of destruction followed in his wake. Back in the clubroom, standing in the spot where Riser had been moments ago. Renji. His right fist was still smoking, the last traces of Phoenix fire dissipating from his knuckles. It had taken less than a second. But the damage was done. Why you? Riser's followers finally snapped out of their shock, their faces twisting with fury. How dare you strike Lord Riser? Do you have any idea who you just hit? Their magic surged, an overwhelming killing intent filling the room. But before they could move, a furious voice echoed from outside. You bastard! The ground rumbled. Through the gaping hole in the wall, a flaming figure soared back into the room. Riser Phoenix, his entire body wreathed in flames, his expression twisted in fury. His face was already healing, the legendary Phoenix regeneration rapidly repairing the damage. But the humiliation remained. You think a mere punch is enough to stop me? He roared, his wings of fire spreading wide. I'll burn you to ashes. And with that, he lunged at Renji, flames engulfing his entire body. Renji's eyes narrowed. His right hand rose slightly. Reaching into the void, about to summon the sword of promised victory. There were only two ways to kill a phoenix. 1. Overwhelming force, killing them faster than they could regenerate. 2. Sacred weapons, like holy swords, bypassing their regeneration entirely. And Renji knew which method he was going to use. He was about to draw his blade. But before he could, Lord Riser, stop! A commanding voice rang out. In an instant, the flames around Riser vanished. A sudden, invisible force restrained him midair. Standing between them, her presence calm yet absolute. Graphia Lucifuge. Her silver gaze swept across the battlefield. That is enough. With a mere gesture, the flames of the phoenix died down completely. The air settled, the battlefield frozen. Riser's fury was still burning, but he couldn't move. Renji, still ready to fight, slowly lowered his hand. Because Graphia's intervention meant only one thing. This wasn't just personal anymore. This had just become a political matter. And the real battle had only just begun. Chapter 49, The Ranking Game. Are the Gremmaries trying to cover for him? Riser Phoenix's voice was filled with frustration, but even in his anger, he hesitated to take action. Because standing before him was Graphia Lucifuge. Even in his rage, Riser wasn't a fool. He knew exactly who she was, the strongest queen in all of the underworld. Though his pride burned with indignation, he didn't dare challenge her Hedon. Instead, he chose to direct his frustration toward the Gremary family as a whole. The Gremary family has no intention of disrespecting the Phoenix clan, Graphia stated calmly. But this is our territory. If you cause an incident here, it will be seen as an act of provocation. Her silver eyes remained locked on Riser, her expression unreadable. If there is a dispute, it should be settled according to the rules of the underworld. A raiding game. Graphia's voice echoed through the room, carrying absolute authority. This is the decision of Lord Surzex. Hearing her brother's name, Riasa's eyes widened slightly. Oniisima. Did he already predict this would happen? Did he leave her a way out? For a moment, a wave of relief washed over her. The family she had been fighting against, had given her a second chance. But before she could say anything. Fine, Riser said, crossing his arms. I'll accept a raiding game. But if I win? His golden eyes flashed dangerously. Rias will honor our engagement. And that human. He turned his gaze toward Renji, venom dripping from his words. Will be handed over to me. Personally. No. A voice rang out, cutting through the tension. All eyes turned to Renji. For a moment, the room fell into silence. Then. A smirk spread across Riser's lips. Are you scared, human? The Phoenix clan behind him chuckled in amusement, but Renji's expression remained calm. I'm fine with a raiding game, he said steadily. But I won't fight as part of Rias's peerage. Riasa's eyes widened. Aquino and Kiba exchanged shocked glances. Even Graphia raised a delicate brow. I will fight you alone, Renji continued. His voice was clear and unwavering. So that means your only wager is my life. Riser's smirk vanished. What? Renji's golden eyes locked onto his. Rias is not a bargaining chip. She is not a possession. And she sure as hell isn't going to have her future decided by a game. Renji's voice carried a sharp edge, one that sent a chill down Riser's spine. This match will only decide one thing. If you win, you take my life. But if I win. He took a single step forward. You die. For a moment, no one spoke. Even the Phoenix clan was taken aback. Riser, who had expected Renji to beg for mercy, now stared at him in disbelief. This human. Was he mocking the Phoenix clan's immortality? Did he not understand what he was up against? Or did he truly believe he could kill Riser Phoenix? Behind him, one of his family members, Ravel Phoenix, observed Renji with deep curiosity. Since both sides have agreed. Graphia's voice cut through the silence. The raiding game will take place in 3 days. She glanced toward Riser. The entire underworld will be watching. This match will be witnessed by all noble houses. Riser clenched his fists but forced a smile. He shot Renji a murderous look before stepping back into the teleportation circle. You've just dug your own grave, human. As his body was engulfed in golden flames, he sneered. "I'll see you in 3 days." And just like that, he was gone. Grafia cast one last look at Renji and Rias before turning on her heel and leaving as well. The moment they were alone, the room erupted. "Renji." Rias spun toward him, her voice filled with shock and concern. "Why did you do that? This isn't just about you." Even Akino looked worried. "Suri, that was very manly of you," she teased, clinging onto his arm. "But you do realize Riser is a phoenix, right?" She leaned closer, her voice dropping into a sultry whisper. "He's immortal." Tension filled the air. Even Kaneko and Asia seemed worried. However, Renji simply flashed a confident smile. "You're all overthinking it." His golden eyes gleamed with confidence. "He's just a turkey with an overinflated ego. He won't last 5 minutes." Chapter 50, Unbreakable Defense. 3 days later, the day of the raiding game. "Don't worry. I'll be back soon, just need to chop up that turkey real quick." Inside the old school building of the Occult Research Club, Renji glanced at Rias, Akino, and the others. Their expressions were filled with worry. He smirked, trying to lighten the mood. Then, before anyone could react, he leaned down and kissed Rias. Turning away, he stepped into the teleportation magic circle. In an instant, his surroundings blurred, and then the world around him shifted. The scenery looked like Kuo Town, but everything had a grayish tint. This was an isolated dimension, specifically prepared for the raiding game. As Renji adjusted to the new environment. "Ha! I thought you might run away." A mocking voice echoed. At a short distance, Riser Phoenix stood, already waiting. Behind him, his peerage of 14 women stood in formation. Riser's smirk widened as he examined Renji. "Looks like you have some guts after all." His eyes flickered with amusement, as if he was already imagining how this battle would end. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the battle was being broadcasted across noble houses. For many high-ranking demons, this match was important. It wasn't just a fight, it was a clash between two noble houses. In one of the viewing halls of the Gremory estate, the head of the family, Zeoticus Gremory, sat watching the projection. Beside him, Surzex Lucifer, the demon king himself, observed the unfolding scene. "Do you think this boy has a chance?" Zeoticus asked. His tone was calm, revealing no emotions. Surzex, resting his chin on his hand, spoke thoughtfully. "According to Grafia's assessment, he possesses powers that are on par with the ultimate class devil. More importantly, he's the wielder of a sacred gear. Based on power alone, he should be superior to Riser. But defeating a phoenix is another matter entirely." The room fell silent as the nobles continued watching the match. Surzex glanced at Grafia, giving her a subtle nod. Understanding the signal, Grafia activated a teleportation circle. And vanished. A few seconds later, Grafia appeared midair inside the battlefield. She looked down at both combatants. "The raiding game begins." A teleportation circle activated beneath both fighters, sending them to opposite ends of the battlefield. The rules were simple. Whoever remained standing at the end would be declared the winner. As the countdown finished, Renji stepped forward. Slowly. Casually. There was no attempt to hide. No attempt to take cover. He simply walked straight toward Riser's camp. Gasps erupted across the underworld. Even among the Occult Research Club, Rias, Akino, and the others were stunned. "What is he doing?" Rias murmured. "Shouldn't he be avoiding them?" Normally, in a Unever-Susmani battle, the logical strategy would be to stay hidden and look for openings. Yet, Renji was walking directly into enemy territory as if he were out for a stroll. Riser narrowed his eyes. "He's mocking me." For a moment, he clenched his fists. Then, his lips curled into a sneer. You think you can just walk up to me like that? His gaze flickered to his peerage. Take care of him. Show him what happens when a human disrespects the Phoenix clan. His queen, Yubaluna, nodded. As you wish, Riser-sama. Within moments, Riser's peerage charged toward Renji. Swords were drawn. Magic flared in the air. A barrage of attacks rained down. A direct hit. A massive explosion erupted around Renji, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Smoke and debris filled the air. For a few seconds, silence. Then, a faint clinking sound. Like metal striking metal. As the dust settled, everyone froze. Renji was still standing. Untouched. Unscathed. Not even a scratch. Riser's peerage stared in disbelief. Yubaluna's eyes widened. The Gremory household watching from the underworld fell silent. Even Surzek's Lucifer narrowed his eyes. Riser clenched his jaw. What was that? Renji smirked. The answer was simple. 12 labors. A defensive ability from a sacred gear. It nullified attacks that weren't powerful enough. And for someone of Renji's strength. Regular mid-class demons couldn't even make him flinch, not even high-class demons. Renji exhaled lightly, flexing his fingers. That's it. His golden eyes locked onto Riser. If you're not coming yourself. He cracked his knuckles. I'll just come to you. With that, he charged forward. Chapter 51, The Bloodline of the Phoenix. Balance Breaker. Boosted Gear Scale Male. The battlefield trembled as a crimson glow erupted around Renji. His body was engulfed in gleaming red armor, pulsating with raw power. Boosted Gear Scale Male, the ultimate form of the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, had fully activated. Across the demon world, nobles and high-ranking devils watching the match through projection screens gasped in shock. That's the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear. This human, he possesses one of the legendary Longinus. Even among the four great Satans, Surzek's Lucifer watched with growing interest. So that's the man Rias chose. Back in the arena, Riser Phoenix hovered in the sky, his entire body wrapped in golden flames. He clenched his fists, his expression twisted in frustration. So, this was your trump card? Riser scoffed. Humph. It doesn't matter. You can boost your strength all you want, but my flames will never die. My immortality surpasses any attack you can throw at me. Renji said nothing. The emerald gem on his gauntlet pulsed. Boost. 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 A mechanical voice echoed as his power doubled again and again. The air around him distorted under the sheer force radiating from his body. Then. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Renji vanished. Riser's eyes barely had time to widen before. Crack. Renji's fist smashed into Riser's face. The impact sent the phoenix spiraling through the air, crashing into the ground with an earth-shattering explosion. A massive crater formed beneath him, flames sputtering around his battered body. Yet, within seconds, the phoenix flames surged, healing his wounds. Riser staggered to his feet, a crazed grin on his face. You see. No matter how strong you are, I will always regenerate. You can never defeat me. Renji remained silent, his armored fingers tightening into a fist. Boost. 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 His power multiplied again. The sheer force of it cracked the ground beneath him. Then, he disappeared. Bang! Riser barely raised his arms before a devastating punch caved in his ribs, launching him into the sky. Boom! Renji appeared behind him, slamming his knee into Riser's spine, sending him hurtling downward once more. Crash! Another crater formed as Riser's body slammed into the ground. Yet, his flames roared to life again, healing his broken form instantly. He grinned, panting. Give up, human. You will never kill me. Renji exhaled. Then I'll just have to beat you until you surrender. Boost. 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 The energy in his body surged to new heights. His aura burned like a second sun, warping the space around him. This time, he wasn't going to stop. And Riser finally realized, this wasn't an opponent he could simply outlast. Support and read advanced chapters on patreon.com/zxxxxy. Creator's thoughts. Zexy. Forgive me for the chapter is too small, just 500 word count. Comment. 29 comment. Vote. Chapter 53, Chapter 52, Numbness. As expected of the Phoenix clan's bloodline. It's a perfect match with Phoenix Tears. While the boosted gear's balance breaker is powerful, it has a time limit. If this continues, the Red Dragon Emperor might be in danger. Watching the battle unfold, many devil nobles sighed, their voices laced with admiration for the Phoenix bloodline and regret for Renji. In a proper rating game, both sides would set detailed rules, including restrictions on overpowered items like Phoenix Tears. However, since Renji wasn't a true devil and this was more of a personal duel rather than a structured game, anything that fell within one's own abilities was fair game, including Phoenix Tears. Look, the Red Dragon Emperor, he looks like he's running out of strength. At some point, a devil noble spoke up, prompting the rest of the spectators to shift their focus to the battlefield. Renji, still clad in his crimson armor, suddenly released his boosted gear scale mail, reverting to just the gauntlet on his right arm before slowly descending to the ground. To most onlookers, it appeared that his power had run dry. However, what they didn't know was that Renji had only been testing the boosted gear's capabilities. The entire battle up until now had simply been him gauging the artifact's strength. For Renji, Riser Phoenix was nothing more than a punching bag, a convenient test subject for the boosted gear's balance breaker. And after putting it to the test, Renji was more than satisfied. Just from activating the forbidden state, his power had surged into the realm of high-tier devils, perhaps even beyond. And that was with him still unpolished in wielding it. With mastery, the results would be even more terrifying. Partner, how does the balance breaker feel? A deep, ancient voice echoed in Renji's mind as a green gem embedded in the gauntlet pulsed with energy. Draig, the legendary Red Dragon Emperor, had spoken. Renji, still pleased with his findings, nodded slightly in response. It looks like you're at your limit. In the end, victory still belongs to me. Riser Phoenix, his body battered and his appearance disheveled, sneered condescendingly as he hovered above. Just like most of the audience, he mistakenly believed Renji had reached his breaking point. Smugness radiated from him as if he were the undisputed victor. Renji merely shook his head. With an almost casual motion, he reached into the void and pulled out a sword radiating an otherworldly golden light, a blade so brilliant it seemed to cut through the very fabric of reality. The sword of promised victory. The legendary Excalibur. Impossible. That sword, could it be? The moment the sacred sword appeared, even those watching from afar, separated by the screen, felt its overwhelming presence. Many older devils recoiled instinctively, their voices trembling in disbelief. The sword of promised victory. In the grand halls of the Gremory estate, both Surzex Lucifer and Zeoticus Gremory, the head of the family, exchanged looks of astonishment. There's no mistaking it. The brilliance, the craftsmanship, this is without a doubt the legendary sword of King Arthur. But how is that possible? Wasn't the king's sword shattered long ago and reforged into the 7 holy swords wielded by the church? Zeoticus frowned, struggling to comprehend what he was seeing. Perhaps those 7 holy swords were not as complete as the church led us to believe, Surzex murmured, his crimson eyes narrowing. At the very least, what's in the Red Dragon Emperor's hands right now, is real. This boy. A strange glint appeared in Surzek's gaze as he studied Renji's figure on the screen. Renjikin really never fails to surprise us. Back at the Occult Research Club, Akino Himejima sighed with an amused, almost exasperated smile. At this point, she had lost count of how many times Renji had shattered expectations. In the alternate battlefield, Renji raised Excalibur skyward, its holy radiance intensifying until it engulfed the entire gray-hued dimension in golden brilliance. A sacred aura pulsed outward. Riser Phoenix, still in midair, felt his instincts scream in warning. His body recoiled at the sheer presence of the blade. Even at a distance, his very existence seemed to tremble in its presence. Fear. A fear so primal it overrode his pride. Every fiber of his being recognized the sword as his natural predator. No. I won't lose. I will kill you. But prideful as he was, Riser Phoenix refused to acknowledge his fear. With a defiant roar, he flared his flames and charged toward Renji, hoping to strike before the attack could be unleashed. Boost! 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 A deep, resonating voice echoed from Renji's gauntlet, amplifying the golden radiance of Excalibur. Instantly, the accumulating energy swelled several times over, expanding like a miniature sun. A golden storm erupted. The sheer force alone sent Riser Phoenix hurtling backward, his body flailing uncontrollably in midair. For the first time in his life, he was powerless. Renji stood at the epicenter of the holy radiance, his grip firm around the sword of promised victory, ready to end this battle in a single strike. Chapter 53, The Underworld's Shock. The Underworld's Shock. This was the moment Renji had been waiting for. Without hesitation, he swung the sword of promised victory. The golden radiance of the holy blade tore through the gray space, leaving behind cracks in its wake. The sheer power of the attack overwhelmed the battlefield, threatening to collapse the entire dimension created for the match. Seeing this, Grafia, who had been acting as the referee, narrowed her eyes. Her expression tensed before she instantly vanished from her position, diving toward the ground at full speed. If this continued and the artificial dimension broke apart, the damage dealt to Riser Phoenix would become real. And against a top-tier holy sword, not even the Phoenix bloodline would be enough to save him. Ayaha! Riser's agonized screams pierced the air. Unfortunately, even with Grafia's rapid intervention, she was still a fraction too late. Though she managed to manifest an enormous magic circle that blocked most of the attack, a small fraction of the light still slipped through. The moment it touched Riser's right side, his body began to disintegrate. For devils, holy light was an absolute poison. The entire right half of Riser's body crumbled into dust, burned away by the sacred energy. Phoenix flames erupted from his wounds, desperately trying to regenerate, but the lingering holy energy prevented any healing. The divine radiance clung to his body like a curse, continuing to sear him inside and out. This was both physical and mental torture, a level of suffering Riser had never known. As expected. This really is the sword of promised victory from King Arthur's legend, Grafia murmured, examining her own hands. Even as one of the strongest devils in the underworld, she had not escaped unscathed. Though she had blocked the brunt of the attack, her right hand trembled slightly. Faint burn marks lingered on her skin, refusing to heal completely. The natural law of the world had always been this. The holy sword is the ultimate nemesis of devils. The best way to counter it? Don't get hit in the first place. You interfered in a ranked match? Renji's sharp voice cut through the silence. His golden sword still glowed in his grip as he turned to Grafia with narrowed eyes. I thought the rating game was a sacred battle between devils. Since when do referees get involved? His words carried a hint of displeasure. From the start, Renji never intended to let Riser walk away unharmed. If given the chance, he would have ended him right then and there. But Grafia had stepped in at the critical moment. As the referee, it is my duty to protect both competitors, she responded calmly, her silver eyes unfazed. If your attack had struck Riser directly, he would have died. She cast a glance at the writhing, half-disintegrated Riser on the ground, his body still struggling to resist the holy energy. He no longer has the ability to fight, Grafia continued. The match is over. You are the victor. Renji exhaled slowly before retracting Excalibur, the golden glow fading. Though he was a bit dissatisfied, victory was still his. With the match officially decided, Grafia didn't waste time. She conjured another magic circle, wrapping Riser's broken body in a healing enchantment before teleporting him away. If left untreated, the lingering holy light would slowly break his mind and soul, something even the Phoenix clan's regeneration couldn't fix. Meanwhile, Ravel Phoenix, who had been watching from a safe distance, stepped forward. She lifted her skirt slightly, bowing like a noblewoman. Then, without another word, she, too, vanished into a golden teleportation circle. And just like that, Renji was the last one left standing. A human who holds the boosted gear. A human who wields Excalibur, the true sword of King Arthur. To think these two identities would belong to the same person. A heavy silence filled a dimly lit conference room in the underworld. Zeoticus Gremory, the head of the Gremory clan, exhaled deeply before standing up. This world is about to become very interesting, he murmured. Beside him, Surzex Lucifer, one of the four great Satans, remained seated, his expression unreadable as he stared at the screen displaying Renji's retreating back. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Perhaps, this is fate. A golden teleportation circle lit up within the Occult Research Club, and Renji reappeared in the familiar hall. Welcome back, hero. A soft, teasing voice greeted him the moment he stepped through the magic. Akino Himejima wore a playful smile, but her eyes gleamed with genuine warmth. Renji-senpai. Before he could respond, Asia Argento rushed forward, her blue-green eyes shimmering with relief. Even Kaneko Tuju, usually calm and quiet, had a faint smile on her lips. Renji felt a small grin forming. He was about to say something when a crimson blur crashed into his chest. You're safe. Renji blinked, momentarily stunned before looking down at Ria's Gremory. She buried her face against his chest, clutching his shirt tightly as though afraid he might disappear. That damn turkey never had a chance against you, Renji muttered, his voice gentle as he wrapped his arms around her. At those words, Rias trembled slightly before gripping him even tighter. Even the strongest people have their moments of weakness. And right now, Rias wasn't a proud high-class devil. She was simply a girl who had almost been forced into a fate she never wanted. For a long moment, they simply stood there in silence. Then, Rias pulled back slightly, her blue eyes staring up at him with a complicated expression. Why, didn't you tell me? Renji raised an eyebrow. Tell you what? That you were the Red Dragon Emperor. That you had the sword of promised victory. Her voice carried a mix of frustration, relief, and something else, something softer. As if to say, don't you trust me? Renji exhaled and scratched his cheek, already bracing for a long conversation ahead. Chapter 54, Waking Up. Ugh, my head. A groggy voice murmured in the dimly lit bedroom. Renji slowly opened his eyes, his head feeling unusually heavy. The remnants of last night's celebration flashed through his mind in hazy fragments, laughter, clinking glasses, and a wild atmosphere that blurred into oblivion. He sat up, rubbing his temples. Damn, how much did we drink last night? Even with his enhanced body, he felt the lingering effects of the alcohol. But this wasn't just any ordinary wine. Last night's drinks were made from a special grape cultivated in the underworld, infused with traces of demonic magic. No matter how strong someone was, if they drank too much, they would get drunk. As Renji's senses adjusted, something soft brushed against his palm. What the hell? He turned his head, and his eyes widened. Lying beside him, tangled in the covers, were Rias, Aquino, and Ryder, Medusa. All three of them were sprawled across the large bed in various states of undress, their expressions relaxed in deep slumber. Renji's hand twitched. The softness he had just felt. His eyes drifted downward. Ah. So that's what I was touching. He barely had time to process before. Darling, is it morning already? A sleepy murmur. Rias stirred beside him, shifting closer as she half opened her drowsy crimson eyes. The fog of sleep had yet to clear from her expression, making her look even more alluring. Then. Wait, huh? Her sleepy confusion turned to realization as her gaze flickered around the room. The tangled sheets. The two other women lying beside them. Her bare shoulders against Renji's chest. A moment of silence. Then. What the hell is going on? At the loud outburst, Aquino and Medusa groggily awoke as well. Aquino stretched, completely unfazed by the situation. A teasing smile played on her lips. Oh my, Rias, you're being so loud first thing in the morning. She then leaned closer to Renji, her ample curves pressing against him. Renjikin, you weren't planning on sneaking away, were you? Rias's eye twitched. Then, she turned her gaze toward Medusa, who simply remained calm, as if the situation was nothing out of the ordinary. No. Rias gritted her teeth, glaring at her best friend. Explain. Now. Aquino pretended to cower behind Renji, placing a hand on his chest. Oh no, it looks like Rias is jealous. Renjikin, protect me. Rias's magical aura flared. A faint red glow flickered around her as her destruction magic surged. Even though she was still recovering from her hangover, her rage was fully operational. At this rate, the bedroom might not survive. Renji sighed, raising both hands. Hold on, let's all calm down. I don't even remember what happened last night. Exactly. Rias shot back, still seething. Which makes it even worse. Aquino giggled. Oh, you don't remember? That's such a shame. It was such an eventful night. Renji narrowed his eyes. You're lying, aren't you? Fufufu, who knows? Just as Rias's patience neared its limit, a glowing crimson magic circle suddenly appeared on the floor. A moment later, Graphia Lucifuge, the strongest queen of the underworld, the maid of the Gremory household, and Surzex's wife, stepped out. The air in the room shifted as her icy silver eyes calmly took in the scene. She blinked. Paused. Then, as if nothing was amiss, she simply closed her eyes for a moment before speaking. I see you are occupied, she said, her voice as calm and professional as ever. But was that a brief moment of surprise? Rias and Renji froze in place. For a few seconds, no one said anything. Then. Aquino, still half draped over Renji, smiled slyly. Good morning, Graphia. Care to join us? Graphia ignored her completely. Instead, she turned to Rias. Lady Rias. I have come with a message from Lord Surzex. Immediately, Rias straightened, her embarrassment fading. From Aniissima? Graphia nodded. Yes. But perhaps. She glanced around the room, taking in the disheveled bed and tangled bodies. We should move this conversation to the living room. Finally realizing the situation they were in, Rias quickly cleared her throat and got off the bed, regaining her composure. Renji sighed in relief. At least now, he wouldn't get vaporized first thing in the morning. Medusa stood up as well, still as calm as ever, while Aquino simply laughed to herself, clearly enjoying every second of the chaos. After a quick cleanup, everyone gathered in the living room, where Graphia awaited them. Though her expression remained unreadable, Renji could tell. She had definitely judged them. Just a little. And so, with Rias's temper still simmering, and Aquino enjoying the situation far too much, they sat down. Ready to hear Surzeka's message conveyed through his queen, Graphia. Chapter 55, Reaching the Underworld. What? I have to go home with Renji. Seated on the living room sofa, Rias looked at Graphia in shock, clearly caught off guard. The reason for Graphia's visit was simple: she had come to inform Rias and Renji that they were both expected to return to the Gremory estate in the underworld. Correct. Since Sir Renji successfully defeated Riser Phoenix, he has now, in principle, become the fiancé of Lady Rias and a recognized member of the Gremory family. Lord Zeoticus, Lady Venelana, and your brother, Lord Surzex, wish to formally meet him and discuss your future. Additionally, this visit will serve as the official engagement ceremony. This was the unanimous decision of the Gremory household. Graphia's voice remained composed and professional, her words carrying undeniable authority. The implications were clear: the Gremory family intended to solidify Renji's place as Rias's fiancé and formally introduce him to the high-ranking nobles of the underworld. After all, word of Renji's identity as both the new Red Dragon Emperor and the reincarnation of King Arthur had already spread. With these two legendary titles attached to him, the Gremorys weren't about to let anyone else take advantage of the situation. As a noble family, they understood that securing such an individual was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, my father, mother, and even Aniissima were behind this? Rias crossed her arms and sighed. They're really in a hurry, aren't they? It's like they can't wait to marry me off. Despite her words, there was no frustration in her tone, nor any resistance in her expression. In fact, a hint of satisfaction flickered in her crimson eyes. Clearly, she wasn't opposed to the engagement. Renji, sitting beside her, smirked at her reaction but said nothing. An hour later, Renji, Rias, and her peerage boarded the train bound for the underworld. Inside the luxurious private cabin, the group settled in for the journey. Asia, sitting across from Rias, fidgeted nervously. President Rias? Asia hesitated for a moment before clenching her hands together. What is the underworld like? Will there be scary demons there? She looked up at Rias, her soft blue eyes full of nervous anticipation. It was her first time traveling to the underworld, and her only knowledge of it came from myths and legends, which often described it as a dark and terrifying realm filled with bloodthirsty demons. Of course, Asia had completely forgotten that she herself was now a devil, albeit a recently reincarnated one. Rias chuckled. Don't worry, Asia, she said warmly. The underworld isn't as terrifying as the stories make it seem. Ever since the reformist faction defeated the old nobility over 1,000 years ago, the underworld has changed dramatically. It has grown into a peaceful and prosperous society. When we arrive, you'll see for yourself. Asia visibly relaxed, nodding at Rias's reassuring words. Renji and Aquino, who were seated nearby, watched the exchange with amusement. As the train continued its journey, Renji leaned back in his seat, his mind wandering. He suddenly recalled the look Medusa gave him before he left home. A look filled with silent protest. After all, he had decided not to bring her along on this trip. Since this visit was mainly for the engagement ceremony, there was no real danger, especially within the Gremory family estate, home to one of the four great Satans, Surzex Lucifer. Bringing Medusa didn't seem necessary. Still, she had made sure to give him a piercing, wordless glare before he left. Renji sighed. I'll have to get her a gift to make up for it, he muttered to himself. Aquino, hearing him, smirked. Era Renjikan, already thinking about another woman while we're on our way to your engagement? Renji shot her a flat look. Shut up, Aquino. She giggled. Alright, we're here. Rias's voice snapped Renji out of his thoughts. He turned to look out the train window, and was met with a breathtaking sight. The endless void of dimensional space had disappeared, replaced by a vast blue sky and white clouds. Below them, a massive estate stretched across the land like an island, surrounded by a shimmering protective barrier. A castle of grand proportions stood at its center, with numerous smaller structures scattered across the vast grounds. Dragons and other flying creatures soared through the sky, adding to the surreal beauty of the scene. So this is the Gremory territory, huh? Renji had to admit, it was impressive. As the train descended toward the estate, the protective barrier opened, allowing them to pass through without resistance. The moment they stepped off the train, a group of figures stood waiting for them at the castle's entrance. Leading them were 3 individuals. 2 red-haired men who bore a striking resemblance to Rias, and a beautiful woman with long brown hair. Beside them, Grafia stood in her maid uniform, as composed as ever. Renji instantly recognized who they were. Rias's family. The older red-haired man was Zeoticus Gremory, head of the Gremory family. The younger one, who appeared in his early 20s, was Surzex Lucifer, one of the 4 great Satans. And the elegant woman beside them was Venelana Gremory, Rias's mother. Their presence alone spoke volumes. The Gremory family had gathered in full force to greet him. Renji raised an eyebrow. Well, damn, he muttered under his breath. That's a hell of a welcome party. He had expected someone to greet them. But not the entire upper echelon of the Gremory family. Rias, noticing his reaction, smiled knowingly. Surprised, she whispered. Renji let out a low chuckle. You could say that. And with that, the group walked forward. Straight into the heart of the Gremory estate. Chapter 56, 5-Star Golden Egg. Father, Mother, Oniissima. The moment she saw her family, Rias took a few quick steps forward, greeting them with a tone far more polite and reserved than usual. At this moment, she seemed less like the confident and commanding heiress of the Gremory family and more like a beloved daughter returning home. Himejima Aquino, having met Surzex and the others before, naturally understood their status. She immediately bowed in respect, displaying proper etiquette. Renji, however, hesitated for a moment, unsure of the appropriate way to address them. You must be Renjiken. A warm and elegant voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. A beautiful woman with long, flowing brown hair stepped forward, her eyes filled with gentle amusement. I watched your battle. It was truly impressive, like watching a young hero. No wonder Rias likes you. She smiled before adding, I'm Rias's mother. If you don't mind, you may call me mother, just like she does. You'll take good care of this girl, won't you? Venelana Gremory's words carried both kindness and authority, subtly acknowledging Renji's place beside her daughter. Renji quickly composed himself. Mother, you flatter me. Rias is an incredible woman, having her as my wife would be my greatest fortune. His tone was calm and confident, without any hesitation. If this had been the old Renji, perhaps he would have been nervous in such a formal situation. But strength changes a person. Renji wasn't just any human, he was now the Red Dragon Emperor and the reincarnation of King Arthur. Such a status gave him a confidence that couldn't be shaken, even in front of one of the most powerful noble families in the underworld. Hearing his response, Venelana's smile deepened. Surzex, Zeoticus, and even Rias herself seemed pleased with his answer. The simple act of addressing Venelana as mother had shortened the distance between them, proving that Renji had fully accepted his relationship with Rias. Mother, let's continue inside. Renjiken and I still need to rest from the journey. And with the banquet starting soon, we should prepare in advance. At Rias's suggestion, Venelana nodded with a smile. Turning back to Renji, she remarked, it seems we will get along very well. With that, she and the others led the group into the grand halls of the Gremory estate. As they walked, Renji's eyes subtly drifted toward Grafia's head. A slight look of surprise crossed his face. Floating above Grafia's head was a 5-star golden egg, glowing brilliantly. This was the first time Renji had ever seen a golden egg of this level. It was odd. He had met Grafia twice before, yet during those encounters, this egg hadn't been there. Curious, he consulted his system and quickly found the answer. Golden eggs have a random chance of appearing on strong individuals, but their timing is unpredictable. They could manifest at any moment in the future, and Grafia's had just appeared now. Renji's desire to claim it was undeniable. But the moment he checked the conditions to open it, his expression froze. His gaze instinctively shifted toward Surzex, who was walking a few steps ahead. Written clearly in the system was the requirement. To obtain this egg, you must have your back washed by Graphias. Renji nearly coughed. What kind of absurd condition was this? Graphia, the Queen of Annihilation, the most powerful queen in the underworld, and Surzek's wife. If he actually made such a request, he would be instantly labeled a pervert. And if Surzex found out, forget leaving the Gremory estate, Renji might not even leave this room alive. As if sensing his gaze, Surzex suddenly turned his head and smiled. Renji stiffened slightly. Damn, is his perception that sharp? Surzex was known as the only super devil among the 4 great Satans. His power was beyond what most devils could comprehend. Renji quickly looked away, forcing himself to act natural. For now, he had to pretend nothing happened. Renji-sama, this is the room prepared for you. As for Lady Rias and her attendants, their rooms are right next to yours. Graphia's tone was formal as she led them into a quiet wing of the castle. The attire for tonight's banquet has been arranged inside. Lady Venelana and Lord Surzex are currently welcoming the guests. When you are ready, you and Lady Rias should proceed to the hall. After all, you two are the main figures of tonight's event. If you require any assistance, please call for me. After giving him a brief glance, Graphia turned and left. Renji watched her disappear down the hall, then let out a slow exhale. Darling, Rias called, standing at the door to her room. Let's get ready quickly. We shouldn't keep my family waiting too long. Her tone was light, but her crimson eyes shone with anticipation. Aquino and the others followed her inside, leaving Renji alone in the hallway. Renji took one last glance at the 5-star golden egg above Graphia's head. For now, he had no idea how to fulfill the condition without getting himself killed. He sighed. Then, shaking his head, he stepped into his own room. Hashtag. Inside Renji's room. The bedroom was spacious and elegantly designed, fitting for a high-ranking noble. At the center of the room, laid neatly on the bed, was a black formal suit. Clearly prepared for him by the Gremory family. Renji walked over and inspected the outfit. They even got my exact size, he muttered, realizing that Rias had probably given them his measurements in advance. Sighing, he picked it up and began dressing. Once fully dressed, Renji examined himself in the mirror. His usual attire, casual, practical, and ready for battle, was replaced with an elegant, high-class suit. Though formal wear wasn't really his thing, he had to admit. Not bad, he muttered. His reflection stared back at him. A figure no longer just a warrior, but now a man standing at the center of the underworld's attention. Tonight, the entire devil aristocracy would witness his presence. Chapter 57, Not Quite Adaptable. With everything ready, Renji didn't rush to leave his room. He knew that Rias and the others would take longer to get ready. As expected, after finishing a cup of tea, he finally heard the voices of Rias and the other girls outside the door. Opening it, Renji was momentarily stunned. Standing before him were Rias and Aquino, both dressed in elegant evening gowns, Rias in deep red and Aquino in a seductive shade of purple. Behind them, Kaneko, in a white princess dress, and Asia, wearing an elegant gold-trimmed gown, looked equally stunning in their own way. The contrast between maturity, allure, innocence, and purity was a combination that could captivate any man's heart. For a brief moment, Renji was completely distracted. Aquino noticed instantly and smirked. See, Rias. I told you Renjikan would love it. Senior pervert. Kaneko clicked her tongue in her usual deadpan tone. Senpai. Asia lowered her head, shyly fidgeting with the hem of her dress, clearly flustered under his gaze. Despite their reactions, neither of them seemed displeased. If anything, there was a hint of satisfaction in their expressions. It was true what they said, a woman always wants to look her best for the one she loves. Rias, noticing this, smiled as she stepped forward and gently took Renji's arm. Darling, let's not keep my mother waiting too long. Hand in hand, they made their way toward the grand hall. Akino followed closely behind, chuckling. I suppose I'll let you have Renjiken to yourself tonight, Rias. Just for tonight. If it were any other occasion, Akino might have latched onto Renji's other arm just to tease Rias. But she knew how important this night was for her best friend. For once, Akino decided to hold back. Rias, understanding her gesture, gave her a grateful smile. Hashtag. After passing through the vast corridors of the Gremory estate, they finally arrived at the castle's main hall. The moment the doors opened, it felt as if they had entered another world. The massive hall was illuminated by golden chandeliers, casting a warm glow over the finely dressed noble devils. All around, groups of aristocrats stood together in small clusters, engaged in conversation, their wine glasses in hand. The moment Renji and Rias entered, many paused their discussions, shifting their gazes toward them. That's him. The one rumored to be the reincarnation of King Arthur and the new Red Dragon Emperor. In terms of looks alone, he's certainly impressive. With the daughter of the Gremory family engaged to someone like him, imagine the offspring they'll produce. A devil capable of wielding a holy sword would be fascinating. Ever since the ranking game, Renji's name had spread across the entire underworld. Owning one legendary artifact would be enough to turn heads. But Renji possessed two. The boosted gear and Excalibur's true form, the sword of promised victory. A single individual holding both a god-slaying weapon and the ultimate holy sword. Of course, he'd attract attention. At that moment, Zeoticus Gremory, Rias's father and the current head of the Gremory family, stepped onto the elevated platform at the center of the hall. Raising his glass, he addressed the crowd. Thank you all for coming. Today, we celebrate the engagement of my daughter, Rias Gremory, to Renji. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted in applause, and voices of congratulations echoed throughout the space. Hashtag. After more than an hour of endless socializing, Renji finally stepped out of the hall. Letting out a deep breath, he stretched his arms and sighed. Finally over. The banquet had been exhausting. Throughout the entire event, nobles had approached him one after another, offering toasts, each trying to ingratiate themselves with the new rising figure of the underworld. No matter how powerful he had become, Renji still wasn't fond of formal social events. Even in his previous life, he had never enjoyed dealing with politics or fake smiles. Some things never change. Pfft. Hearing his relieved sigh, Rias couldn't help but giggle. Akino, Kaneko, and Asia also smiled, clearly amused. Seeing Renji like this made him feel more relatable. If someone appeared too perfect, they became unreachable. This moment of genuine exhaustion from Renji made him feel human. Rias's eyes shone warmly as she looked at him. If one looked closely, they would notice a brilliant ring on her right hand, matching the one now adorning Renji's. At some point during the banquet, the engagement ceremony had been completed. They had officially exchanged rings. Returning to their private quarters, the group parted ways for the night. However, not long after Renji entered his room, a knock sounded at the door. Raising an eyebrow, he walked over and opened it. Standing there, dressed in her signature-made uniform, was Graphia Lucifuge. She held a set of men's clothes in her hands. Renji frowned slightly. For some reason, she looked different tonight. Her usually stoic and composed expression seemed slightly flushed. Her silver eyes carried a strange glint, and there was a faint scent of alcohol lingering around her. Her body temperature felt unusually warm, something Renji could sense from their close proximity. Renji-sama, she said, her tone as polite as ever, this is the change of clothes prepared for you by Lady Venelana. She paused briefly before adding, I have also been instructed to escort you to the bathhouse. Hashtag. My, Would our scumbag MC finally get his hands on a 5-star egg? I'm curious for the reward NGL. Equals. Chapter 58, Bias in History. Renji had been planning to take a bath anyway. After all, the lingering scent of alcohol clung to him after drinking so much at the banquet. Led by Grafia, he soon arrived at a massive bathhouse. It wasn't just an ordinary bath, it was a grand hot spring, stretching across the vast room like a natural hot spring resort. Seeing such luxury, Renji couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The power and wealth of noble families truly allowed them to enjoy privileges beyond imagination. Thanks for leading the way. Taking the fresh set of clothes from Grafia's hands, Renji nodded in appreciation. Without wasting time, he walked into the bathhouse, set his clothes aside, and rinsed himself before stepping into the steaming hot spring water. Just as he leaned back to relax, the sound of the door opening reached his ears. Frowning slightly, Renji turned his head toward the entrance. He had assumed that Surzek or Xiaticus had come to join him. But what he saw completely defied expectations. The one standing at the entrance was not Surzek. It was Grafia. She hadn't left. Instead, she quietly closed the door behind her and took a step forward. Then, without a word, she began removing her maid uniform. Grafia, what are you doing? Although the sight of her flawless, snow-white skin was undeniably tempting, Renji quickly swallowed and tensed up. Hurriedly, he raised his hands in an attempt to stop her. Are you drunk? Grafia didn't respond immediately. Instead, she calmly continued undressing before wrapping herself in a towel and stepping into the hot spring with him. Renji couldn't help but feel a mix of shock and helplessness. As the chief mate of the Gremory family, she was someone highly respected, even revered. Why was she acting like this? The usual composed and dignified Grafia would never do something like this. That's when realization hit Renji. Alcohol. He suddenly recalled the faint scent of wine on her breath earlier. Could it be that Grafia, who was normally composed and mature, lost her usual restraint when she was drunk? Was this her drunken state? As that thought passed through his mind, Renji suddenly remembered something else. The golden egg floating above her head. He had noticed it earlier with his system, a 5-star golden egg. The condition to unlock it? Having Grafia wash his back. With that in mind, Renji exhaled sharply and decided to take the opportunity. Grafia, he said, since you're already here, can I trouble you to wash my back? If she was truly not in her usual state, then this might be his only chance. To Renji's surprise, Grafia didn't refuse. Instead, she smiled softly and moved behind him. Her hands, delicate yet firm, pressed against his back, gently scrubbing his skin. Her touch was softer than he expected. Trying to distract himself from the warmth of her fingertips, Renji decided to strike up a conversation. By the way, Grafia, he said, keeping his tone casual, are all members of the Gremory family present at the banquet? He was curious. In his past knowledge, there was supposed to be another person. Milikas Gremory. Grafia and Surzeka's son. But strangely, Renji hadn't seen him. Yes, Grafia responded, including Lady Rias, Lord Xiaticus, Lady Venelana, and Lord Surzek. All 4 members of the Gremory main family were present. Renji froze. 4. What about your son? He asked, turning his head slightly. In doing so, he found himself dangerously close to Grafia's face. Their eyes met. He could feel her breath against his skin. For a brief second, the tension in the air grew heavier. But Grafia simply blinked and gave an unexpected response. Renji-sama, you must be joking. Her voice was steady, yet there was a strange softness to it. I don't know where you heard such a rumor, but I have never been married, nor do I have a child. Not married? Renji's mind went blank for a moment. He stared at Grafia, trying to find any signs of deception, but there were none. She was serious. This revelation shocked him even more than her sudden entry into the bath. In the original timeline, Grafia had been Surzeka's queen, his most trusted servant and his wife. Yet right now, she's claiming she's not married to him. Even more shocking was the fact that Milika's Gremory does not exist. Something had changed. Renji's knowledge of this world's history had suddenly become uncertain. Had his presence altered the course of events? If so, how much of the future was still the same? Hashtag. As Renji sat in silence, Grafia's expression softened. A vague, unclear figure flickered in her mind. A man. A presence so familiar, yet completely unknown. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall his face. But there was one thing she remembered. A promise. A promise that one day, he would return for her. And until then, she would wait. She had always believed in that promise. Even if she didn't know who she was waiting for. Despite his inner confusion, Renji chose not to dwell on it for now. He continued chatting with Grafia about other topics, subtly gathering more information. By the time they finished bathing, his mind was still filled with unanswered questions. As he walked back to his room, towel draped over his shoulders, he let out a long sigh. Forget it, he muttered to himself. The most important thing right now is getting stronger. He had more than enough on his plate. For now, he would focus on what was in front of him. With that thought, he entered his room. His eyes gleaming as he finally reached out for the 5-star golden. Chapter 59, Snake Bracelet. System, use the 5-star golden egg. The moment Renji returned to his bedroom, he didn't hesitate. He immediately commanded the system in his mind, eager to see what reward awaited him. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 5-star golden egg stored in the system space burst into a brilliant golden light. The radiant glow intensified before the egg shattered, leaving behind a single item, a finely detailed card floating before him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a temporary character card. Upon use, the host will gain the full power of Isekai Sakamaki for 1 hour. The card depicted a young man with golden hair, an electronic headset, and an arrogant yet confident smirk. No way. Isekai Sakamaki, the strongest problem child. Renji exclaimed in shock. He was more than familiar with this character. Isekai Sakamaki was a powerhouse from problem children are coming from another world, aren't they? Possessing a paradoxical gift, both the power to shatter miracles, and the gift of absolute destruction, Isekai could break through anything. Mountains, oceans, even celestial bodies were nothing in his path. Not only that, but Isekai had a third perpetual motion organ, granting him endless energy by drawing from the environment itself. This allowed him to unleash devastating attacks, including his signature move, the Aurora Pillar, a beam capable of destroying stars. In the Highschool DXD world, only beings like the infinite dragon god, Ophis, and the true red dragon god Emperor could rival such power. This card alone makes the trip worth it, Renji murmured, smirking as he stored the reward in the system. With his new trump card secured, he laid down on the bed, drifting into a satisfied sleep. The next day at noon, just outside the grand castle of the Gremory estate, Renji and his group stood facing Surzeka and the rest of Ria's family. Unlike yesterday's warm welcome, today was a farewell. Renjikin, from now on, I'm entrusting Rias to you, said Lady Venelana Gremory, Ria's mother, her gaze warm but firm. Then, with a teasing glint in her eyes, she leaned closer and whispered in Renji's ear, you two better work hard. I'd love to hold a grandchild soon. Renji barely managed to keep a straight face, while Rias turned crimson, her gaze flickering between Renji and the floor. Surzeka chuckled but didn't comment, while Grafia maintained her usual composed expression, though a faint smirk tugged at her lips. With their goodbyes exchanged, Renji, Rias, and the others boarded the train bound for Kuo Town. As the train ascended into the sky, the Gremory family watched them disappear into the distance. Back aboard the train, Rias sighed and leaned back into the seat. Seriously. Mother can be so embarrassing. She crossed her arms, her cheeks still slightly flushed. Occasionally, she'd sneak glances at Renji, as if gauging his reaction. Seeing his amused smile, she huffed and looked away. After a long journey, they finally returned to Kuo Town. Rias, Aquino, and Kiba headed to the Occult Research Club, while Renji returned home with Kaneko and Asia. The moment he stepped inside, he was met with a chilling presence. Sitting on the couch, arms crossed, was Medusa. A dark aura surrounded her as she stared directly at Renji, her petrifying eyes barely concealed beneath her blindfold. Rider, I'm back, Renji greeted carefully. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. You left me behind, Medusa said flatly, her voice carrying a dangerous edge. Renji knew he had to act fast. Swiftly, he pulled out a beautifully crafted gift box and presented it to her. I got you something from the underworld. Medusa eyed the box warily before finally opening it. Inside was a snake bracelet, its craftsmanship exquisite. Her expression softened almost instantly. The bracelet wasn't just decorative, it was enchanted to absorb excess magical energy and store it for later use. Additionally, it had minor enchantments for self-cleaning and dust removal, making it a practical accessory. Renji had spent the morning with Graphia searching for the perfect gift, and judging by Medusa's reaction, he had chosen well. I'll forgive you this time, Medusa muttered, sliding the bracelet onto her wrist. Renji sighed in relief. Crisis averted. Chapter 60, The Encounter of Destiny. After nightfall, Rias and Aquino arrived at Renji's house, carrying an impressive amount of luggage. Rias, Aquino, what's all this? Renji raised an eyebrow as he watched them step out of the teleportation circle, their arms full of suitcases. Obviously, we're moving in, Rias replied nonchalantly, flipping her crimson hair over her shoulder. As your fiancé, it's only natural for me to live by your side. And, of course, I also need to keep an eye on you, she added with a smirk. Aquino chuckled. Can't have you getting too cozy with Kaneko and Asia, after all. Supervision is necessary. Rias nodded. That's why from now on, the headquarters of the Occult Research Club will be based here. Renji sighed. And my house just got hijacked. Not quite, Rias corrected, glancing at their surroundings. Your house is a little small, so it needs a bit of an upgrade. 2 days later, through the wonders of magic, Renji's modest 2-story home was transformed into a luxurious mansion, standing out dramatically among the neighboring buildings in Kuo Town. Looking at the lavish new estate, Renji muttered, people who know magic can really do whatever they want, huh? Despite the abrupt change, he had to admit, the once quiet house had become much livelier. A month ago, he had spent his nights alone, but now, with Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Asia, and even Medusa around, things had taken a turn for the better. That night, as the others enjoyed their time in the living room, Kaneko and Asia playing video games, Rias and Aquino sipping tea on the balcony, and Medusa sunbathing under a parasol, Renji quietly returned to his room. Closing the door behind him, he called out in his mind. System, initiate world travel. Rias, still seated on the balcony, glanced in the direction of Renji's room but showed no surprise. She had already noticed his habit of vanishing once a month. The only one aware of Renji's secret, however, was Medusa. As soon as Renji gave the command, a black vortex swallowed him whole. In an instant, he disappeared from the room, and time within the Highschool DXD world froze. When Renji reappeared, he found himself in a completely new world. So, this is the next destination. He muttered as he took in his surroundings. He was standing atop a towering structure, an iron tower overlooking a bustling modern city. Below him, streets were packed with people, cars zipped by, and neon signs flickered in the distance. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary modern world, nothing out of the ordinary. However, as Renji closed his eyes and focused, he immediately noticed something unusual. The air was rich with energy, dense with magical power. It's slightly weaker than the underworld, but this world definitely isn't normal, he murmured. Realizing he needed more information, Renji teleported to a secluded alleyway before stepping out onto the main street. Just as he did, a girl with flowing blonde hair and a striking red dress hurried toward him, her expression sharp and focused. She spoke quickly, her tone urgent. Renji, however, blinked in confusion. I have no idea what you just said. The girl frowned before switching languages multiple times. Finally, she landed on Japanese. Are you from the East? Did you see anyone suspicious pass by? The moment Renji heard her speak fluent Japanese, something clicked in his memory. Erika Blandelli. His eyes flickered with recognition. That name confirmed his suspicions. This was the world of Campione. A world where gods who refused to remain bound by myth descended into the human realm, wreaking havoc as heretic gods. These rogue deities had to be slain by mortals in order for one to claim their divine authority, earning the title of Campione, God Slayer, Demon King, Tyrant. Renji smirked. This world might be dangerous, but the rewards are worth the risk. Suppressing his excitement, he turned his attention back to Erika. Girl, is this how people strike up conversations in Italy nowadays? Erika's expression twitched, clearly not expecting such a response. She had been tracking one of the incarnations of Varathragna, the Persian war god, and had rushed over upon sensing something unusual. But now, she found herself face-to-face with a stranger who looked more amused than alarmed. As someone who had been hailed as a genius since childhood, an elite knight of the Copper-Black Cross, known as the Scarlet Devil, Erika wasn't used to being teased. Renji chuckled at her reaction. Oh. Did I hit a nerve? The infamous Knight of Italy had just met a problem child of another world. This encounter was bound to be interesting.